Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Welcome. This is our stream. That's the end of our stream. Thanks for watching. No.
No.
It's a bit scuffed. It's pretty early in the morning for me, so I'm pretty fucking tired. But welcome to our very belated stream where we talk about video games we played in 24.
Buckle up, we're gonna be here for like 6 hours.
Pretty much, or longer.
Yeah, if history is anything to believe, we're gonna be here for a while. So buckle up and feel free to grab a snack or pop in as you see fit. But like, this is gonna take a minute.
So we're gonna start off a bit slow by me sending this stream to like all my friends. So give it a moment.
Yeah, you're good. Anyway.
This BGM is also from the Zero Range album. This is a track I did. It's refreshing. So if that's why it seems familiar, that's why it's familiar.
Yeah.
But yes, how you doing, Owen?
I'm doing good. I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'm in a good spot right now. We will probably break for... I need to feed my dog in like 4 hours, and then I will probably go get dinner myself in either the 4 or 5 hour mark. So we got some time before then. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hey, Julie.
This will be fun. This will be very fun. I got to go into the... I don't have the quest clear thing. Hope people like the thumbnail this year. That was a lot of this one was a lot of fun to put together.
Right.
This is gonna be an interesting year just because MB and I actually played like 2 games together that we'll be talking about like as a pair. So this will be fun.
2 games?
So 2 games. Dragon Slayer and
yes.
Devil Summoner.
Yeah.
While we're still getting set up, I should probably give everyone a warning. So for those who have never been to these before, this is how it works. MB and I are going to be talking about each game that we play each month, which is fun. It's a good time. If it's a game that only one of us have played, it's going to be generally pretty spoiler free. But if it's a game that we've both played, then spoilers are on the table. And we'll mention these as we come along. I think really big ones this year are things like The Greatest Attorney 2 and Trails of Cold Steel. And To the Moon Beach Episode. I think those are the 3 big ones that I would think of. MB didn't play Beach Episode this year, but he has played it since. So
I played it last week.
Yeah, we will be talking about that one. In addition, it is worth noting that I cannot, in good conscience, say that every game we talk about today is necessarily appropriate for sale in most countries. There's MB, we'll be talking about games that are slightly arrogay, basically, is what I'm saying. We will show nothing, but I feel like it's at least worth acknowledging. And I don't feel bad calling you out here at MB because I'll be doing that exact same thing next year.
Right, because you're, are you gonna be reading Tsukihime?
I downloaded them last night because I finished
Amazing.
last night. So yeah, we are. This is we're like I feel like it's worth at least acknowledging that. Hey, if you want to play every game that we play for some reason, know what you're getting into. Anyway, Joy says Gex. Hi Joy.
Hello.
That's my friend. Video games that we played in 2024. Oh, Gex comes out this year. We should actually play Gex as a joke.
I'll consider it. It hasn't been on my radar, and I'd probably just buy the original anyway.
That's fair. But they're getting remastered this year, so.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool as shit.
Yeah. We should play Gex just for the gag, because if Reen Trails of Cold Steel is gonna be in our thumbnails every year, Gex, this running thing of Gex needs to be a thing. So.
All right, do we wanna get started? Hi, Ebo. No, Steamy games, not Steam games.
So true.
Let's let's get going. My also I should say the game I played is not as is not that bad.
Neither of us are gonna be playing like hardcore Arrow game. We're not that. We're not those kind of people.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it is worth acknowledging. It is worth acknowledging that those things do exist.
Yes.
And I just want to like give the like clarification.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Cool. This is gonna be a bit scuffed. How's the audio balance, by the way? Because I have not tested any of this. We just hopped in.
Let me check. Let me turn on the volume on the stream.
But yes, this is gonna be a very chill stream. We're not like actively like gonna stress too much about most things. This is not the perfect stream. If you're looking for like the perfect PowerPoint presentation, I'm sorry there are going to be technical difficulties throughout.
Technical difficulties and us saying a lot. So.
Yes. Why don't we swap to page 1 and maybe swap the BGM? I just have some of my Resident Evil stuff playing at the moment.
That's fine. I mean, we're going to basically my town.
Oh
for
yeah,
a
cool.
bit.
So I can like sleep for the next hour. Awesome.
Yeah, good. You can sleep for 2 games and then you have to talk about Celeste, and then I can sleep for 2 more games.
Oh, I have to talk about Celeste. Oh no.
Crazy.
I have not set up the YouTube volumes, so give me a moment to do that. So I'm not doing that. Cool. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need? Do you need me to stream to you over Discord? Actually, I just realized.
No, I'm watching it. I'm watching a muted stream on YouTube, so I can actually see what's going on.
Cool. I don't have a 6-hour script prepared. Do you want to make one for us, Ebo? I think that would be lovely.
Yeah, it'd be great. Make my life way easier.
You have let's say 5 seconds to write it.
Cool. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, turn in your homework.
All right, Owen. Oh wait, I guess let's start by talking about like, yeah. Do you want to just hop into Metal Gear?
Yeah. So basically, I played a lot of shorter games in January. Actually, you'll notice I played a lot of games in the early half of the year, and then it kind of like drops off over time, which is like fine. But we can start with Metal Gear. To be clear, I've not played any of the Metal Gear Solid games. These are the only 2 Metal Gear games that I played this year. So, Metal Gear 1. Let me know when the music's playing.
It's playing.
Cool. Okay. Metal Gear 1. Obviously, Metal Gear Solid. The Metal Gear series is the Hideo Kojima series of games that star on the MSX, and then got a sequel, and then the Solid series happened on the PlayStation, and then kind of finished off like Metal Gear Solid 5, and then we don't talk about anything else Konami's done since then. It's Metal Gear 1's really fun. The best thing I can describe it is that it definitely feels like the first game in a franchise. I feel like that's something that everyone talks about when they talk about this game. It's very simplistic. It is a very by the books stealth mission. It doesn't have a lot of complexity to it. It has a neat end game plot twist. It breaks the 4th wall once, because that's what all Metal Gear games do. Stealth gameplay is very basic. Guards and enemies are super stupid. They will stop chasing you after a little, like leaving the screen, and they have tunnel vision, as in they don't look behind you. Punching guards is like the way to kill enemies, or just cardboard boxing the entire thing. The game does care about like your rank in order to do certain missions, and this is done by rescuing hostages and doing special objectives. That's pretty cool. Boss fights are fun. It's overall a pretty simple game, but it's neat. It's not very well developed. It was very obviously meant to be only one game in this franchise. Snake does not look super developed. He looks like a man with a stubble. But being able to do transceiver stuff to hear different like codec conversations, that's really fun. The gameplay itself is surprisingly well done. And all things considered, just a good game. I don't really have anything crazy to say about it. I will say when we get to Metal Gear 2 that I was a little scared that as they would make it more complex, they make it less fun. But no, this is easily the weaker of the 2 games that I played, and we'll talk about that in like 3 games from now. So, yeah. Any questions from you, MB?
Should I play this before Metal Gear Solid?
Yes, absolutely. So
Yes.
yeah,
is
no,
it
it's
included in the Legacy Collection? I feel like I heard it was.
yeah, it's in Legacy Collection. It's both in Legacy Collection and the Master Collection that released on modern platforms recently. Like, this is not a hard game to play. You play it on PS3, you play it on modern platforms. And the thing about Metal Gear Solid is that although it is called Metal Gear Solid, it is the third game in the franchise. Like, objectively, it is a linear chronological story.
Oh,
and
okay.
So Metal Gear 1 sets up stuff that takes place in Metal Gear 2, and that sets up stuff that takes place in Metal Gear 3. But it's kind of funny because Metal Gear 3, aka Metal Gear Solid, takes a lot of ideas as well from Metal Gear 2. So you get to see the evolution of the series and level design and stuff like that, while the story maintains its linearity. Like Gray Fox, for example, in Metal Gear Solid, who is known as like being the cyborg guy. Gray Fox appears in these first 2 games, and he's a human. And then Big Boss is like, this is like the first time you see Big Boss and stuff like that. So it is a linear story. And we don't talk a lot about the original Metal Gear games because also, like, the reason why people don't talk about them a lot when they're talking about the Solid series is because you can technically do the Solid series on its own. But like, yeah. Metal Gear 1 literally has recaps of Metal Gear 1 and 2 in the menu. Yeah, there you go. So
Cool.
would recommend. These are also not long games. These are like 5-10 hours. It's not hard.
They call Holy Hori.
Yeah, they do.
Amazing. Alright, I think you're also talking still for the next game. You send me music
Yes,
for the next game? I can sort of talk about this. I talked about this one a few years ago, actually.
Yeah. And feel free to chime in as much as you like for games that I've played. So we should be on Guruman now, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so Guruman. So Michael wanted me. So first of all, I want to play all the what I would call the Zwei era games. So this is like a lineage of action games that Nihon Falcom made. Started with like the Zwei 1, and then went to Guruman, then Zwei 2, and then Legend of Naruto. So I did finish all those this year. Guruman is definitely a kid's game, and I definitely feel that. I do like a lot of the. I think the combat is pretty fun. I think the air combat's really fun when you're not misinputting special inputs. I think dungeon crawling's fine. Really, my only issue with it is it just kind of just feels, to me, it just kind of feels there. But that's just me. I know that you love this game, Michael, and I can't blame you for that.
I think it's soul.
Yeah. Well, I like Zwei 1. I like of the 4 games, I guess, in this lineage, kind of. This is easily my least favorite. But it's fun. It's funny. I guess it's more just I guess I would say the biggest thing that I wasn't a big fan of was like just kind of like the gameplay flow of the game, I think. Like dungeons themselves are fun, and combat's fun, but in between dungeons and stuff like that is just didn't feel super engaging, and I think that's okay because it's obviously a kids game and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of detail in this game, and I think that like the rhythm-based stuff is fun. I think the exclusive costumes that come in, not the PC version, but like I think they're on the PSP and 3DS versions that you can only wear on like certain days, is kind of cute. Like you get like New Year's outfits and Christmas outfits and stuff like that. There is a lot of detail and a lot of charm here. I just don't think it worked for me, and that's okay. But I'm glad that I played it. I do not regret my time with it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I feel like this game would feel a lot better if it was like at 60 FPS, but it can't be because of the rhythm mechanics. I think they're tied to the frame rate.
Right.
Which is really funny. And that's what I call soul, baby. Unlockable wallpaper.
All these.
Oh right, yeah. Go on. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I just feel my only thing is that like it's a pretty simple game. It's fun. It's a good game. I don't dislike it in any stretch of the word. Super Boss was fun, actually. Like learning how to do the Super Boss. Actually, like it made use of all the game's mechanics and was actually quite challenging and difficult. And took me 10 minutes to fight. So good game.
Oh yeah. I've still never beat the Super Boss because the game keeps crashing.
Yep.
Granted, I could probably do it now that I've got a new setup, but yeah.
Well, you have to relearn the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard. Like, the super boss isn't particularly difficult because I used a lot of moves that, like, have, like, iframes and shit, so I just kind of got to get in the swing of, like, spamming certain moves, and eventually I'll get there.
Yeah. It's mostly just an endurance thing, and also, like, recognizing what it's doing when, so.
Yeah. Alright, I guess it's good to be my turn, finally.
Yep.
Oh my god. I should have the soundtrack. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Celeste 64 was a game that the Celeste devs made in like a week and dropped for free on itch.io, I think it was. And it was also like the first game I finished this year. Which was really funny because I think I was playing like something else at the time. Was I playing Art Anelico? I think I might have been. I'd have to check. Well, I'll get to it.
Right.
But it was a really surprisingly fucking solid experience. It's like short. I think it'll take like an hour and a half to finish, really. I had to look up like the location for some of the berries to like complete it properly.
Right.
But oh my god, why does it actually like it for something that they made in a week, it's surprisingly robust. They transferred a lot of the physics from the proper Celeste game into 3D pretty well, I'd say. Like, I was playing it thinking, hey, I feel like I'm playing Celeste, but in 3D, which is probably a really good thing. There are a few interesting things, like the dash. You can't really, at least from memory, in Celeste, when you dash, you can do it in 8 directions because it's 2D, and you can do like wave dashing and some special techniques to like move around very fast. In this one, if I recall correctly, the dash only goes upwards.
Right.
But you can do that in any direction, obviously. So it's kind of like a short boost, but the level, like, that's not really a problem when the level design is it's designed around that. It's only one sort of small-ish hub world, so it's not like anything huge.
Right.
But I think there's about 30 different berries to collect, and, you know, getting to the top, it finishes the game, where you get some really cute credits. It's not like everyone just has like 1 or 2 things to say. Wasn't it way easy on controller and the keyboard? That sounds right. I played on controller. It's a 3D platformer. I wouldn't want to play that on keyboard.
You don't want to play it with digital controls?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much. But yes, this one was incredibly fun, and somehow I think is one of the best 3D platformers I've played, and I wish there was a full game.
That's
like,
hilarious.
A longer.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, maybe I'm overrating it a bit, but I really love Celeste. And this was just a nice little thing because it was for the 6th anniversary, if I think. So, yeah, and then the soundtrack was all done in like, I hesitate to use the word sound font, but like the Nintendo 64 sound font.
Right.
And I think it's really cute. A lot of it's like remixes from the game, but yeah, no, it's a fucking adorable game.
They made a video game.
Yes.
It was a good video game.
Pretty much. Not every video game has to be 10 hours.
True.
Honestly, they could have sold this for like $2 a pop, and I don't think anyone would have complained.
Yeah, makes sense.
But it was free, so I'm definitely not complaining.
On a slightly random tangent, I find it very humorous that 64 at the end is just a thing that you can put on anything now. Like Doom 64 is a game on PlayStation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just find it fun. Like, no, like these are N64 games, but they don't necessarily have to be on Nintendo consoles. It's funny. Anyways.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think you talked to me about this game as you were playing, and you're just like, yeah, it's fun, it's cute. I think you were like, this is really funny. I think it was your initial impression, and then you played it. It's like, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah.
Okay. You ready for Zai 2?
Are you ready for Side 2?
Well, I mean, are you done finishing? Are you done talking about
Yeah,
Celeste?
I swapped the slide as you said that, so.
Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So it's really funny actually because I feel like MB, you and me have similar opinions about a lot of Falcom games,
No, we
especially
don't.
like the Girls game. Okay, fair. Kind of understand, kind of similar. Also, I did not scale these images correctly. I suck. Also anyway, I didn't take any screenshots when I was playing this game. So I think you would say like for you would rank like the games kind of like Nyota, Zwei 1, Gurumin, Zwei 2. I would rank them Zwei 2 at 1, Zwei 1, Nyota, Gurumin because I fucking love this game and I don't know why. Zwei 2 is a good game, just objectively. I think that it has a lot of the charm of Zwei 1 and all that, but it also has better gameplay polish in a lot of ways. I pulled up a message that I sent to you back in January when I was playing this game. I said, I think it's kind of funny how much Zwei 2 fixes my issues with almost every other Falcom action RPG. Insanely fun combo system, frustrating mechanics that get fixed by nearby upgrades, dynamic party switching and methods of attack, fantastic optional puzzles, plenty of variety, and I really love the art style. I don't know, I just adore it. The combo system in particular is a highlight, alternating between physical and magical attacks to extend juggles or prolong hit stun, never gets old. Spell, button, spell, jump button, it's so good, and wind is super fun, ice is super fun, light is super fun, fire does so much damage, basic is good for auto attack. The only underwhelming one is Earth. I noticed that enemies often counterattack trying to get close with Ragna, so I just chose not to, and started my approach with magic. The dynamic shifting of the two characters to create on-the-fly combos is great, and the charge attacks when things get hectic, it was a nice cherry on the top. I've had juggles when I accidentally sent the enemy up too high and I had to wait for it to fall down like Zwei 1. And then the magic is cool because things like light will change its area of effect if you jumping past it and allow you to stun lock annoying flying enemies. I had a point where I'm like, man, enemies are really starting to get tanky, and then you get the fire gear and wind magic, and suddenly, this makes sense. Or take the fire temple, which has some of the hardest enemies to that point, and you don't actually need to let them attack. You just do ice, button, ice, button, keeps them frozen until they die. And you have to consider things like damage over time, effective range, duration, elemental affinity. It's all really cool. Wind in particular is where the combat system begins to break wide open. You get so many options because it just launches everything. And that's kind of my impression with how it feels to play. This game, I spent a lot more time in this game than I thought I was. I beat the Zwei 2 Penguin. I did basically as much as I could in one playthrough. I think the only thing I missed is that I missed one person in talking to all the NPCs to get the full journal, which is actually preventing me from getting a 100% completion on Steam. I will replay this game. This game is worth replaying. I think all the vampire and Castlevania references are fun. I think the costumes and the pet system is good. I just really like this game. I think it's really good. I understand you maybe don't think it's as soul as Zwei 1, which fair. I think Zwei 1 is like this very hand-drawn aesthetic kind of like we made this in half a year kind of thing, and this is much more polished. But also, I like cell shading. I like 3D models. I like this art style. I think it's really cute and it looks really nice.
It's really funny because my experience with Side 2 has nothing to do with like, oh, this game is worse because this. It's basically the exact opposite of where you're like, you know, I really love this game and I don't know why. I just kind of found this one boring, and I don't know why. I think the art style is not something I would take an issue with. Though. I think it looks really, really cute.
Yeah, I think this is probably some of the best. Unironically, this is probably some of the best 3D modeling that Falcom's done.
Yeah, I know you haven't played recent modern games, but honestly, they're like modern like 3D like they're anime character tech for like their modern games is really fucking good. If there's anything they're doing right, it's the 3D modeling, like anime style 3D modeling.
Well, I mean, they're getting better at it, but like early Cold Steel's rough, man.
Yeah, but that's also like 13 years ago at this point. So
yeah, this game was older than that.
Oh no, I to be fair, I also had a few issues like with this game doing the Cold Steel thing of characters standing around using stock animations in front of like climactic moments, you know, like when they're just like about to do like a major boss battle and then they're just chatting and talking for a very long time. And that felt very Modern Falcom to me in a way. But
Yep.
yeah, otherwise, like this game's like short enough for that to not matter.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
I would agree with that. I'd agree with that. Like I really enjoy this game, so I enjoyed my time with it. All that jazz. Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was super charming. I thought that it kind of played to a lot of things. Like I like this. Like it's not the deepest thing in the world. It doesn't need to be. It's just fun. It has a lot of fun to it. I enjoyed running the super long dungeons. I think they're like 99 floors or whatever, or 50 floors or something like that.
You are insane.
Dude, it was really fun. I don't know what you're talking about. I had a blast. The Zwei Penguin though is that is a super boss I could talk about for a while. How do you feel about a enemy that has a command grab, and when they do it, you lose 75% of your health?
Awesome.
It's so dumb. I did it, but holy shit.
Yeah.
What a boss. What a boss.
Oh.
Julie says, just from seeing a little bit of Trails in the Sky, these games are immediately recognizable as Falcom somehow. Yeah, I agree with that.
It's funny because I feel like older Falcom games have a lot more like each of the games are a lot more distinct, whereas like modern Falcom games are very much, every game looks like a Falcom game with a different paint of coat, whether that's East or Trails.
So obviously a lot of old Falcom games were released on PC first, so they were released for a PC audience, but starting with Trails from Zero, because they had such a strong younger audience, like teenage audience for Trails in the Sky, they went, okay, for Trails from Zero and going forward, we will have a more, I guess, young focused anime art style. So that's why the art style changes. Yes, you did say Pain of Coat.
My fucking god.
This is thing. Yeah, basically, it made things look a little bit more homogenous with modern Falcom, starting with Zero probably. It didn't get quite so bad until they went full 3D for a lot of things, but I mean, I think modern East and modern Trails look fine. So.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that was Vi 2. I like this game. It's good. Play it. That's all I can say.
I will say I was sitting here like this is a lot more praise than I was expecting from you about this game.
It's good. I really enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
Probably my favorite.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Probably my favorite of these.
All right, and then we've got Metal Gear 2.
Yes, Metal Gear 2. Okay. So my initial impressions of Metal Gear 2 going in were like, oh god, yet the guards can look around. How the fuck am I gonna cope with this? Because like, you know, a lot of the strategy in Metal Gear 1 is like taking advantage of their line of sight. No, this game rocks. Unironically, this game is much more complex than the original game. Hideo Kojima did not intend to make Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. He only made it after he heard that there was a really, really bad NES sequel. And he's like, no, fuck this, we're gonna make my own sequel. And then he went extremely hard and made this masterpiece. This game is awesome. So for an MSX2 game, it adds a lot of new things that you just like, you're just kind of like shocked that they did it on a platform like this. The big thing is the solid-time radar. Basically, you can see guards on every screen, like in their exact positioning, in like a 3x3 radius. That's what the green squares in the top right is. You get to see where all the guards are and where they come from, and these guards all have line of sight. And then from there, you have a lot of you have to like think about how you want to navigate it. There's a lot of sneaking around. There's a lot of backtracking. The game is very maze-like, but it also has a really good story. It has a story about like scientists betraying people, and like, you know, it started Kojima's like real look into like warfare and like what it does to people. Because like Metal Gear 1, it was just kind of like there. Metal Gear 2, like these are actual characters with actual like motivations and personalities, and there's real tragedy that goes on, and people are greedy and selfish, and it will get more complex and crazy as the series goes on, but Metal Gear 2 kind of hits this like very nice like even point where there's a lot of just kind of from what I understand from most of the other like the actual Metal Gear Solid series, those games get like kind of crazy insane, which I played a little bit of Metal Gear Solid 1 and I can agree with that. This game doesn't have as much of the zaniness. It actually stays fairly grounded considering its subject matter. And it just is good. It's good. It strikes a nice balance. I really like this game. I was shocked how quickly you get into the game flow, because it is really, really different from Metal Gear 1. Just the like how you approach problems is so different, but in a good way. There's a lot of gimmicky stuff too, like you'll enter a room and it's full of guards, but only some of the guards are real and you have to figure out where they are, and if you get spotted then you get chased down. There's like they had crawling in this game where, well, I mean crawling is in the first game too, but crawling becomes much more important. There's all kinds of stuff. It's good. Key items in the series are really important because it lets you see like where lasers are and lets you fight bosses. This game actually let you fight the Metal Gear, which is really important. Metal Gear 1, you just kind of like turn off the computer or something. I don't exactly remember how the versions differ. It's like a computer in the NES version and something else in the first game. You like don't really fight it, but you fight the Metal Gear proper in this game, and it's really cool. So, yeah. It's a story about overcoming. It's a story about fighting past and fighting your past traumas of warfare, and finding people who you can get along with and endure despite the horrors and all that. So I'm really excited for Metal Gear Solid 1. Really excited. I know Metal Gear Solid 1 is base.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me? There
Yes.
we go.
Hello.
Sorry. I know Metal Gear Solid 1 is a kind of, in many ways, a soft remake of this game. A lot of the stuff that happens in Solid 1 will take level design inspiration from this game. This game's really, it just is really good. I like Metal Gear 1 is a game I'm like, yeah, I could, like, that was short enough, I could enjoy that. This is a game that I could imagine coming back to, like, in a couple of years, because I really, really enjoyed my time with it. Metal Gear 2, very good game. And if there's any reason why I think you should play the old games before you go into Solid, and B, it's probably this game. Metal Gear 1, it's fine. You should play it for the sake of the franchise. This game is just unironically really good, and I cannot recommend it enough.
I'm just reading the comments.
Yeah. Zenzawa Bruce is one of the greatest songs ever. True. Also, if we want to talk about music, the intro to this game, which I think should be playing right now,
It is playing. It's very good.
It's so good, dude. Holy fuck. Like, they went crazy with the intro in particular this game. I was like floored. But this game is very good.
Oh yeah.
That's Metal Gear 2. You should play this game specifically. Like you should play Metal Gear 1 as well.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I think it was sort of like kind of mentally cool. I keep going like, hey, I should play these games because I've had the Legacy Collection for a bit. But also half of the battle is setting up the PS3, which is a hassle. But yeah. Maybe this year. I don't know. I'm keeping. It's hard to plan around this year because there's at least like 2 or 3 like longer RPGs I do want to hit up this year.
Yeah.
One coming out in like a week, but you know.
So for context, I was really impressed with this game. So I'm currently going through the Tsukihime, and then Kagetsu Toya. But after I do that, and probably also Old Melty Blood, Metal Gear Solid's first on the list. So
seeing you go through, you're gonna talk about. No, did you finish Tsukihime remake this year, right?
Yeah, I finished in January.
So you'll be talking about it next year. But seeing you go through your first like proper visual novel and
then the fighting game, and I really.
It's really fascinating.
Dude, as an aside, I just finished the Melty Blood Type Lumina fighting game story mode yesterday. It's really funny. It's really stupid. It's a really good story mode though. I'll talk about it next year. But Melty Blood, very good. That's like my main game right now. So anyway, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. You should play this game. I'm really excited to play Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, I think that's all January at this point.
Yep, and you finished it just as the intro music stopped finishing. You said the Zanzibar Breeze remix, so we're gonna listen to this while we, I guess, go to the next slide, because next should be February, right?
Yep. Yes, February comes after January, MB, you are correct.
Thanks.
Okay, guys. So for context, for this slide, I started multiple games. I beat Persona 3 Reload in like 2.5 weeks. Like, I blazed through this game. I think, I'll talk about it more as we get into it, but I think my friend and I did the calculation. I played 120 hours of this game in like 2 weeks. This means that Persona 3 Reload took up like a fourth of my total existence during my time I was playing it, including sleep. Like, it rivaled how much time it was way more than how much time I spent to sleep. It's funny. Anyway, shall we begin?
And yeah, and in my case, I was playing Artanelico throughout January. I might have taken a break for Penny's Big Breakaway. That one was fun, but yeah, I think I'm starting because I've got more games this month. Sorry, Brian, the remixes are gonna get cut short, but it is very good. What are we starting with? Artanelico. I guess I finished this one first.
I think the way that I structured it was because you had more games than I did this year, this month, it's like I'm trying to like stagger them correctly. I just went left to right, so I apologize if this is incorrect order, but
no, I would have put them in my order when I added the screenshots.
Oh yeah. Good point. Yeah.
So this game is one that for me has been a long time coming. I remember this is the way I found out about the series is kind of crazy. Years ago, there was a top 5 video by, I think, YouTuber Rabbit Luigi. I think the top 5 topic was top 5 bad video games with good soundtracks, which honestly, now that I'm older, this is a dime a dozen, right? But here's the thing. In that video, he talked about Artanelico 3 specifically, because that's a game that I think a lot of people don't really like out of everything in the series. And he talked about how the soundtrack was like, basically, in this world they have a fictional language called Hymnos, and this language has a proper sort of it has its own script, it has its own syntax and grammar, and they get the singers to actually sing it for the soundtrack, which I think is you're hearing at the moment. I think it's kind of crazy, because that ties into the fact that in universe it's used as like an ancient language, and it's also used to like chant singing magic. The magic in the game is like summoned by singing, effectively.
Yeah, makes sense.
So there's like so many like this fictional language, this made up language, has such like a huge emphasis in this game's story and soundtrack, and I think that's really fucking cool because they also explicitly designed it to be singable. So a lot like it's got a lot of really nice vowel sounds, right, for singers to sing.
Right,
is my understanding at least, you know, and that's sort of like I don't know how you go about even making a language, but the fact that it seems to have come together so well is kind of like, and it's in like every single facet of the game, from the lore to the soundtrack to the story. It's just really fascinating to me, you know, and that's what kind of drew me to playing this game. And at first I didn't realize that this game series, like I was like listening to Artanelico's 3 soundtrack like years ago, and I didn't realize that the first 2 games people actually did like until much later on. So I've been wanting to play this one for a very long time, but the English copies of the game are kind of expensive.
They're expensive in the US too. I've seen several in person recently, and
yeah. Frankly, I can't even find a PAL copy of 1 online. I don't even know if it was released yet. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was, but yeah. I ended up eventually getting a Japanese copy and a Japanese PlayStation 2 to play it. And so that's how I played it. So I played it in Japanese just because it is cheaper. And
yeah, makes sense.
and also because I know there's some weird quirks with the localization for both. Actually, the first game, I think the localization, I think people don't like it, but it's probably fine. The second game, I know the localization introduces a game-breaking bug that wasn't present in the Japanese version of the game. So a lot of the time, you might, a lot of people recommend you play it with a fan retranslation patch.
Right.
My understanding, I haven't got to the second game yet, but my understanding about the second game is that that fan retranslation, it has its own issues, but it wins purely on the fact that it removes that bug from the game.
Right.
Which kind of stinks because I don't know. I feel like there's got to be a better solution, but is what it is. What's
Michael,
up?
I do need to tell you a very funny story about this game.
Go for it.
I was having a conversation in one of my fighting game discords, and we were talking about, I don't remember what we were talking about languages. I said I would like to learn a fictional language sometime, and then someone who is in the Discord, his name is Bishop, or their name is Bishop, went, oh, so you mean the language from Artanelico? And then we had a conversation. They also do music professionally. They played this game in Japanese as well, and they thought that the writing was mid.
Oh yeah, I'll get to that. So this is also a game I wish so let me actually talk about my experience with the game. This is a game I wish I could like more, just because of all those elements with the story and all that. I think it's really cool with the language and all that.
Right.
Here's how I describe it. This game has 3 acts, right? Act 1 is fantastic. Act 2 is good. And Act 3, I wish it was like, I don't know if I'd say it shouldn't be there. It just feels like it's kind of there, you know? You know? And here's the problem. Like, it has such a strong Act 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But Act 3 specifically is like, so from what Kani told me in chat, it's kind of like sequel bait-ish. I didn't really see the sequel-ish elements. Maybe I will when I get to Artanelico 2. But I felt like when I got to Act 3, that's when the pacing started to go a bit weird. Like, we were doing things, and it didn't feel like there was much, like, impetus to do stuff. I don't know. Act 3 is weird, man. It's not bad. It's just there. That's the best way I can describe it. And because of that, when I finished the game, I'm like, this is like the best 7 out of 10 I've played. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
gameplay-wise, it feels like baby's first JRPG. So it feels like a kid's game in the way it's designed as a video game, but the writing is so like otaku like centric that I couldn't quite grasp the audience this game was for. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I do really like this game. It's just something I wish I could like more. Basically, is the impression I got coming off of it. But from what I understand, I think Artanelico 2 might fill that void for me. We'll see. I'm hoping to get to... That's one of the RPGs I want to get to this year. I've been putting it... I was gonna, like, brain rot binge all of Artanelico in 1 year, but I just kind of... Like, after the Act 3 of Artanelico 1, I was like, Yeah, I can take a break. I want to play something else.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But yeah, that's Arts and Ellico. I really do like this game. I just, you know, I can't like say it's one of the best things I've ever played. Very glad I played it though.
Nice.
All right. What song did you send me for this one for Persona?
I sent you color the night, which is the night theme, the night.
All right, I'm gonna put on It's Going Down Now because it's the only one I've heard.
That is fair.
Sorry, I'm very particular about not hearing
music. You're fine. Okay, so before we get into it, I should probably mention that even as I was playing it, I think that I would rather play PS2, Persona 3 again. So for context, Persona 3 is, oh god, as of 2025, Persona 3 FES is probably my third or fourth favorite video game of all time. It's really special to me. It's really important. I think it's really artistically crafted and mastered in such a way where it is just freaking incredible. And it is kind of like what has become my top 3 Mega 10 games. That kind of like this holy pantheon of Persona 3, Nocturne, and one other game which we haven't talked about. That being said, for a game that has had a lot of either like kind of like this is fine or all right, like FMC in Portable, or just a lot of nothing, or just straight up disrespect, I think this is the best Persona 3 content we've gotten since the original came out in 2006, or I guess the journey is like kind of like rebalancing in FES in 2007. Definitely better than The Answer. By the way, I did not play The Answer DLC, and I will probably do it, but I still have trauma from playing the PS2 version.
I never finished the PS2 version, and I think it would be very funny if I just like streamed the last bit of The Answer, because I played like 30 hours of it. And just like don't restart the game, but like stream it.
That's fair.
For fun.
You're not missing.
I mean,
anything,
I know the main thing, but yeah.
Yeah, you're not missing anything. As like assuming that the place that you're in is like before the protagonist shadow fight, then you're fine. Okay, so Reload has a lot of flaws. I think its biggest flaws come in presentational. I think it the Answer DLC will lower your opinion of the game unironically. This somehow made it worse. That's hilarious. Also, hi Crow.
You said hi Crow twice.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is at least the original game. I'm not talking the DLC. Reload is a good version of Persona 3. It is a very current version that everyone can play. It will get most of the story across. I have issues with a lot of its cutscene direction. Its script is mostly taken from Persona 3 Portable, which means that a lot of the animations that you would see in the PS2 version, the biggest one I think people talk about is
The Awakening.
Not The Awakening. In the very beginning of the game, there's a line about who can become the leader in Tartarus, and Akihiko says, "Can you summon a persona like he can without a thought?" And he pulls out his evoker and points to his head in the PS2 version. In the PSP version, because that doesn't exist, they described the text, and this text description is retained in the Reload script, which is very weird. This game is the script is very weird because it is based on Persona 3 Portable, which means that it references mechanics that sometimes references mechanics that do not exist anymore, mainly fatigue. But also it makes a lot of changes to the script. Sometimes they just kind of feel like they changed it just for the sake of changing it. But all things considered, it is still a very good version of Persona 3. If someone told me that they played Reload, I would not fault them. It is a fine version. It is a very, I guess, like modern, sleek, clean version. I think the original game has more soul, personally. But it is also worth knowing that I was addicted to this game. I blitzed this game in like 2 weeks. I did not sleep. That is not entirely my fault. Other things are happening in my life that would require me to stay awake. But I think a lot of things that they added were like harmless at best or kind of cool sometimes. I like the monad passages. I like the new boss fights. I think the game's balancing is totally fucking whack. I think the game's balancing is good until you unlock like the limit break, the new limit break mechanic, the Ergy. Then the game's balance just like breaks in half. But before that, it's actually pretty good. I think adding new scenes with Strega is really funny. I think the new phone system is fun. There are things about the original that I miss. There are things that they add that I'm not the biggest fan of. There's a lot of directional issues, a lot of like artistic issues that I take with mainly the animated cutscenes and how they handle scene direction. But at the same time, it is still a very good version of Persona 3. Persona 3 is Persona 3. It's always going to be a good game, in my opinion, no matter which version you play. This is probably the second best version to play, in my opinion. And I don't dislike it. It is pretty good. I 100%ed it. When I say 100%ed, I did everything, even things that don't have achievements. I completed the Compendium. I found every Twilight fragment. I beat Elizabeth. I did all kinds of stuff. I beat the Reaper. I think this game is pretty good. Theurgies do ruin game balance. But also, like, the ending cutscene, like, I harp about directorial issues with this game. The ending scene is probably the best that scene has ever been. Not gonna lie, that brought me to tears. And I think that just having a version of Persona 3 that is not horrible that you can play is very important. I think this game is very important, and I think that this game has allowed a lot of people to play it for the first time and really enjoy it. I still think tactics are good, like old tactics in FES. I think those are still good. But I think that the game's updates overall are not too bad. Just Theurgies do once again break game outs. Yeah, I don't know. I think this game is fun. Probably worth waiting to go on sale if you're going to play it. It is still Persona 3. And all my future replays will be probably on PS2. But if the DLC goes on sale, I'll probably buy it maybe for like $10 and run through it and hate it. I do not like the answer. And I don't want to play the answer again, but I will probably truck through it at some point.
Yeah, I didn't end up getting around to this because I think I was playing other stuff at the time, and I haven't been in the mood for playing Persona 3 again. I feel like if I want to play this one, I have to I have to be in the mood for Persona 3.
Yeah. And I will say that this game maybe did make me want to go back and play the PS2 version. So I think a replay of the PS2 version will probably be happening in the next year or two.
Oh yeah.
Because I really do love Persona 3. It like, issues aside, I had a great time with this game, and I can't deny it. I had issues with it, which it's not a perfect remake, but it's also not a perfect game. That's the other thing. Like, I love Persona 3. It is a flawed as fuck video game, and that's okay. And this is a very flawed remake, but it's a very it is still a good remake. It is still a good game. And if someone told me that they played Persona 3 and this is the version that they played, I could not even fault them. I just couldn't. It's a good version of the game to play. And I think that's really what's important. So
perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Everyone buying the answer for $30. Wait a minute. I hate the answer? Yeah, I'm a serious answer hater. I've never liked that. The answer is probably what really got me started swearing at video games because that game is just fucking like slot machines. It's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna rant about the answer for a second. That game is like the boss fights in that game. All the boss fights in the game have like some kind of weakness, but they also have evasion skills to said weakness, and that's the only way you can do decent damage without grinding a shit ton. So you are just playing a slot machine the entire time and hoping the dice rolls in your favor enough. I fucking beat the answer at level 54 or something like that with a throne with Makara Karn and spam Makara Karn at the final boss because it kept one-shotting all my party members.
Amazing.
Anyway.
That rings a bell. It's been a long time since I've touched the answer. I never finished it, so...
Yeah, answer sucks, but...
Yes. Also, hi, Bank.
Anyway.
I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah, hi, Bank.
Yeah.
Relight it Forest Area and Island looks like... You know what? Okay, I will give this one... They turned a transphobic joke in the original into a joke about conspiracy theories, and I thought that was a very smart update.
Yeah. That... I did hear about that, and I'm like, yeah, okay. That's good.
Good call.
Good call.
Anyways.
All right.
Atlas, when they don't know how to design a hard boss, so they add RNG or stat walls. So true. So true. Or in the case of Demi Fiend in Digital Devil Saga. No, actually no. That game also uses that boss fight also uses RNG. Never mind.
Amazing.
Hey, are you asleep? All right, we're gonna do a 50% roll if you're gonna whether you're gonna avoid this one-hit kill shot or not.
All right. Penny's Big Breakaway. So this is an interesting game. So it's by the Sonic Mania devs. And I think, honestly, the main reason I got it, because the main reason I became aware of it was because I know Sean Bialo, who's one of the composers for the game. And obviously I'm a Sonic fan, so there was the appeal of that. But, like, I remember looking at it, and the main reason, like, there's one server that, like, a lot of composers just hang out in. And they were all talking about this game because it was, like, a really big thing for everyone when it came out. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll get it. Sonic, got a friend who worked on it. Hell yeah. You know, it is kind of jank, but as a, like, 3D sort of momentum-based platformer, I think it's really cool. And I kind of want to keep playing it and replaying it a bit at some point. It feels really good to play. It's just some collision sometimes fucks up and fucks your run occasionally. But basically, the game works where Penny, the main little Scrimblow protagonist, has like a yo-yo that you shoot out and you can kind of do tricks on it. So like you can swing, you can swing on it to get a bit of momentum. You can like attack enemies with it. You can grab onto like objects with it that have their own attributes. It's a really cool concept for a platformer. I like it a lot. The music's fucking insane. Honestly, a little overwhelming at times, I will say. It's kind of all in. T-Lobes did a fantastic job with the area themes. Sean, fucking insane. But yeah, I like this game. I feel like I've played enough I've played enough Sonic games to like understand that speed-based platformers can have jank in them just because that's what they're like. And learning to deal with that is part of like the experience. And I think it's because of that, like I know a lot of people did kind of bounce off it, go like, was it a bit more polished, or like I don't know. I haven't actually seen too much about the general reaction, but I do feel like this game could have made a bigger splash than it did. Didn't really think about it after like a month. I didn't have people talking about it to me after a month. But I do think a lot of people should play it. It's a very different type of like momentum-based speed-based platformer than Sonic. Despite it being the Sonic devs, right? I wouldn't call it a speed-based platformer. I'd call it momentum, because you can get a lot of speed, but there's no real like acceleration. You have to achieve that through like chaining together different tricks, effectively.
Right, okay.
Which makes speedrunning the game, and there are like time travels and like leaderboards, online leaderboards. Some of my friends actually got like the first spot for some of those, but it makes the skill ceiling for that very high, I'd say, which is I think a good thing. But it also means, I think, as someone like me who doesn't really replay games too frequently, I'm probably just gonna play through the game and get to the end of it. I think Sonic Mania Legacy also skewed it. Yeah, I do agree that. I feel like when I say like it's a different sort of like platformer to Sonic, I mean that in a good way, but I feel like a lot of people were thinking, oh god, this is gonna be like a good Sonic game, because it's an indie like Sonic like, which it's not really. It really isn't, you know?
Right.
And there's this joke that we have, I don't know, there was a joke that was going around where, I think the soundtrack was getting a bit of criticism as well. And a lot of people were going like, oh, it should have been more like Sonic Mania. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What does it mean? You've literally got the Sonic Mania composer on the fucking game, and he's doing something like he's doing something that suits the game. Like, what do you want? You just want Sonic Mania 2, you know? This is not Sonic Mania 2. Go elsewhere. Like, fuck off. You know? I don't know how serious those criticisms were. We just kept joking about it to Sean's face in one of the servers I'm in.
Hey, first you composed Sonic Mania. Do Sonic Mania again.
Yeah, no, I mean Sean wasn't on Sonic Mania, but yeah, it was funny. Being compared to Sonic feels like a curse somehow. Yeah, because yeah. I mean, Sonic games get compared to Sonic games as is, and that's annoying. Sonic Mania is fine. But yeah, no, I do really like this game. Got a lot of spunk. It's good.
Neat. Very neat. I think Sonic Mania is by.
Speaking of Scrimblow platformers. So we're in March now, and I think we both only played one game each.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah, okay, so I was playing something else, which I finished in April. But,
yeah, I mean, a large reason why I didn't fucking play shit in January was I was playing something else, which I'll get to later, and then I rage quit, and then I came back to it much later on. For those who know, you know what I'm talking about, but I'll get to that in a few months. I don't know who's first here. Is it you, Owen?
I think I am first. You can still hear me, right?
All right, I will get some Nayada music up then.
Cool. Hell yeah. Also, my mic went dead for a second, so I just want to make sure you can still hear me.
All right.
Assuming you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool. Nayata. MB spoke very highly of this game when he played it, and I will agree with one thing: the art in this game is gorgeous. The aesthetic of this game is just absolutely like insane. Both 3D model wise and in-game art. This is probably one of the prettiest Falcom games that you could play. I think the plot is also pretty fucking insane. Like fundamentally, like what actually is going on with the world building and stuff like that is fucking mental. With like, you know, the world is partially broken and destroyed.
Should we give a spoiler warning?
Probably?
Yeah, we've both played this game, so there will be spoilers, but if you want to avoid spoilers, just like, my recommendation is mute the stream until you see the slide change.
yeah. But, this game's cool. I don't think any of the characters in particular or anything like that are super compelling to me personally. I think it's very funny. I think the English voice cast is pretty good, and I think the localization was fine, and I like the gameplay a fair amount. I think my biggest issue with it is that I didn't find any of the cast super compelling, which is a bit of a downgrade because I liked my 1 and 2's cast quite a bit. And also, I find that the dungeon design is a little bit more constrained, I guess, compared to the other two, which makes sense because they have to do different like seasonal variants for all of them. There's a lot of content that's locked behind New Game Plus for very weird reasons, to me. But the plot itself is pretty good.
By the way, I tried starting New Game Plus and I couldn't find shit.
Interesting. Because I got all three. I got the 3 seasons you can get in one playthrough, but the 4th season obviously is New Game Plus only.
Was it? I thought you got it in the epilogue.
No, you get 2 seasons, and then you unlock the 3rd season in the epilogue.
Oh, yeah. It's been a bit.
Yeah. So, yeah. I think that the mechanics are fun. I think that I like that. I like having a system where you can level up normally by killing enemies, and also power EXP with food, like you can in Zwei 1 and 2 is very cool. I think the art's gorgeous. I think the story's pretty cool. I just don't think the cast is particularly compelling, and I think the dungeon design is a little bit less good compared to the other 2 games. I think the other 2 games' dungeon design is much more interesting. That being said, this game does have some good dungeons. It's just, a lot of them are just kind of like, you run through them, and you're done, and you get the the minor objectives, or you get all the crystals or whatever, and so you just kind of comb through it. So I probably didn't end up like, I think I've liked this game a lot more in retrospect. However, and I think the game is very pretty, like just objectively incredibly pretty. And I think that the HD cleanup that is in the modern versions is just exceptional. Fun game. And I'm glad that the Switch version stuff like that have like turbo mode, because I think that's very funny. But overall, it's just like, it was pretty good. Like, the overall experience is pretty good. I think the level design definitely could have been better compared to its I guess the big thing is that a lot of like stuff to live up to, because I think Xvi 1 and 2 are just incredibly good games. And I think that it did in many ways and didn't quite get there in other ways, and that's okay. I'm glad that I played it. I played it in order, so this game technically was released between Azure and Cold Steel 1, so I played it. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I do agree with the characters. I don't think any of the characters make a strong impression. It's more like I play this game for the gameplay. And like
Right.
again, as you mentioned, the story is kind of neat. You know.
It's kind of batshit insane.
Yeah, I will say it's kind of stupid. But I don't know if I'm gonna ask you, did you feel that like the epilogue was kind of not needed?
Yeah, well, I feel like more than anything, the epilogue just kind of like went too long.
Yeah, no, like it unlocks a whole new set of levels, and I think I complained about this when we did our voice chat last year, because I'm pretty sure I played it in 23. But I remember talking about it to you. I was like, if the epilogue was the epilogue is as long as you want to make it, really, because you don't even have to do all those levels; they're all optional.
Yeah.
But it unlocks like a whole set of levels that are another fucking game long, technically.
It unlocks a whole set of levels. It does a whole new set of characters, and it just like you did not need to put a credit scene, I guess. It feels like a lot of like the sequencing of this game is very weird.
Yeah, and I would like kind of amount that to Falcon pacing.
Yeah.
But it's weird because I feel like the game was like exceptionally paced until that point.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it's very fast paced before then. I think in many ways they felt like, I feel like they probably had way more level ideas than they had actual like story concepts to like. I think the best way to describe it is this game has very good story content, but that story execution is pretty middling. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The ideas are cool. Very cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was fun finding. It was fun finding Mishi everywhere.
Yeah. I will say it's interesting because I know that the soundtrack is very much like a lot of leftovers from different composers here and there. So like not all the music was really written for this game.
Right.
It's even funnier because one of the dungeons, one of the level themes in the epilogue is literally like an early version of Masquerade of whatever the song is called, from Trails of the Sky to Third. And it's like Falcon just had that file lying around and they slapped it in here. Like they didn't even I bet they didn't even realize it's a Sky Third track. Anyway, that's Nayata then, right?
Yeah.
My turn.
And now for the starring character in Namco Cross Capcom.
Yeah, Masquerade of Lies, that's what I was thinking of. Anyway, Klonoa, I was really on a platformer boom, I think. I think after I kind of fizzled out of a certain RPG I will mention later, I was like, I want to be playing something different. I want to take a break. So I decided to hit up a few shorter platformers that I wanted to do. So, I mean, part of that was Penny's Big Breakaway. I almost said Penny's Big Brigade? Where did that come from? Anyway, another one of this was Klonoa, and this is another game I got in Japanese for price reasons. This was cheap as shit in Japan, whereas it's fucking expensive if you want to get any English copy of this game. I played the original instead of the remaster, and that was fun. I kind of like, so I there's a video of me playing the remaster, the demo for the remaster specifically, and that was like I remember when I did that. I think I had a COVID jab. Oh, sorry. I guess get whatever. I'm not monetizing this anyway. And I was feeling really kind of like, okay, I don't want to like push myself, so let me play like a simple, cutesy little game. And then I recorded like myself playing through a bit, like the first few levels of the demo. I remember in the remaster, and I ended it early because I made a joke on that video going, oh, if I die, I'm going to end the video, and then I die like 3 seconds later. And then I was like, all right then, that wasn't planned, but I'm stopping here. So I didn't really play much of the demo, but it was a good time. I ended up comparing footage of the original PS1 version to the remaster, and at least for Klonoa 1 versus Klonoa 2, Klonoa 1 has more differences, I'd say. Because on PS1, it was 2D sprites on 3D backgrounds, whereas the remaster is based on the Wii remake, mostly, I think.
Right.
Which is 3D model on 3D background. Which, I mean, gameplay-wise, I don't see it making much of a difference. I just kind of prefer the vibe of the PS1 version, you know? So I was like, okay, I have a Japanese PS2 now. I should look out for games I can play in Japanese for cheap. So I got this, and yeah, so that's how I play Klonoa 1. I played through this entire game without it saving once. I did it all in one session, which means I have not done the post-game level. Because here's the fucked up part. You know how the
your save file?
No. You know how the PS2 has 2 memory card slots?
Yeah.
I have my PS1 memory card in slot 2. For some fucking reason,
I know
this game.
Yep, I know where this is going.
Yeah, for some fucking reason, this game does not recognize PS1 slots in slot 2.
Yeah, that's one of the first things I check whenever I play an RPG on my PS2.
It's so weird, and I mean, it didn't matter. I finished the game, and I reckon at this point, I do have the remaster. I'll probably play it in my own time, and that will count as like a replay. And then when I do the remaster, I will get to the post-game level, I think. But I remember like checking, and it's like, oh, there's no save. I do have a save on there now because I was fucking around with it after I finished the game. But yeah, this game does not recognize slot 1. And I know it is a game-specific thing. Sorry, slot 2. Because I know it's a game-specific thing because Persona 1 has no issues recognizing slot 2.
Yeah, it's game-specific. And also there are, just for context, there are PS2 games that also only check slot 1. I think Persona 3 is one of those.
Amazing.
So, it's not, it is a game-by-game basis. It is honestly safer just to, like, before you start a game, just put whatever console you're playing in slot 1 and just hope for the best.
Yep. But this game is really adorable and heart-wrenching and all of the above. I can see why so many people who played it as a kid fell in love with this fucking character. I'm excited to play Klonoa 2. It's a game I want to get to this year. Sooner rather than later, but unfortunately Void Stranger has kicked my ass too much, so it might have to wait till after Xenoblade X.
Oh yeah, Xenoblade X comes out in 10 days.
Yeah, that,
I gotta cram Monster Hunter in those 10 days, man. Look what I'm doing.
Good luck with that one. I had like a lot of plans after I finished Legend Heroes 3 this year. This is getting into this year, but I was like, let's hit up like a bunch of shorter indie games, and then Void Stranger took me 80 hours. So that's my bad. It might not take you 80 hours. I won't elaborate, but yes.
Okay.
For the people who are here in chat who were there for my Void Stranger streams, I got Owen a copy of Void Stranger. Thank you, Ebo. And I did tell him to stream it. If he does,
Yeah, so
I will let you all know.
I will. I'll stream it at some point.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Was that a sneeze? It sounded like
That was.
It sounded like you said wahoo, like Klonoa.
No, I sneezed off. I sneezed away from my mic, so that probably is what picked up.
Okay. But yes,
Yes, it is.
very fun platformer. I probably shouldn't have binged it all in one session, but at the same time, if I'd quit, I probably would have had a much worse experience just because I did not realize the game was not saving.
Crazy.
So, it's this weird thing where it's like, I wish I didn't binge it in one session, but if I hadn't, I would have probably bounced off it just because it did not fucking save. And I do not enjoy replaying stuff. It's very rare that I do.
Makes sense.
But that's what the remaster's for, right? Remasters and remakes are like my excuse to replay games.
Yeah, honestly, that is pretty legit. I did replay one game and I enjoyed that experience, but as a rare thing. That does not really happen.
Anyway, that's March, right?
That should be March. Yeah, April.
Hello.
Okay. I promise I will stop talking about Dragon Slayer. This is the 3rd year in a row I've talked about fucking Dragon Slayer. This will be the last one, I swear. The Dragon Slayer video is coming this year. I promise. It will happen. I put Dragon Slayer Saturn on here because I finally fucking finished that game.
Do you know who's starting this month?
What?
Do you know whose game's first?
I'm first. I'm just gonna go through Dragon Slayer real quick.
Okay, you sent me some music, yeah?
It's just the field theme. Da 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 da.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't think I need to re-elaborate what Dragon Slayer is because I've talked about it for 2 fucking years in a row. I talked about the Siren version 2 years ago.
Re-elaborate, please. We have some people who haven't been here.
Okay,
some new people.
So in case you don't know, Dragon Slayer is not the first Falcom game, not even close to being the first Falcom game, but it's the first of what I would call the Falcom lineage that we know today. Actually, Demon's Ring technically comes first. It's either this game or Demon's Ring, because Demon's Ring turns into Azteca, which turns into Ys. Dragon Slayer started everything that is now Trails. So this game is really important. For those who don't know the basic gameplay loop, basically Dragon Slayer is a level-based action RPG where you, for a given level, you start out with a very base amount of experience and whatever. You kill enemies, you get experience to increase your defense and learn new magic spells. You go around collecting these gems called Power Stones, and you take them back to your house, and this ups your strength. And then you're in this basically cycle of grinding resources for about an hour in the Siren version, until you're strong enough to take on the dragon of that level, kill it, get the 4 crowns, return it to the house, and move on to the next level. I would highly recommend anyone who's interested in this play the Siren version or the Game Boy version, or the board game. We'll talk about that later. Because it is... once you know the gameplay loop, it's just doing it over and over again. The PC-88 versions, which have not been re-released, and I'm praying to God that they don't, or else it makes a lot more work for me for this damn Dragon Slayer video that I want to make. The PC-88 versions, the original PC-88 version has 10 levels, I believe. The 1.1 release specifically has 10 levels. And then the 2.0 release has 20 levels. I do not want to play 20 levels of this game. The Siren version has 5 levels. The Game Boy version has 2 levels. Game Boy version takes about 3 times as long because it's way slower. But it is still a fun, it is at worst, a game that you can just kind of like, a mindless game that you play and grind to. Be careful because there are enemies that will steal your EXP and strength, so you need to make sure you're prepared for that. There's also a lot of like item stuff, like there's like strength rings to push blocks. Like the entire level is like, the game sets up like this maze, and the mazes get progressively harder, so like actually navigating the levels get harder over time. But there's a point where you just get so much experience that you just start breaking the walls of the maze, and the game becomes like a sandbox where you just find resources. Now, I got to level 5 in my playthrough in 2022. The reason why I did not finish that game is because I didn't know there was a secret mechanic. When you open a treasure chest in this game, which is, there's a lot of them, it is not random or set. It is on a cycle. Every 8 steps, I think, you are guaranteed to open a Power Stone. I could not kill the dragon on my first playthrough because I didn't have enough Power Stones because my strength wasn't high enough and there weren't enough resources in the map. The reason why I couldn't do this is because I didn't know this hidden mechanic of you walk 8 steps and then you open a treasure chest and there's a Power Stone there. So, with MB and Call, thank you MB for being there.
Right, I was there for this.
I grinded the rest of the game and finished fucking Saturn Dragon Slayer. And now I have enough footage to make this damn fucking video that I've been saying I'm going to make for 2 years. And I'm going to make it this year, I swear to God, and it will be done. That's the TLDR. This game is good?
Would you call it that?
The Saturn version is at least very polished. Like, if you want like a clean playing version of this game, the Saturn version is about as good as you're gonna get. It does feel good to play. It is just grind until you are strong enough to fight the dragon. And also be careful of what you choose to fight. It's not hard to figure out, and also I don't think it's a hard game in general, especially if you're using save states. But yeah, I think it's good. I think the game is good. Honestly, this is one of those games where like I can't tell if the game is good or if I have Stockholm Syndrome.
You have Stockholm Syndrome.
Probably. But if you're interested in playing the early Dragon Slayer, Game Boy or the Saturn versions are the way to go, I think. You're not losing a lot. And you get actual music, which is the important part. The PC8 version has one song in its re-releases, and it's just the da 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 song. I don't remember what that one's called. I will be putting it in the Dragon Slayer video though, because it's funny. There's an actual soundtrack here. It's only 3 songs, but there is an actual soundtrack. Spells are fun. You can fly and stuff like that. So.
Sweet. I forgot this is the image I fucking put.
You tell me, that's a she.
Yeah. Outer Wilds. I cannot talk about this game. You haven't played it.
No, I cannot. I have not played this game.
It is really fucking good. When people say they love this game, it's kind of a like. I'm glad I wasn't super exposed to the fan base because they can get annoying about telling people to play Outer Wilds. I am part of the problem.
Including you?
I am part of the problem. But it is very good. And this is specifically a thumbnail I use to like not spoil people.
Fair enough.
I used it as a joke. I can't remember why Fates came up. I don't remember. But anyway, this is a thumbnail for my 4th stream of the game. I will be talking more about Outer Wilds later, because I played the DLC later in the year. But my god, is this game really well put together. And yeah, I can't really talk about it. You need to play it for yourself to understand, you know?
Mm.
I love games that can't be talked about, yes. In this case, I will say that the main reason why it's so hard to talk about is like it's kind of a non-linear experience, and you know, everyone's like playthrough will be different, which means I can't really assume you're gonna know certain things as you play through it. You said you were kind of interested, but it wasn't like high on the priority for you, was it?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll play it eventually. It's just I have so many other things.
Yeah.
Fucking Crow in chat.
He's literally giving no. Thank you, Crow. That is exactly right. Yes, I 100% agree. This is a fucking fantastic game.
Crow's. I know Crow's not super big on this game, but
yeah,
he at least like respect. He at least understands how people like it.
I know people who bounced off of it, and look, I won't say it's for everyone, but you know, I do think someone like you would appreciate it a lot, Owen.
All right, fair enough.
Whether you think it's like groundbreaking or whatever, I don't really care. I think you would at least have a good. Yeah, you're in a good position to appreciate it very well.
I think I'll definitely like. I'm definitely up for trying it. I just have other priorities right now, so I think that's really what it comes down to: opportunity, cost more than anything. But yeah. I'm definitely not opposed.
Oh yeah. All right.
Maybe one day. Okay.
I don't know if I want to put music on for this one. Should I mute, or do you want to? We're not talking about this one.
I'm not gonna spoil anything. I think the you'll be fine. Put on the boss theme that I recommended. That song is good, and also this is the PSP soundtrack. So
right, I won't even be hearing this. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, you'll be Um, I won't spoil this game because MB wants to play it and is going through the classic Persona trilogy slowly. MB, I will definitely say, for all your pain and struggle that you've endured through Persona 1, it will be worth it. It will be worth it, I promise. Innocent Sin is an excellent game. I would consider it the closest thing the Persona series has come to, like, I guess, like, Final Fantasy storytelling in many ways, where it's like the pace of the game and like how you walk through it is like very much like a classic Final Fantasy game, a lot of ways. But it also is just really cool. It has a lot of very thematic, resonant elements. It has a lot of insane, batshit off the walls stuff. It has plot twists. It has things that they set up. It has all kinds, and basically like everything that you could possibly want in a JRPG. Just period. Innocent Sin probably has. It also has this very fun thing of being very, very, very anchored in the real world. So the more that you know about real world conspiracy theories, the better that you'll be at, because conspiracy theories are the plot. Conspiracy theories are the side quests. Conspiracy theories are everything that this game possibly is. And it's really good. It does it really well, and it offers a lot of social commentary on how humans process information. There is a point to it all. The game is also like quirky as fuck. It's really, really funny. The cast is really good. It plays off of Persona 1 really well. It plays off of its other side, Eternal Punishment, very well. I really like this game. There are a lot of moments where I was just kind of floored. The game has an excellent soundtrack. I think if we're playing the boss theme right now, generally I prefer the original soundtrack in the Persona 2 duology. But the boss theme in the remaster for Innocent Sin is excellent. I cannot recommend it enough. Voice acting is also
great.
Yeah, voice acting is also excellent for the PSP version, at least. They got Keith Silverstein as Tatsuya. They got some very excellent talent. They got some people doing some very funny German accents. It's a good time. It's a good time. Gameplay is also very good. It's much more simple than Persona 1. Less grids. Persona's swapping is more intuitive. But it also adds a lot of its own stuff. It adds fusion spells, which I think are the biggest thing. Fusion spells allow you to take multiple characters' turns and put them all together to do really big spells. Games and Demon Negotiation works way better than it does in Persona 1. In many ways, this game is just a refinement of everything that Persona 1 is, just better. And the presentation is excellent. This is Xenogears style presentation, 2D sprites on 3D backgrounds where you can rotate the camera. Dungeons are excellent in that regards. This is my favorite way to present PS1 games, so it looks really good. Now, I must acknowledge that the PSP version of Innocent Sin sucks ass. Specifically the difficulty, the game is easy. Like, I play games on normal mode as on principle. I turned this game to hard, and I still had a breezy time. This game is not hard on the PSP. On PSX, it's much more standardized. It's pretty fine. But this game is mega easy. It was a very brainless experience playing this game on PSP. But it was a good time. And I think that anyone who's willing to trudge through Persona 1 has some really good stuff coming for you if you've never played this game. So
I'll get back to it. So yeah,
it's
actually,
not my
go on.
It's not my favorite in the trilogy. We'll talk about that in a couple months. But it is a very good game, and I spent $170 on this video game, and it was worth it.
Oh god. Yeah, I should mention actually. I think early on I was playing Persona 1 and I still haven't finished it. So it's not actually going to pop up in this stream. I will get back to it, but that's why I think early year for me was a little barren, because I played a lot of games I didn't finish. Which is not normal for me. I did come back and finish one of them, but there were 2 RPGs I kind of was like, I'll do this later. You know. So yeah, now my time. Hello. I need to check if I can play the music from this, because visual novel music can be fucking.
For those who are wondering, this was the
yes,
quote
this
unquote
is an
steamy
18
anime.
plus game, so keep that in mind. I do not see soundtrack uploads, so I might want to be. I might play it safe, so we can have some like zero ranger music or something. Yeah, I
Mhm.
have to I the soundtrack for this is on Spotify, but I am going to just be safe about it because I never know. Because visual novels are not streamable games, you know.
Mhm.
So White Album 2. So my experience with this one's really interesting because I started so basically this is the first of so I've played introductory chapter. So there's two parts to this game. To simplify it, there is White Album 2 introductory chapter and White Album 2 closing chapter. Introductory chapter is like 20% of the entire fucking thing. Just so I have not played very much. Introductory chapter specifically got an anime adaptation in I think 2012, I want to say, or 2011, was it 13? I don't know. I watched the anime adaptation like in 2015, like years ago, right? And I loved it at the time. And at the time, I had no clue that it was only the first, like, 10% of the entire fucking story. Although I did realize it ended on, like, a cliffhanger. There was no sequel. Now that I'm older, I know there's a visual novel, and because the chronic visual novel reader I am, decided to read it. And I will say, there are things I think the anime does better than the visual novel. But it was surprising to go through this and go, hey, wait, you know, this is even, so I read it in Japanese, but this first part is so impeccably paced that I just like got sucked into it again. And it felt like my recollection of the anime probably isn't that great, but it felt like that anime was a fucking solid adaptation. So I don't know, if you're interested in getting pilled on White Album, check out the anime. It's good.
Okay.
But this is a visual novel that's kind of, I can't really talk about it all because I haven't finished it, like the second half. I figured it's worth putting on here because when I finish introductory chapter, I'm like, okay, I have finished a video game. Let's take a break. Closing chapter's really long, and there's a lot of like interspliced media that you gotta like, if you really want the full experience, you should check out. So there's like short like sound novels, short like, I think there's audio dramas as well in between the two that, you know, if you really wanna like experience everything, it's probably best you check them out. And at that point, I just kind of just fizzled out. I'm just like, I'll do this when I'm in the mood for it again. And I decided to hop on a few other visual novels
Right.
instead, which I didn't, I still can't talk about because I didn't finish Air till like last month. But yeah, no, I am excited to see where closing chapter goes because I've been left on this fucking cliffhanger for like 10 years at this point, dude. You know, and it's not even like a cliffhanger that it's like, oh, you have to reach the next part. It's just like, it ends on a really like sad note, but it still feels like concluding, you know?
Okay.
It's hard to describe. In any case, this visual novel is kind of emotionally destroying, and I love it. Music's great, everything.
Cool.
I also actually do want to talk about the background characters are really cute. Like, you can see in the bottom left image, they feel like properly designed, and they are very consistent in where they're placed.
Hey. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Very, very. I like this. I like this one a lot. I think it is heralded as one of like the best romance stories in visual novels. So, I don't know. I'm a sucker for that sort of stuff. Moving on.
Cool. I mean, visual novels, I'm still not sure if this is a rabbit hole I really want to go into. I'm enjoying Suki. I will continue to enjoy Suki, but
I will.
Well, I promised you I'd play Stella at the end. I did promise I'd play that. I did say I would play that.
Oh yeah, sorry to interrupt, but like of the visual novels I have played, I can pretty reasonably guess which ones I think, based on your personality, you will be able to stand.
Okay, makes sense. Also, Crow, are you still in chat? We got a conversation here. Dragon Slayer the board game. Yeah, no, we can talk about visual novels shit later. But I did promise I'd play till the end, and I'm gonna keep playing Suki. So
yeah, look, if you were just like, I don't want to play visual novels, that I would not bug you about it. But you played fucking Tsukihime, okay? You have no right to fucking say shit.
I did it for Melty Blood. I did it for the fighting game.
Yeah, no, but you played Tsukihime and fucking enjoyed it.
It was really good.
So...
It was really good. anyways. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it in years. But I did promise I'd play Suki, and I'm gonna play Suki, and I promised I'd play Stella at the end. So those two things I will commit to. Anyways, Pokemon time, and then board game.
Oh yeah.
To the person who asked Dragon Slayer board game, Julie asked board game. Yeah, it's coming. All right, Pokemon time though. Go for it.
All right, so I think I finished the first part of the DLC. I don't have any good fucking screenshots. I just had like character screenshots because that's what I was doing for the fucking thumbnails. You haven't done this DLC yet, have you?
I have not. I own the game. I own the DLC. It's something I should play. Actually, you know what? I have a spot in my one of my playing top 10 lists. I want to put the Pokemon Scarlet DLC right here.
Amazing.
Just so I know to actually play it.
Yeah, cool.
I have two empty spaces. I finished Dark Souls last night and Melty Blood. Technically, the story. So.
This one is very, very good, honestly. I was like really, really fucking mixed on Scarlet and Violet because it felt like a game they wanted to do more with, but was kind of held back by like corporate shit, Pokemon Company shit. Yeah. Like it felt like they were really trying. They're really trying to do something with the Pokemon franchise, which is good. But the technical things really kind of held it back. That's a quick digest of what I said about the game last year. The DLC, however, I think them being like shorter, more contained experiences helped it out a lot. Obviously, I actually don't think like there's not that much challenge in the DLC because levels are fucking funny. Well, I'll get back to that. At least, so the DLC is in two parts. There's, I forget, was it the Teal Mask and then the Indigo Disc? The Teal Mask was fine. I did finish this one before May, but I figured I'd just group them together. I think I decided to do them both together so it wasn't like a problem. So like, I didn't want to have to wait like 4 months between DLC expansions. The Teal Mask is cute. It introduces the characters on the top right and bottom left here. I'm blanking on the girl's name. I do remember the boy's name, Kieran.
Right. You asked me to draw him?
Yes. Kieran, my goat. I love these two, but more so Kieran. Kieran's fucking... I won't... He's cool. I won't say more, because you need to play these. But I genuinely think like the DLC they kind of cooked with it. The character writing, the story, the sort of like callbacks to some of the the whole thing about I should get to the second DLC, which is what really kind of sold me on it. The Indigo Disc is really fucking cool. I don't know how much you know about the premise of it, but you kind of go like abroad for both DLCs on like school trips. One is to the island of Kita. Is it Kitakami? Kita? I fucking forgot. And that's where you kind of have the like second pseudo legendary or legendary or whatever. And then the second DLC you go to another school, which is actually set in Unova. Which is, I don't know, I'm a Gen 5 I'm a sucker for Gen 5, right?
Okay.
Do you care about music spoilers?
Not really, no.
It has a few remixes, and I mean, you're listening to one of you're not listening, but Chad is listening to one of them now. I kind of jumped out of my seat. I was like, holy shit, this is Gen 5. What the fuck? It's probably the only Unova content we're gonna get for a very long time.
I hope.
I hope they don't touch it. No, they should remake it, but I kind of don't want them to like remake it in like. I'd rather they just port it with maybe modern Pokemon mechanics. I don't want them to like remake it in 3D.
Yeah.
But yes, the DLC is very interesting. The second DLC is very interesting because you've got. I mean, both are kind of like very small, contained, like mini open world areas, if that makes sense. They're not like a huge open world, but they're like smaller. And the second DLC is very interesting in that you get like a pseudo Elite Four challenge to go through, and each of those Elite Four challenge, I actually don't remember the first three have like any particular like gimmick to the fight, but they have like I think rules that you needed to like kind of get through. Like you had to meet certain requirements to be able to like fight them, and I don't remember all of them.
Like Battle Frontier shit, or like what? Like
no,
less
no. I think it's story-based requirements. So it's like catch a certain amount of Pokemon or something like that. I don't remember, but there was one fight where it's like, it'd be too easy if you could use your normal team. So you need to catch Pokemon from this area and fight me with them.
Okay.
And
also, that's not a bad way to do power scaling.
No, it really like I was talking about how most of the game was pretty easy. This second DLC has some fucking hard as bullshit. And in a Pokemon game, that's I know like it's such like a basic argument to say Pokemon needs difficulty, but like I think it's really cool when they do shit like that. I'm not gonna lie. The first three have certain challenges. Quick. Yeah. There's like mini games for the first three. But the fourth one, I mean, I'm numbering them. You can do that. I think you can do them in any order, mostly.
Okay.
But yeah, this it's cool. It's really cool how they do power balance in these games because it's hard. It's hard because especially if someone comes in with a team of level 100 Pokemon, you know. On the DLC, how do you power I can't speak. Power balance.
And also, I feel like it puts higher emphasis on catching stuff, which, I mean, aside from the Legends series, doesn't really happen super often.
I do feel like they're slowly putting more emphasis on catching stuff. I know Legends was Arceus and Zeta are going to be much more put much more emphasis on catching, but even in Scarlet and Violet, I felt like they placed a higher emphasis on actually catching. And I think that is the direction that Pokemon wants to move in moving forward, and I think that's good. Even if I don't necessarily agree with it, I think it's good that they seem to have like a direction they want to take the series in.
Right.
Because like when I say I don't agree with it, I always found like Pokemon has always had so much content in them that every person can find something different about them to enjoy, and that's always been what I like about it. And what I find the modern games are doing is they're trying to streamline the experience to say, hey, we have like a very specific point we want to get across, we have a vision, and we're going to focus a bit more on that, rather than putting like 500 different things for players to do to find their own thing to do, you know?
Right.
I think there's pros and cons to both versions, both approaches. This is my interpretation of how the series is going. I think there's pros and cons to both approaches. But if I want to go play a game where I can get lost in like a bunch of different like types of content, I'm just gonna replay fucking Black 2.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know, I need to do that. That's a game I want to replay. I want to replay Gen 5 at some point. But yeah, the DLC is very good. And it's not like, from what I've heard, Sword and Shield DLC was like, oh yeah, it's the best part of Sword and Shield, but it's also pretty skippable. This, I would say, is like some of the best Pokemon content we've had in a very long time, if we don't count Legends Arceus. You know, and I think you should play it, especially if you like Gen 5.
I mean, I'm gonna play it. I own it. I'm not gonna not play it. And
Yeah,
also, not only am I gonna play it, my girlfriend bought it for me, so I feel like I have to. So,
Hell yeah.
yeah. I mean, I was gonna play it anyways, so.
But yeah, this DLC makes me think I like Pokemon again.
Nice. Happy to hear about that.
This DLC makes the game worth it, and yeah, it's my favorite thing in the series, with PLA close second. Yeah, no, it's fucking great. Like, I don't know, like, Scarlet and Violet's base story was already, like, kind of crazy. I mean, when you get to the end, specifically.
It has a Megami Tensei ending.
Yeah, that makes sense. This game's, there's some really neat stuff they kind of build off of. Like, a lot of it's separate, but there's a few little things that they build off of from the base game. This picture in the game. But I don't know. Maybe you should buy it and find out, Crow.
Crow doesn't play on console. It's like his whole thing.
You should buy a Switch 2 and play it. It'll fix all the technical bugs with the game, right? Right?
Totally. At the very least, it won't make the game turn into blinding light if you keep it on for 3 weeks.
Oh my god.
Anyways, Crows in chat. Are we ready to talk about board games, or you want to?
Do you have music for this?
Just do the same Dragon Slayer song I sent you earlier.
Okay.
It's exactly. So,
do we want to get Crow on call for the fucking hell of it?
Hey, actually, hold on. Hey, Crow, do you want to be on call with this? Crow, do you want to talk? Well, no, Crow would say something really memey or ridiculous and then leave the call.
Probably. Don't get me banned. Don't.
Also, I don't think we all had a good time playing this game. But anyway, so I previously talked about what Dragon Slayer is. So this game asks the bold choice: what if the first ish Falcom RPG was a board game? And what if it was competitive? And honestly, it's not. I have a lot of issues with the end game. However, it is worth knowing that the way that the game is able to incorporate PvP and cooperative elements, as it is a multiplayer game, is really cool. We played a round of this game with it was MB, myself, yes, Crow, who's in chat, and then a friend of ours, Forte. We all played.
Actually, I'm gonna message him and see if he wants to come by.
This is the game where I kept asking the translators about Fortnite. Yes. The translators are in my chat. I stream this game. I will hopefully try and keep it on my Twitch, but if I can't keep it on my Twitch, I'll put it on my YouTube. I'll put it on a YouTube channel. I have the VOD for this. I really wanted to play this game because it is a English version of Dragon Slayer to play. It was translated by Geofront, which is the same people who translated Trails from Zero, Trails to Azure. They translated the East versus Trails and this East versus Trails stuff that's coming out this year.
I'm fucking pumped for. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm excited for that.
let's fucking East 7 this shit fighting game shit.
My Chester's gonna go insane. And they also they're translating Dinosaur and Legend Heroes 3. So. Excellent pedigree here. This is just something they decided to sit down and translate the rule books for, and then they also modified the rules a little bit to make them easier, which we played. I think that the game has some really cool organic discovery, where it's you're trying to figure out what the goals are and identify who has the strongest position. But you also all know that you need to get strong at some point, or else this game is going to go on forever. So it's you have to block this. You have to watch this very thin balance of how are we gonna who's gonna explore, how are we gonna do the treasure chests, who's gonna send the monsters to where, are we strong enough to fight these monsters, are we going to die? There's a lot of dying in this game. There's a lot of dying. Crow died so many times. And it was a good time. I was impressed because as someone who's played the video games, the Dragon Slayer video games, I was impressed just how similar the mechanics were. Honestly, I'd like to see a multiplayer version of Dragon Slayer be produced by Falcom officially. I think that'd be really cool, especially if they still have all the Saturn assets. Doing a multiplayer version of Dragon Slayer would be really interesting because it'd be like a race to see who can get enough materials to kill the dragon. Now, granted, you have to like change how the game works a little bit because there's only finite resources per map, but still, there is a method here. There's a method to the madness. I think that'd be really cool because I think adding multiplayer to the game really it turns the game from a grind session, which is not everyone's cup of tea, into something that is much more engaging and dynamic. And that I think is the best thing that it does for it. I do legitimately think this is one of the best ways to play the game. If you have 3 friends, tabletop simulator, and it's like 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours is right. This game dragged on way longer than we thought it would. Do you remember who won?
I think we were so tired by the end of it. I think Forte won?
I don't remember. I'm just thinking like...
Or wait, did Crow come in at the end and steal? I don't remember. Something happened.
We have a VOD. We can check.
Yeah, I can. Oh, let me check right now.
Yeah, this was fun for me to play, but I do know it. Like for me, I think it was kind of earlier in the day, thankfully, but I believe it ran really late for the Americans.
I was done at like 10. The East, like Crow was done by like 1. It was.
I won. I don't remember.
I don't remember. Okay, in my defense, most of them were intentional. Yeah. Crow committed suicide so many times. I killed myself in MB to make him win.
Oh yeah, I remember. We just wanted the game to end because I think Forte had to leave.
Yeah.
So we were like rushing, and I think we skipped a few things, and then I won. I'm like, you know what? We might have broken the rules, but fuck it, we're done.
Yeah. Sorry for keeping you guys up so late, but.
Hey, it was like 2 p.m. for me. I'm chill.
Yeah, I got the footage I needed for the game. It was worth it. I ate pho along the way. We started just throwing around pieces on the tabletop simulator board. We threw the box into the void, and we replaced the standees with the Dragon Slayer one just because we were so bored. Australian derogatory. He did what? Stuff like that. Scribbling all over the board.
It was fun. It was a fun time. I'd do it again, but also I need to be like mentally prepared for like a fucking 6-hour game.
Yeah. I was expecting it to take about half the time that it actually took. I did not expect, like, I think honestly, like the game should last about 3 hours. It's just the end game drags so long.
End game, and I reckon part of it is also when you're playing tabletop simulator and not an actual board game, it takes a bit, you know.
Yeah, that is true. But like honestly, when we were exploring the dungeon and like getting stuff and resources and all that, it was fun. Like actually like expanding the map. But then once all the map pieces were, we're just like, okay, who's gonna go through the dragon fire now? Who's gonna roll? Fuck it. Yeah. It is worth noting that the rules in the original is much more harsh. Like you lose like, a lot of experience and a lot of health and all that jazz. Not fun. Thank you to Geofront for rebalancing the game. It is still a little too punishing at the end, but you know what? We got through it. We did it. I got the footage I needed. Dragon Slayer video coming this year. Promise.
Oh yeah. All right.
Do you have any other thoughts? Did you have any thoughts on the board game?
No, I think you kind of led the charge with this one, and I agree.
Your experience playing your I guess not your first experience because you played East 1 and 2, but like your first experience playing real old Falcom.
Yeah, I think it's very funny that this was Forte's first Falcom game.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I find it also funny that there is a Xanadu game. Believe it or not, there's a Xanadu board game, and I found pictures of it online. But it is rarer than the Dragon Slayer board game. So I think we're safe for a little bit because this game also had to be found first by Shanji of Geofront, and then they also had to translate it. They had to scan and translate it, so.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Good game.
What's next month?
Let me see. Oh, okay. Kuro and Pikmin.
All right. Is it Pikmin first? Please be Pikmin first.
It is Pikmin first.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yes. So
let me get the music up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready to talk about Pikmin?
I'm ready to talk about Pikmin.
Go.
Okay, so Pikmin. So I have this really good, like, one of my best friends in the world. He went to high school with me. I'm still in regular contact with him. We talk about like 4 things together. We talk about D&D, we talk about Pikmin, we talk about Pokemon, and we talk about Monster Hunter. These are like the things that my friend and I are into, and we do this together. Pikmin is like his shit. He adores Pikmin. He plays Pikmin like almost every year. He will love Pikmin 4. He did like speed running, and not he doesn't do speed running, but he did like sequence breaking in Pikmin 4, for example, and stuff like that. So he adores Pikmin, and he's always wanted me to play the Pikmin series because I've watched playthroughs of it, and I think that the series is really cool. So I bought the Pikmin 1 and 2 collection on Switch, and I streamed it for him. Actually, I streamed about half of it for him, and then we were together for a week playing D&D, and in our off time, I played Pikmin, and he watched me play Pikmin, and it was a fun time. And I also played Pikmin 2, about 3/4 of the way through that game. I need to finish that game. I might finish it this month, actually. And Pikmin's just really good. The Switch version has cleans up a lot of okay, so I don't know any of the previous versions. I like the Switch version. I think it looks nice. I was able to beat the game first try, get with 100% completion. It was a good time. Game is very punishing, as always. I don't like. It's a real-time strategy game, right? And you have to manage resources, and you spend a lot of time like grinding and getting your forces up, and then flowering them, dealing with enemies, dealing with wallywogs, things like that. But I think that the Switch conversion is pretty good. The added gyro aiming for specifically when you're throwing is like a good way to handle it, I think, where it's like you have the gyro, but only in certain scenarios, so you're not like flipping the cursor all over the place at all times. I didn't really have any trouble with this game. I did have one moment where I lost like 50 Pikmin in like one battle. That was annoying, but everyone has those stories, right? It did not like, honestly, after swearing at the screen playing Pikmin 2, like yelling, "What the fuck are they thinking?" Pikmin 1 is a very relaxing and chill game, and I really enjoyed playing it. So, good game.
I love the dichotomy of it being like Pikmin 1 being relaxing and Pikmin 2 being like
Pikmin 2
stressful.
Pikmin 2, despite having no time limit, is one of the most stressful games I've ever played.
I should play them. I've only played 3. I think I played a bit of 2, but I've never really gotten far in it. I did buy 1 somewhat recently on Wii, but I have
100%ed in Pikmin 2 every area except the last one that you get in the post game.
Amazing.
So I gotta go through that.
But yeah, I'm glad this was a replay for you, right?
No, I've never played this game before.
Wow, that's kind of shocking to me. I'm not gonna lie.
I just never really had the situation to play Pikmin. I had a friend who was really into Pikmin, obviously, but I never had the Wii games and never had GameCube games. So I watched Chugga Let's Plays of it, and so I knew generally what the goals were and what you're supposed to be doing. It's been years, so I didn't have it like fresh in my memory. So there was still a fair amount of discovery going on.
Yeah.
But all things considered, it was like, yeah, this is a good game.
Yeah, I'll get to it at some point.
Pikmin 2 is so awesome. People lament the loss of a time limit, but imagine playing that game blind on a timer. Fuck off. Fuck off. That game is miserable.
That's so funny. All right, are you done?
Yeah, it's a good game.
Do I have to?
Chrono time. Slop. It's time for slop.
Do I have to?
Yeah.
Let me get my fucking music on. Where's my Trails playlist? There it is. Alright, scroll to the bottom. Alright, Pikmin music, stop please. Thank you. The Legend of Heroes Kuro no Kiseki, or better known as now Trails Through Daybreak in English. This game took me a while. Okay. For those who don't know my fucking complex relationship with the Trails series,
both of our complex relationships with the Trails series.
Well, you just fucking hate Trails. I
also
hate Trails, but
I like 3 Trails games. Okay, actually 4 technically. I think Culture's pretty good.
Anyway, this game is like something. Yo, is that an arpeggio? Sorry, that's a. Is it a Void Stranger joke? The composer of Void Stranger, one of the devs, came by one of my streams, and he was just asking, how would you explain an arpeggio to someone who doesn't know music?
Playing every note on rising up on a scale in rapid succession.
Rising up on a chord, I'd say, but yes.
Yeah.
But yes. Anyway, it's not. I will get to that. I'll get to the image with the music in it. It's very funny though. For those who can read music, you know why it's funny. But yes, it's yeah, this game is not running the best Cold Steel game. It still doesn't yet. So, Trails to Daybreak. I'm just gonna call it Daybreak because I don't want to have to swap to Japanese every fucking time I say it. This game, it's good. I will say that to begin with, because depending on who I talk to, I will either hate on it or I will gas it up. And here's the thing. If this game was not a Trails game and when I say that, I don't mean branding. I mean, if it didn't have the typical like Trails like pacing, side quest content, the way it handles like its content, like traditionally in the series, if it didn't have any of that, I think it would be a lot better off. And here's the thing. Playing this game after Cold Steel feeling like such a wash of slop and nothing happening, it feels like they really wanted to do something here, right? And for what it's worth, they do something here, but it suffers so much from standard Falcom structure that I got pissed off that I was a fan of this series. You know? If this was, and here's when I say, this is why part of why I say, if this is your first Trails game, I am going to gas it up. You should start with this one. You don't, because there's some shit you're not going to understand, but like, if this is your first Trails game, I will be very positive about it. If this is your 11th Trails game, as it is the 11th in the series, I'm going to be a lot more negative about it, because it suffers. It suffers a lot.
12 if you count Naruto, by the way.
Yes. But, so basically, this is the start of the 4th major arc in the series. And it's set in a new country that we've known about for a very long time, and it's pleasant as fuck to explore this new country. Not really like this country that has been kind of talked about for, 10 years at this point. And I really like the cast. They're very good, but I do have issues with them. And I think Calvard is a really, really, really cool place. What is not cool is how they decide to structure the world building of Calvard. And I think ever since Sky FC, they haven't quite gotten it right. Or they didn't Zero's fine because it's not like... Zero's fine because it's not a huge country.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Zero is structured in the same way that something like Trails of Cold Steel is. Cold Steel 1, and you know this. But it doesn't feel as disjointed because it is like a city-state and you aren't really going that far. So you can kind of go there by foot and everything feels connected, right?
Yep.
There's so much context that people who haven't played Trails are missing when I'm describing this. But my biggest pet peeve with this game is how it structures its chapters. And the best way I put it is it feels like character of the week sort of style. So every chapter is centered around one character's like story, and that structure can work fine if it's done well, but the problem with this is it feels like every chapter there is a conclusion to a character's arc, and that's not entirely true. There is definitely stuff that is left open for things to develop on later on, but what it ends up feeling like is I'm playing through an anthology of different character stories that kind of have like a little neat bow tied on the end of each chapter that makes the entire experience feel a bit episodic, and not in a good way, because these characters stick around and for the entire story, and they're just there without really developing, right? Throughout the story. They develop in their one chapter, and then maybe they have a line or two that indicates that they develop later on in the story, but it doesn't carry the same weight as if they were developing and, like, you know, growing as people throughout the story, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I kind of, like, by the time I got to chapter 2, and let me say this, I started this game in January, right? And it took me till June to finish. This is because when I got to chapter 2, I decided to fucking rage quit because I realized what the structure of this game was going to be. And I wasn't wrong. Now that I finished it, I came back to it in June or something because the English version was coming out, and I was like, fuck, I need to finish this in Japanese before it comes out in English. I definitely think I'm glad I had the break because it took me a bit of time to, like, reevaluate how I felt about the game and approach it with a better mindset. But I think my issues with that episodic structure still are kind of there. Now, while I take issue with the episodic structure of the game, I do think the cast is fucking fantastic, specifically when it pertains to party dynamic. I think they all bounce off each other incredibly well, like, better than I think any other Trails cast has so far. I can't think of any other Trails cast that has this much synergy between them. Where Sky, sure, you can argue that they have synergy, but I think the reason why Sky characters are so beloved is because the writing is so, like, buoyant. And, like...
It's the Xseed localization.
Yeah, the Xseed localization is so buoyant. Whereas, while Zero... Like in that game, they all feel like different characters that kind of happen to be in the same place at the same time, right?
Yeah.
In Zero, it is a more traditional, like, you start with your party throughout the game and they are there the whole time, and I do think they gel well with each other, but it's not in the sense where their interactions feel supernatural, is how I'd put it, right?
Right.
Where it feels like there is still a level of, these are work colleagues, you know? Cold Steel character writing is a mess. I'm not going to go into it. This game, I think all the characters bounce. There's, like, maybe one character that feels like they don't get enough screen time just because they're introduced so late.
Okay, well, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world, I guess.
But,
like,
yeah.
That's like normal JRPG shit. That's not
yeah, which is funny because I've heard he's not even in fucking Kuroto at all. Like,
really funny.
He's mentioned, but he's just not. He's a main party member as well. He's just not in the second game.
Yeah.
Which is very funny. May told me that. But yeah, I think if there's anything to praise this game for, it is the character dynamic. Whenever the characters are not the focus of the story, they are really good characters. The moment you put them in the hot seat, I think they kind of fall apart because you're trying to give this, like, super melodramatic story across the span of a single chapter for each character specifically. And I think there is only one chapter where it works because it ties a bit more directly to the main plot that is established at the start of the game.
That's really funny because I actually feel very similarly about Cold Steel, just in general. Like, I think it's pretty similar in that regards.
That makes sense.
At least Cold Steel 1. Cold Steel 1! Let's make it clear. I've only played one Cold Steel game.
Well, you finished it this year, so you're not talking about it yet.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But
wait, no, you are talking about it. You put him in the fucking thumbnail.
Yeah. It's in October.
Cool. So yeah, we'll be getting more trails later. The soundtrack for this one is fucking great. There's some stinkers. There are some stinkers, but Shuntaro Koguchi is like a kind of fresh talent when this game came out. He's been at Falcon for 5 years at this point, I want to say. His first game was Reverie. And his music is, he's good. From my understanding, he grew up on Falcon music. He's a jazz pianist. And I think he can do like that Falcom style like better than a lot of the previous composers, just low-key. Not that the previous composers were bad or anything, but like, God, I eat up his shit. It's so good. You're listening to it, and the joke that I have in the top right here is that there is one song that he wrote, which is really fucking funny, and I'm gonna play it for you right now. Which the melody for this is, I'm gonna turn it up. This is just, I remember this. Oh God. This song is just hilarious. Because here it is. The entire melody is just the lick over and over again.
I heard a little bit of that from the stream, but
yeah. And he repeats it 8 times, and it's, he's a young guy. I can't imagine that's not intentional to some degree. You know, I lost my shit when I was streaming the game. It was really funny. It's still one of the best tracks in the game, I think. Very like, I don't know if lo-fi is the right term for this, but it's a very chill vibe. But I think the way I describe Trails soundtracks, I think each like region is very like identifiable by the sort of music that's written, and specifically the composers that wrote for those games, right? Because Falcom has like different composers in-house that change over the years. At the moment, they only have 2 in-house sound team members, which is really fascinating. But Trails in the Sky had people like Wataru Ishibashi, a bit of Takahide Murayama or Eiichiro Yanagi, a bit of, and then like Sky Third was mostly Ryo Takeshita. Why did the music stop? Oh, because I'm talking too much. Because Spotify does that if it hears I'm talking on Discord. Anyway, so I'd say Sky's like overall like sonic identity is kind of tied very strongly to that set of composers that was there. And I'd say Unisuga to some degree as well. Because it was kind of that's when he started to write, that's when he started at Falcom, basically. His first game was Xanadu Next, but you know, yeah. Crossbell had like Saki Momiyama and Masanori Osaki. I think Momiyama more so did a lot of the like Crossbell sound really well for me. Cold Steel's the one I feel like it kind of loses its sort of like sonic identity a bit, because it starts all sounding like Falcom music rather than like Cold Steel music.
Yeah, that's fair. I actually do agree with that a little bit.
That's sort of my take on Cold Steel music. I do like it. It's very good Falcom music, but when placed against other Falcom soundtracks of that period, like East 8 and I guess Tokyo Xanadu to some extent as well, it feels very homogenous with each other, and you know that's I like Cold Steel's music. It just this game feels like it brought back a bit of that. This is the Calvard sound, you know. I think it is largely because there is a new composer, and I think he kind of got to do what he wants to some degree. It still sounds like Falcom music, but I think at least in early game that really kind of elevated the game for me. You know, just having a lot of his music kind of populates the prologue in chapter 1, and that really helps. You know. But yeah,
yeah, that makes sense.
For all these reasons, I think this game is it's fine. Like it's not like egregiously bad, but I feel like there's a lot of like they want to do more with the series is the vibe I get from it. But I also think they're kind of overcompensating for a bit of the issue, like some of the issues that Cold Steel had. in the sense that, you know, you haven't seen this yet, but there's a joke that, like, nobody dies in Cold Steel, Owen.
Yeah.
There are no stakes in Cold Steel. Whereas in this game, it feels like there's too much death to the point that I can't take it seriously. You know?
At the very least for Cold Steel, like the only person, well, at least for Cold Steel 1, the only guy who really dies, like Azure literally said that he wasn't dead, so I don't feel too betrayed.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, you know, that one, yeah. Anyway.
That one's fine. That one's fine.
I don't... when I say that, I'm more referring to Cold Steel 3 and 4, not
Okay.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
1 and 2 are, like, fine in that regard, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not 2. Now think about it. You'll see. We'll joke about it when you get to it.
That is after Metal Gear Solid.
Yes. But, yeah, that's sort of where we're, sitting.
That's good.
Kuro, like the game. The gameplay's fun. I didn't touch on the gameplay. It's like balanced well for one chapter, and then you can S-craft spam for the rest of the game. That's like the standard Trails fare, but it's ridiculous how well you can S-craft spam in this game, to the point that it actually fucked me over in the final boss, where you cannot do that strategy for various reasons I won't get into, leading to Enel popping into my stream and going, wow, this is like miserable fucking Trails gameplay. What the fuck are you doing? I'm like, look, the game didn't encourage me to do fucking anything else. But then I watch him play East 10 and I'm like, oh, no, he's just bad at action games, I think. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. He fucking sucks at that game, dude.
Really funny.
I've heard his Sonic gameplay is not much better, from friends who've watched him play. Anyway, I could write a 5-paragraph persuasive essay on why I hate the combat, but TLDR, it's still better than Cold Steel. Oh yeah, no, the combat, I think I wish they did a bit more. So it's the hybrid like action and turn-based thing. I kind of wish they did a bit more action, like made the action gameplay a bit more than press one button and dodge, because it's very rudimentary basic. It is a turn-based game at heart, but you can use the action gameplay to like skip the turn-based thing basically, but it's not hard. It doesn't feel like action gameplay. It's very stiff. There's kind of no reason to play as like anyone other than Van. The range characters maybe do a very good job, because once you have range, the enemies just can't fucking hit you. So you can cheese through a lot of random encounters, but the random encounters, like, you don't end up doing that, because just spamming an S-craft at the start of every fight becomes like more viable and quicker to do. You know?
Yeah.
Because you can get accessories that like recover your S-craft gauge immediately after every fight, just because of how much damage you're doing.
Right.
Anyway, it's a game. It's a game.
It is a game of all time.
Yeah.
Arc Feather.
Feather? I don't actually know what you're talking about, dude. Sorry. But yeah, that's Kuroro Kiseki. I like it, but I also don't. So there you go. Oh, right. That's the name of the skill. I had it in kanji, so I didn't register it in English. Yeah, so one of the characters is an ability that is one of the fastest characters in the game. She has an ability that like raises, like, it's a craft that raises, I think, most of your stats, like strength and speed. And it's kind of stupid broken. It's AoE. You get it really early on. And yeah, she's meant to be like a fast attacker with like low damage but fast speed. But she's actually, like, if you fit her out to be arts based, she's just really fucking strong. It's stupid. Balance in this game's whack. It's only the first chapter that I felt was like good, but I feel that way for like most Trails games. Honestly, I played on Nightmare and it was not fucking hard at all, except the final boss because I fucked myself over. But
Good to know.
moving on.
Cool. Let's talk about good games now.
Ah,
A good game that Crow will also say is a great game, but also Hollow Knight.
yes.
I like
Are we talking Persona
like
2 first or Hollow Knight first?
Persona 2 is first.
Good, because I need a break. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to listen to this one.
Boss theme. Do the boss theme.
Is it the second one?
Boss theme. Yeah, it's the second one. The one that says boss theme. I put both park themes in because it's the same location, but the song changes between the two, and I think it's really, really like really powerful emotionally.
Cool.
However, it was one of the best moments when I actually played the game. So, yeah, just boss
okay,
theme.
there you go.
Okay.
Persona 2. Yeah. I'll let you take the
Eternal
stage.
Punch.
I'm gonna get some water.
Sure. Crow says Eternal Punishment was a 9 out of 10, 9 or a 10 out of 10 if the plot was as good as Innocent Sin. I think the plot, okay, I do agree Innocent Sin has better, like, cast dynamics in many ways. But I think the plot in Eternal Punishment is still very good. Very, very, very good. So, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. This game is really important to me now. So, this game is sequel, yes, but it's also the second half of Persona 2. It is the other side of the coin. It's the, Sin and Punishment go together. You got, you have children and adults. You have, embracing your dreams and growing up and letting that falter. You have, just different kinds of thematic resonances between the two games. And it creates an experience that is very powerful in its execution. The way that it handles, honestly, pretty mature topics that no Persona game really wants to try and tackle, really, is really important, I think. I think the existential dread of being in a dead-end job, being knowing that you have, the struggle that you endure from losing things and just having to keep moving forward, and things like that. Tatsuya in particular, despite him not being the playable main character, is incredible in this video game. He is one of my favorite characters in the Persona series after this, and that's for good reason. He's executed incredibly well. Beyond just that, I think the actual plot resolution is really fantastic. The main villain that's been throughout the three games is at his best easily. I think the New World Order is a fantastic like foil to the Order of the Holy Lance from Innocent Sin. There's a lot of stuff that obviously is meant to call back to Innocent Sin and meant to rhyme with it in many ways, and I think it does it very well. And I also think that just the cast is really good. Maybe the Innocent Sins cast is more dynamic on their own, but I think Baofu and Katsuya are both excellent characters that play off each other incredibly well. Ulala doesn't have as much stuff going on with her as maybe someone like Lisa does in Innocent Sin, but she still feels welcome and does not feel like an outlier in the party remotely. The extra character that you get before you get Tatsuya is excellent and determines a lot of the content that you play in the game. Also, the difficulty is really hard. The game is pretty difficult. Difficult by Persona standards. Requires use of all your resources and doing fusion mutations and managing your skills, and you're going to be spamming a lot of fusion spells in this game because that's how you deal with enemies. That's how you do enemy crowd control. But also, I just feel like this game it's very long. It's about an 8-hour game on a single playthrough. But every time you play it, I never feel like my time was wasted. And I played this game twice because there's two routes to the game. There's a route depending on which party member you choose to take with you in the middle third of the game. And I played them both back to back. And I fell in love with both of them. I did not mind replaying this game. I wish I could spend more time in this game because I loved this cast. Post game is also like the post game, like the final post game dungeons is excellent as well. Side quests, like a lot of the gameplay systems that saw the stuff that I talked about in Innocent Sin kind of applies here, though. It adds a twist that like Innocent Sin is like 100% like real world conspiracies. Eternal Punishment is like 10% real world conspiracies and 90% conspiracies that only exist in the universe meta of Persona, and it makes sense because of how the story plays out. Um, I think that the soundtrack's just incredible. I was talking about this with Crow. This is probably like a top 3 PlayStation 1 RPG. Like unironically, this is probably one of my favorite games of all time now. It is purely excellent. Crow says the plot is good, it's just messier, and the big reveal doesn't hit as hard and it comes too late. Still the best Persona game by a lot. It's almost like having a cast of adults that lets them explore more involved life problems than high school teenage drama. And the early game is really well designed, but it tapers off once you get your 5th character. That's true. Yeah, the early game is like excellent. I think I see why they went for a 4 character cast after Eternal Punishment for going forward, because the game feels very much balanced around a 4 character cast. But I do not mind having 5 party members. I love all of these party members. They're so good, and I just think that they all execute each other very well. And I played the English PS1 version on my PS3, and the localization is really funny, man. Like the localization strikes this nice balance of being like this kind of, it has this like early 2000s corny charm to it, where it's like, it's like, right here. I forgot about it. The San Francisco really big guys are playing today. Damn, I've never missed one before. And it censors swearing, and it says hello, and then in parentheses it adds like a little notation in Chinese and stuff like that. There's a lot of like little notation notes in the translation and stuff like that. It feels almost kind of like, it feels like almost sloppy in some ways. But anytime that a really important line or conversation is happening, it feels like the translators brought their A game and ended up in an excellent translation. And it kind of ends up this like this localization that just feels like it has a lot of soul to it, where it's like it takes itself seriously when it needs to, but when it doesn't, it can be a little bit sloppier, and that's okay. Like 5 members. This guy must love FF4. I actually do think that's one of the better parts of FF4. Ironically, though, I like the 5 party members in FF4. But yeah, I don't know. I just think this game is excellent. I think that for a game that has so much content and 2 routes, and each like a route split that takes up a third of the game, and each third is worth it, and it concludes all of the ideas in the original Persona trilogy in a neat little bow, and it's excellent, and it asks questions of itself, and it deals with real life shit, and it's just consistently excellent. And I think about this game constantly. I think about the game soundtrack constantly. I think about the emotions that I am put into when I listen to the Alba Park theme, for example, or just any of the motifs that play throughout this game. It's like the soundtrack is excellent. And the final the final boss is excellent, and the secret boss, the secret boss that you get if you beat both routes and then import your save into the extra dungeon, the extra game. That's it. That shit's fun. The extra game, Crow. I think specifically you should find a way to play the extra game, because you would really enjoy that. It's a dungeon. It's like a big dungeon on a time limit, and then you fight a super boss. It's super cool. I grinded for that, and I barely got an S rank. I was like 10 minutes out from not getting an S rank. It was close. Yeah, really awesome. Good game. Really enjoyed it. Cannot recommend it enough. This is like, you should play the Persona 2 duology. You should also play Persona 1, because that's really
yeah,
really,
I will
really
do
important.
it. I was told I don't really need Snow Queen for Persona 2, but I'll do Snow Queen.
You need it's really funny. You need Snow Queen to understand what the fuck is up with a certain party member in Innocent Sin. Snow Queen is not important for Eternal Punishment, but Seaback Route is very important to Eternal Punishment. Like,
makes sense.
Really important. And if you don't have that context, then like a third of the game doesn't work.
Cool. Good to know. I might have to refresh myself on it anyway, but like, I'll finish it. Yeah. All right. Is it fucking Hollow Knight time?
No, you don't need to play Persona 1. That game is hot ass. Well, he's in the Nvidia world. So he's about to fight Pandora. So he's done the Kandori shit. So Guido Sardinia. So he's in the Nvidia world. He just got to finish it. Yeah. It is time for you to talk about a different excellent game, Hollow Knight. Hey, Gotti!
This game's very funny. I don't remember when I fractured my arm, but I started it. Next day, I fractured my arm, and I was like, "Well, I'm putting it off for a bit longer. The world doesn't." So I've been putting off this game for fucking years, dude. I said I'd played in like 2017. I want to say, maybe a bit later than that. No, it was like 2021. I said I'd play it. Fucking no. I have this habit of if like there's a game that's like really popular. I will just put it off until I really feel ready to play it. Because I want to, like, play it because I want to play it and not because it feels like an obligation to play because everyone else has played it. You know what I mean?
No, I understand. Like, the only reason why I played this game because I was gifted to it for my birthday.
No, that's real.
I had friends who were obsessed with the game, and they're just like, Owen, when are you playing Hollow Knight? I was playing Demon Souls at the time. Like, let me finish Demon Souls first, then I will play Hollow Knight. This is 2020. And then so I'm like, all right, I'm done with Demon Souls. And the immediate question is, when's Hollow Knight? When's Hollow Knight? When's Hollow Knight?
Yeah, and you know, the fucked up thing is, you know what? So after I kept pushing off year after year, I'm gonna play it, I'm not in the mood just yet. The thing that pushed me over the edge was meeting fucking Christopher Larkin. I was like...
That is pretty
funny. It is very funny that I've met the composer without playing the game. I should fucking play it now. Oops. And then I played it. And then I fractured my arm. And then I couldn't play it for a bit. And then I continued. And then I finally finished it here.
Remind me again, is Christopher Larkin the composer that you're kind of on like somewhat friendly terms with and you like goof around with sometimes?
No.
Which one is that? There's one of those. I don't remember. Anyway, continue.
I mean, he's fairly easy to reach out to. He just doesn't... I think he's busy with things.
Okay.
So like sometimes like I remember messaging him because he came down to like Melbourne for like Games Week last year.
Right.
One of the events. Like I messaged him ahead of time asking if he was coming by, and he took a few weeks to respond. Anyway, doesn't really matter, but he does respond. He's a very nice guy. So I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna talk about this. But yeah, I was really impressed by this game. I will say I think it kind of stays longer than it needs to. Like, I think that's a common criticism of the game. It's a bit long for a Metroidvania.
I think it's like 5. I think it's like, it's not that too. It is too long, but it's a little. I think it's like 5 hours too long. Maybe not 10.
I'd
also,
say 10, but like that's only because I was just trying to clean up a lot, and I still didn't even 100% the game. But I feel like I should try to. Like, I don't know. I know there's still stuff I haven't done in this game, right? I just like I got to the end and I'm like, I think I should take a break. I think I've played enough of this game for now. I might come back to it. I might continue streaming it at some point.
Yeah, because yeah, there's a lot of post game content you can do. Look, there's a lot of like DLC content shit you can do.
Yeah. It's 25 hours long, which is so fucking rough. It took me, I think, 40 hours. So take that as you will. I think this game feels fucking amazing to control, but I think by the time I was reaching the end of the game, I started feeling like it should have been over a while ago. You know?
I got through the path of pain, and I'm just like, I can't fucking do this anymore. I can't.
Dude, Path of Pain is fucking easy. Play Celeste. I like the Path of Pain. That was fun. Someone introduced it and told me to check it out. But yeah, no. Very fun game. I like it.
Yes.
Glad I played it. Glad I kind of glad I put it off because I didn't want to. I I definitely feel like if I had played it when people were telling me to play it, I would have bounced off. It's one of those games that I needed to come to on my own terms. You know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because if I wasn't in the mood for it, that last stretch of the game, I think I would have really fucking hated. Because I just felt like it. Like you can tell this in my last few streams if you watch my VODs. It's like, by like the last 3 VODs, I'm starting to sound really tired when playing the game, and I definitely just wanted to finish it. So, yeah, I haven't done the Pantheons yet. I have heard about them. I don't actually know what the content. I heard it was a boss rush. But
Pantheons are a series of boss rushes, including exclusive bosses just to the Pantheons. So they will feature NPCs that you met throughout the game that suddenly have boss fights now.
Amazing.
Some of them are like, and you only need to finish like I think 4 of the Pantheons in order to like get like the conclusion to that arc. There is a hidden 5th Pantheon that has some of the most bullshit, absurd bosses in the game. I'm talking a Hollow Knight fight called the Pure Vessel that is infinitely harder, where parrying their attacks is an essential gameplay mechanic. I'm talking a version of the Radiance called the True Radiance that is way harder. There is Sly, who is like a little fly sword master who beats your shit in. It's yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I will try it one time.
Pure Vessel, like the Pure Vessel fight is infamous, just so you know.
Infinite?
Infamous.
Oh, infamous. Okay. I was gonna say, like, a boss fight that doesn't end, excuse me?
No. The Pure Vessel fight is infamous. Like, it's the Hollow Knight fight, except way harder.
Cool. But yeah, good game. I like this one.
Good game. Yeah, I think that was my impression too. Like, the issue with Hollow Knight was just like, it was towards the very end of like kind of like my I'm really bored, I need something to really spark passion in what I'm playing. And then I played Guilty Gear immediately after this. So in retrospect, I view Hollow Knight a lot better than I did at the time, but I definitely understand where you're coming from. Still a really good game though.
Sorry, the music was just finishing off, so I was gonna let it. Okay, song's over.
Yeah,
all right.
You're good.
Haha.
This will be fun.
Who's going first? Is it you again? I think it's you again.
Yeah, it's me. It's time for DGS.
Let me get the music up. I can. This is the second game, yeah.
Yeah, this is the second game. By the way, spoilers. We both played this game.
Yeah. Hold on. All right.
Okay.
What do I use the fun song at the end? Yeah, there are spoilers. This is your spoiler warning for Great Ace Attorney 2. So if you want to mute.
And this is also MB's time to talk about it because I didn't play it because we didn't talk about it really last year.
No, we didn't. Go for it. Take the stage.
Okay. The end of case 3 in The Great Attorney 2 Resolve is the moment where Cosma takes off his mask and cuts down the wax figure of his father. Along the lines, there is an unmasking of this wax figure known as the Professor, who is Cosma's father. This symbolizes the mask coming off of everything within these 2 games. It is a long play that I did not see coming. It is a long play that I could never have imagined would work as thematically resonant as it did, but the result is stupefying. The Greatest Attorney 2 is a game about expectations. It is a game that understands that you know what an Ace Attorney game is, that you know what DGS is. You've probably played the first game. It is also a game that assumes that you know what a Sherlock Holmes story is. And it works to slowly dismantle your expectations of the game until there's nothing left. Everything in the last 2 cases of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2 is meant to subvert everything that you knew about Sherlock Holmes, Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney itself. It is masterful in its execution. As a piece of fiction, the Great Ace Attorney 2, it has not emotionally moved me in such a way. Like, an Ace Attorney game hasn't moved me in this way probably since Investigations 2. This is my new favorite Ace Attorney game, I think. It just shocked me how well it handled the Sherlock Holmes property. Sherlock Holmes has been portrayed as an idiot throughout this entire game. Well, in the books, he's a genius, and at the first, they kind of like want you to understand the difference between Sherlock Holmes the man versus Sherlock Holmes the fictional character in the in-universe books. But the answer is that he's always been really smart. He is, as he is in the books, a deadbeat chemist enthusiast who happens to have an eye for deduction. And he does. And he purposely gets it fucking wrong throughout the entire duology just so that he can teach you the skills along with him. And you know this because you have one final deduction with the king of Germany, the king of Bohemia, one of the greatest scenes in the entire game. And then he takes off the mask, and then it gets to be himself fully. The game toys with the idea that Sherlock Holmes's acquaintance has to be a Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson dies in the first case in DGS 1. Instead, it is Dr. Mikotoba, a Japanese man from the Far East. It plays with the idea that that Sherlock Holmes's greatest villain, greatest nemesis, the Professor, has to be Moriarty, which has been portrayed in so much media, including Japanese media. Moriarty the Patriot's a very good anime. And it changes that too. It changes so much about the source material, yet it also remains consistent because one of the things that's trying to ask throughout this entire game is the mask question, which I brought up earlier. It's this idea of what is if what you see really what is actually going on, which I know is obvious for most mystery games, but I think this one handled it so symbolically and so strongly. Because at the end of the day, the dynamics being played here is not like any other Ace Attorney game. Cosma as a final boss prosecutor is possibly the least threatening prosecutor aside from Payne in the series. He's not, like, he's a good prosecutor. Like, he uses defense attorney tactics, but the dynamic is almost an inverse of Ace Attorney 1. In Ace Attorney 1, the final boss was Von Karma, and the dynamic was he was in control of everything. He had all the power. Cosma is almost giving up everything to you, and you run the show. And it's one case basically split over 2 cases, and it's just really, really fascinating to me. Crow would kill me if I didn't at least mention how good of a character Gregson is. He's amazing. I think so. Anyone who's read the Sherlock Holmes stories knows that Gregson and Lestrade are 2 of the detectives in the Sherlock Holmes stories, and both those characters, like Gregson is the character who you think is being played the most straight, and he kind of is, but he also has this like thing of like he's involved in this massive conspiracy. Whereas Inspector Lestrade from the books has just been turned into like this dumpster diver girl, but she comes back and becomes an inspector in the second game, which is crazy to me. This game has one of my favorite witnesses in the entire series, Enoch Drebber. He is hilarious. He's one of my favorite characters to read. He's awesome. This game has some of my favorite moments. This game is able to say this feels like a family, and I feel that. It is not often that I resonate with a group of characters this much. And by the time that the game is starting to reflect on itself and say, this is the family that I've come to love and I want to be with, I felt that. I really did. This game made me cry several times. I would also like to give a shout out to my girlfriend. She played this alongside me, and she was just as emotionally invested as I was. The music is incredible. Cosma's theme is remixed so wonderfully. It has one of the best songs, the 2 best songs in the series, which are Prelude to Pursuit, which is played in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th cases, and Partners, The Game is Afoot,
which we're listening to right now.
Which are yeah, we're listening to the arrangement of this, which is made for the Switch collection. Which is,
no, I haven't played. I'm playing from Spotify. I can pop that on if you want.
no, okay, yeah, no, it's fine. That one just has tap dancing in it, so it's.
Oh no,
really
it's great. I love that arrangement so much.
Yeah, no, it's such a good arrangement, dude. I also love that in Partners specifically, it's the duo, right? Where it's the violin and the tap dancing, and obviously Sherlock Holmes is very famous. Sherlock Holmes is very, very famous for playing the violin in the stories and in Greatest Attorney. So that's his side of the. And then there's the tap dancing for Makotaba, which is what he does during the dance of deduction.
Why did it exit?
It's a game.
That's weird. Okay.
This game is. Yeah, I voiced all the characters too. Like I could do Drebber's voice. I did Drebber's like. This was the experiment. I did Drebber in a very like robotic voice. It was very fun. Cosmo is fun to do. Sherlock Sholmes, like I like imitating the official voice actors as well. So doing Sholmes is like, indeed you are, Mr. Naruhodo, and stuff like that. It's very fun. This game is great. I did not expect an Ace Attorney game to come out that I loved more than Investigations 2, but this definitely did it. It's not perfect. I think that the second case drags a little bit. The one with Natsume, Sosuke Natsume. Not that Sosuke Natsume is a bad character, it's just that we already saw so much of him in the first game. And also the first case where you have Mikoto Sasato playing the lawyer, which we need more sequences like that. I think Sasato as a lawyer was just a lot of fun. It was really good, and you can definitely tell that this was meant to be one story, not two, like one game and not two. But I think they handled it really well, and I think the ending is fantastic, and it's just insane. This game is great. Cannot recommend enough. If you need to play and what's crazy is that The Greatest Attorney is a fantastic place to start the series. This is where my girlfriend started the series. If you want to play both these games first and then go to the rest of the series, it's a great place to start. It's just insane. Shakespeare screen time. Good lord. Also, like, the jury system is really fun, and then they take away the jury, and I think that was a really bold choice to make this like to when I talk about the mask takeoff, because that's when everything matters. That's when everything changes. That's when the jury's taken away from you. That's when Von Zieks is the prosecutor being taken away from you. Everything changes in that moment, and it's so thematically resonant. It's so good. Anyway. What do you think about this game?
I don't know if I can follow up on everything you just said. That was really well put. Holy shit.
I've been thinking about how I want to, like, I don't like whenever we do these things. I was kind of like ad lib it on the spot. I've been thinking about what I want to say about this game for like months, honestly.
Yeah, no.
I think I did an okay job.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've had a proper talk about this game since you finished it, because we were gonna save it for this.
Yeah.
But yeah, geez, I'm kind of glad you liked it so much, because I don't know if I thought about it in such, I guess, analytical way, but this is easily my favorite Ace Attorney game. It's resonated with me in such a way that none of the other Ace Attorney games. Like, here's the thing: I think it's really impressive that a newer game, and like, granted, it's not the newest, but a newer game in the series can really fucking.
This is the newest game in the franchise as of currently.
Did it come out after 6?
Yeah, it came out in 2017.
I thought it came out before.
DGS.
Okay.
No, DGS1 came out in 2015. Then Ace Attorney 6 came out 2016, and then DGS2 came out 2017.
Yeah, gotcha.
This is as of this video the newest game in the franchise.
I think it's fucking amazing that someone like me, I feel like once I decide on my favorite game, it's really hard to like top that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And especially in a series that I've been playing since I was a kid, having a new entry, you know, it's a sad reality, but like a lot of series, once they've hit their peak, find it very hard to top it. And I don't think a lot of series should even strive to top the previous games, right? I don't think that's something that's... If they've made something really fucking good, that's just a lot of pressure for the creative process, and I think it's not a good direction. And we've seen it. There have been games that have been cancelled recently because they felt too pressured to top, a previous success, right? Which is
Silk Song is still not out yet, probably because of that exact reason.
I wouldn't be surprised, But the Celeste devs recently cancelled a game, Earthblade, and there was a whole article about it, and it's a really fascinating read. It doesn't go into too much detail, but they eventually was like, look, we had to admit defeat at some point. It wasn't cancelled out of any like there were some disagreements, but it wasn't really cancelled because of that. It was just a lot of other things piling up,
Yeah.
Which is sad, but, I think it's really impressive that a game like this can top it. And I don't even think it was particularly trying to, but it has easily become my favorite, uncontested favorite in the series,
Mm-hmm.
It made me cry. You can see it on stream.
Yeah.
There's so much. It's so fucking good, dude.
It's so good. It's Joy is in chat. Joyce is in chat. They and me have talked about DGS as well. Between talking with Joyce and talking with my girlfriend about this game, it is something that has been in the back of my head. Only a couple games each year stay with me for a long time, and this is absolutely one of them. It no questions asked. It is that good. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I could I get in a time when Ace Attorney was kind of it's so weird because the 3DS era was almost an exact opposite, where Apollo Justice was kind of rushed and unfinished, so not everyone likes that game, even though Takumi worked on that. And then, but the DS games that the B team worked on, the investigations games, are very well loved. But then the 3DS switch, where it's the B team that was working on Ace Attorney 5 and 6, those I like 6 on release. I don't think it's a great Ace Attorney game. I think it's a good story, just not a good Ace Attorney game. And then 5 is kind of there. But then Takumi works on DGS again, and we're back on top. This is the best, some of the best writing he's ever done. And yeah, I don't know, it's crazy to me just because the year is 2025 right now. I have been into Ace Attorney since 2014. I've been in this hell for 10 years. I remember when the DGS 1 was announced that they were making it. I remember when that press release came out. The fact that I can remember that, and I've now kind of reached the end of this arc where it's I waited, I didn't play the fan translation because I wanted to wait for both halves to be out. And then I got the game come out, but then my girlfriend and I took it pretty slowly at our own pace. The fact that I'm now at the end here after this 10-year-long span of being obsessed with this damn series it feels very poignant to me. And it makes me excited for what comes next, because at this point, who knows what comes. I could see a DGS 3 that takes place in Japan. That'd be fun, but honestly, I don't need that. I just they localize investigations too. Some of my favorite games ever made, DGS 2, Ace Attorney 1, Ace Attorney 3, all this shit. You can play all these games now, which is fantastic. And I'm Capcom does need to release a new game or do something with the series other than just do re-releases. But honestly, Western fans should be happy, because we now have the entire franchise in front of us, and that has never happened before.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, but 5 is the best case on the mainline 3DS games, and it's the fucking whale case with no plot relevance whatsoever. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I that's so true.
5's
That's the one with Pearl, right?
Yes. It's fine. It's the DLC.
Yeah, it's the DLC,
Pearl's
the one with Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl's on that one.
My God.
Yeah, but yeah. If this is where the series ends, I don't think it is. I think someone has the game. The series has kind of seen a a resurgence in the last couple of years as people have been playing the games again and really experiencing them. I people, a lot of friends who would never touch these games with a 10-foot pole 10 years ago are suddenly playing these, and it's great. Man, I really cosplayed Goto when I was in sophomore year of high school. If this is where the series ends, it's a great place. This is like almost like the peak of it. It's a series that Crow and I actually like. Ace Attorney is a series that Crow and I actually agree which are the best games. It's like DGS 2, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Ace Attorney 1, Ace Attorney 3, and then it's like a debate of like, do I like DGS 1 more? He likes Ace Attorney Investigations 1 more. But if there's more games coming, then I'm excited to see what happens. Wasn't Ace Attorney 7 in the big Capcom League? It's probably not dead. No, I don't think it's dead. But if it is dead, this is not a bad place to finish it off. But I don't think it's dead. I think there will be more games. In some way. Anyway. I love this game. I think that's pretty obvious.
Okay.
Anyway, let's talk about spoilers again.
Spoilers the game.
Okay. No, you can't talk about this game.
Yeah, no, I can't, but I can kind of touch on it. So this is the DLC for Outer Wilds. I can't touch on it too much because spoilers. But what I will say is I had the advice to not play the DLC until I finish the main game. And I kind of agree. It did come out after, and it makes it complicated because in the archaeological edition that includes everything, you can kind of stumble upon the DLC very easily on accident. It's possible. I wouldn't say it's easy to do, but I've seen it happen. The good thing is, if you know it's a DLC, it's very easy to kind of back out of it. But if you do get to this game, I would recommend either not buying the DLC immediately, or, you know, waiting till, or just making sure you know what to avoid, right?
Right.
I think this DLC is a very different experience. Like, I wouldn't say very different experience, but it's a little less, I'd say, polished experience than the first game. There are a lot of things than the base game. There are a lot of things in the DLC I feel like mechanically could have been more I wouldn't say a lot. There's a few parts of the DLC I was playing through where I was like, this is like mechanically based, without getting too detailed, this is mechanically based on the base game, but I don't think it works in this very specific context of what I'm doing right now. But I think the DLC makes up for those, what I'm going to call flaws, by being very fucking good in a totally different way. And I actually think I like it more than the base game.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of crazy, because I won't get into it, but it's really, really neat. And I think this game does some crazy stuff, man. I told you to like the DLC, but I haven't played it out of spite. Have you played the base game, Crow?
He said he's played it, but he doesn't like reading, so he didn't like it very much.
Oh my fucking god. Well, there's no... Yeah, you'd probably like the DLC a bit more.
If you scroll up... Hold on, let me see what exactly he said. He said... I get why people like it. I just hate reading, and Outer Wilds fans are really pushy. That's why he wasn't a big fan of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I hated it. Fair enough. Yeah. Continue if you have anything else to say.
No, that's it. The music is fantastic as always. I didn't touch on the music, but for the previous game, but there's some really cool stuff that Andrew Prilo does, both like narratively with the music and like sound design wise. It's some crazy stuff. I have non-mean thoughts, but don't want to speak. Yeah, no, I understand that. Even if you like, I feel like even if you don't like this game, you understand why you can't spoil it for people. You know.
Mm-hmm. I do appreciate Crow being aware.
Anyway, Echoes of the Eye is good. Another code, right?
Another code,
Let me get up the music, and you can... Oh god, here we are.
So I won't obviously spoil too much about it.
Oh crap, I closed my tab.
Oh god.
I hope this doesn't blast anyone's ears out. Okay. Outer Worlds music off. Go.
So another code recollection is objectively, I think it's a good game. It's a good collection. How do I talk about it? Because obviously you're gonna play these at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think I don't know because so the game is two halves. I drastically like the first game better. I think it's more puzzle based, it's more mystery focused. The second one is much more of what you would consider a walking simulator. There's not a lot of puzzle solving in the second game until the very end, in which they cram a bunch of puzzles at you.
The first game's a DS game, right?
The first game is a DS game, yeah. So I'm in this very weird situation where I can absolutely recommend this series. I think it's very interesting. I just don't know which version I would recommend because I haven't played the original versions yet, and I can't comment on those. I know people who drastically prefer the DS version of at least the first game. The second game's a Wii game for context.
So I imagine the second game wasn't changed very much.
Probably not. A lot of the puzzles and stuff like that were changed in the first game. I know. But at the same time, I do appreciate the presentation. The voice acting's nice. The models look really good. The art, I think the art and aesthetic and what they were going for style-wise is actually quite good in this game. The remake even included. It's very pretty. It's got this very kind of hand sketchy style to it. The puzzles are good. There's some very cool puzzles. There's puzzles that you would like, Crow. Some music puzzles. Specifically one that I'm thinking of. A lot of hidden compartments and navigating rooms and stuff like that. Some of the puzzles are good. Some of the puzzles are very good. Some of them are pretty whatever. It's not a very difficult game. It's not hard to figure out. It's mostly a walking simulator with puzzle aspects rather than a dedicated puzzle game. But all things considered, I enjoyed it very much so. I just don't know which version I can recommend because I'm very intrigued at least to see what the first game DS version is. I don't think I have a bunch of I don't feel very compelled to play the original version of the second game. I thought the second game was fine. It was good. I just like the first game more. I like the atmosphere and the aesthetics more. And it definitely feels like this game specifically put most of its budget towards the second game's presentation, if that makes sense. Though the first game has some good presentation as well. It's pretty good. I don't the big thing is that it was a DS game and that identity is still very much there where it's it kind of really can't, even though they changed a lot of stuff about it, it can't really exist outside of its kind of gimmicky puzzle nature in some ways. So it ends up just being yeah, that was a very good game to play. And not being anything mind-blowing, I guess. It was just pretty good. And sometimes that's okay. I played it on vacation. I was visiting my girlfriend. So, not too bad. But I like the aesthetic. I think the game looks very nice. I think for a very low budget painterly style for 3D models, it looks gorgeous actually. And the environments are very, very well made and detailed and stuff like that. So, would recommend playing some version of this game. Don't know which version it would be. Do your own research, I guess. I'm interested in playing Trace Memory, which is what Another Code 1 was called in America. I might find a copy of that at some point and play it on the DS because there's some cool DS puzzles. But yeah, it's pretty cool. The big thing is that the first game in the DS. So the DS game, the first game has multiple endings. That was removed in the remake. The first game is basically entirely very retooled and restructured in such a way where it kind of flows naturally into the second game. The second game only had one ending and assumed the best ending of the first game. So it makes sense from a narrative perspective, but it definitely takes away some of the awareness of the challenge. Though I do enjoy hunting for the origami cranes. That was fun because you get to read a lot about lore and stuff like that.
That's interesting.
Okay.
I almost feel like I should play both the original then the remake.
Yeah, I might, yeah. I honestly I can't comment on the second game. I was less impressed with the second game. I thought it was good. I just thought the first game was much more up my alley. But yeah.
Cool. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Is this one on Spotify? I feel like it was. I see the first and third game. Where's the fucking second game? Is it not? Okay. Sorry, I was not prepared with my music.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is the second game not on Spotify? That's weird. Anyway, Professor Layton and Pandora's Box, or the Diabolical Box, I believe is what it's called in the US. I played the Aussie version of the game, so it's called Pandora's Box, yeah. I couldn't find some great images to display for this one, but these are some pictures I took while playing this. I played Curious Village a few years ago. So let me recap my experience with this franchise, because it's very tied to my experience with this game, I'd say. My mum played these games. I own all of them technically, but I never really played any of them till finished, right? So the ones I played as a kid were a bit of the first game, a bit of the third game, and a bit of the fifth game, right? I never played Diabolical Box, specifically because as a kid, the idea of the premise terrified me to death, which was you open this Pandora's box, which whoever opens it dies. You know?
I gotcha.
It was a bit dark for me as a, 8-year-old or something? Fucking, I don't know. So as an adult, obviously that doesn't scare me anymore. It's fiction. But I played, I played Curious Village, the first game, a few years ago, 21. It was before we started these wrap-ups, I believe. And I was like, yeah, I'll play this and actually properly go through the series this time. And then I forgot about it until Bank here in chat, Tantal Knight, thank you, played it and it was like, you should play it. And I'm like, well, I'm not streaming these games. They're on the DS. I can't. So fuck it. I'll start it on a whim. And it took me a bit because I wasn't actively playing it all the time. But yeah, I kind of just started it on a whim and finished it. And I'm glad I did. It was good. I overcame one of my childhood fears. Professor Layton and the Pandora's Box was a childhood fear for me. Amazing.
Hell yeah. Always feels good doing that.
But yeah, I kind of fuck with it. The story is really, really. I actually described it as pretty. It's nothing mind blowing, but I think it's like. Keep in mind, these are definitely directed towards a family, younger audience to some degree, right? It's got a lot of charm. This one has a lot of charm. It gets a bit darker at times, but I think the vibes of this game are incredible, you know? The puzzles I do take issue with compared to the first game. There's a lot of... I don't remember how to describe it. I found there's a lot of puzzle formats that they repeat a lot, is how I'd put it. And not very interesting puzzle formats. There's a lot of block sliding puzzles in this one. And it's... I don't know if I should be saying much after fucking playing Void Stranger, which is pretty much entirely Sokoban. But, I don't know. I got a bit tired of the puzzles in this one after a little while. They're very samey. And I think the story is why you would play this game. they're not very brain teasy. There's a lot of math-based puzzles as well, which I don't know. They're not as interesting as what I think the series has done in other games, is how I'd put it. So the actual gameplay side of things is not as engaging as, say, Curious Village, but I think in terms of direction, story, and all that, it does a lot better than the first game.
I will get to this game. So, I've wanted to get into Layton for like 10 years because it was like companion of Phoenix Wright, but I never really had the means to play the games. Joyce in chat lent me Curious Village. It is on my desk. I will play it. Maybe the next year. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, it depends how you engage with it. Personally speaking, I feel like these games aren't games you want to binge because they are puzzle games. Your brain will get tired after a bit.
Yeah.
So like the way I approached Pandora's Box was I would pop it open for like an hour every here and there. And it took me a little while, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Curious Village does have its share of block and math puzzle, but this game's a bit fucking insane with it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it felt like every fucking puzzle was a math puzzle. No, I'm exaggerating, but yeah. I did not feel compelled to do every puzzle in this game. I did still look for them, though.
Fair enough.
Alright. Is that the end of that month?
That's the end. And now we're gonna be talking about 4 games back to back to back for me. Because I have all September and October. So, well, you can chime in for a couple of these because you played Dragon Quest and To the Moon Beach episode, so it's not like you won't be. But I have things to talk about. So let's move to Dragon Quest.
Cool. Let me get the music up.
Cool. All right. So Dragon Quest 3. I played the original Switch version. I know that there's the HD 2D versions out. I think I'm just gonna wait until I finish the rest of the Dragon Quest series and then come back to it. The only game I don't own currently is Dragon Quest 5, which I might emulate, but I own Dragon Quest 4 on DS and Dragon Quest 6 on DS, and Dragon Quest 7 and 8 I have 3DS remakes, and Dragon Quest 11 I can get on Switch pretty easily, and Dragon Quest 9, actually I don't own that game either, but I can find that game. And then after that I can just go back and do the HD remakes because Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD aren't out yet. So I'm playing specifically the Switch version, which is based on the mobile version, which is based on the SNES version. So that's what we're looking at. I think this game is really impressive. I think that more than anything, it just has a lot of really interesting systems. For example, I think the personality system that changes how you do stat growth lets you add a lot of customizability to your party that I don't think a lot of games usually have. Being able to change, like, it's like, you know, Fire Emblem games have like base stat growths, right, on each of your units. It's like you get to change what your base stat growths are depending on what your personality is, and that's really cool. There's a lot of equipment stuff. I think that the adventure is just very fun. You get to go around searching for orbs, and you get to explore both the Dragon Quest 1 world and Dragon Quest 3 world. It has a really fun super boss where you fight the dragon, Shenlong, which you have like to defeat.
I don't think I did that.
I did do that. I grinded for it and I did it. I did everything in this game. It was a good time. Honestly, like, Dragon Quest is Dragon Quest, right? It's like a archetypical 2D top-down RPG, turn-based combat. I did feel a little bit more engaged playing with all the systems because there was a lot more options, a lot more viable options than Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2. Dragon Quest 1 obviously doesn't have a lot of options, and Dragon Quest 2 is Dragon Quest 2. And that's after the nerfing of all the enemies in the Switch version. Dragon Quest 3 is just a very well-made game. It's very impressive that a game like this could ever be made on an 8-bit platform. It really, like, and you can kind of, like, a lot of almost every RPG on consoles specifically owes its pedigree to Dragon Quest, but also specifically owes its pedigree to Dragon Quest 3 because this is where most of the stuff starts, and with good reason because it's very, very good. Very impressive. That's all I can say. Dragon Quest 3 is a very impressive game, especially for its time, and it holds up very well. I will play the HD 2D version because I like Team Asano. I like HD 2D, but I'm not super compelled to play it because I hold that HD 2D is better for new games rather than remakes, even though I did like the Live Alive remake. So I'm sure I'll get to it at some point, but I wanted to play this version, and also I already had it on Switch, so.
Cool.
And
yeah, I played the Switch version as well. I think it's my opinion. I don't remember if we talked about this one on the stream a few years ago, but I generally feel like I get why a lot of this is such an influential game. There's a lot of system mechanics that like this was really the first game to do it, but I also felt like I don't know. I felt like this one dragged a little bit for a Dragon Quest game.
It drags a little bit into the Dragon Quest 1 section of the game where you're exploring that overworld.
Yeah.
But I think generally it's pretty good.
Cool. Do you want to move on?
Yeah. Let's talk about Atelier. Possibly the funniest thing that happened was the fact that you've been talking about playing Gust games for a very long time and which Gust games you want to play. And then so we started Atelier before you.
Yeah.
This is very funny.
I ended up playing the other one first, Atanoka and Blue Reflection.
Yeah. Blue Reflection specifically you started before, but Atelier Marie. So just so you know, I played the Switch remake. If you buy the digital deluxe version of this, you can get both the remake and the original version, which is awesome. More remakes should do that.
I wish it wasn't the original digital deluxe exclusive, but otherwise it's cool.
Yeah, I have the updated version. The English seems fine. It's very like the art is not nearly as nice because obviously different budget and all that. But this is the first Atelier game for context. This is the very first one, and with that comes a lot of the old Atelier balancing. So this game, more than anything, is based on its calendar system. You have 5 years to do a variety of tasks, and if you can do these tasks, then it will determine what ending you get. The most basic task is make an alchemy item that is 6 stars or higher. And then you get really up into it. It's like make the Philosopher's Stone, make X, do this, get all your characters up to level 50, blah, 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 blah. I got the best ending. Well, okay, when I say I got the best ending, I got the ending that supersedes all other endings, which is, I guess you could say, the best ending. But the time management is really cool because every action you do takes up a day. Pick up an item takes a day. Crafting stuff, that will take several days. I definitely had a moment in year 4 as I was making the Philosopher's Stone, where I needed a certain amount of items. No, it wasn't Philosopher's Stone. I was trying to make the medicine for Shia, the secondary heroine. And to make this medicine, it's a very complex item. It's an 8-star item. And you have to I need to get grind all the materials for it and craft all the materials. But also I wanted to, if I fucked up, blah, 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 then I wouldn't be able to do certain other calendar events that I wanted to do. So I had to min-max how I manage my resources there. It was a lot of fun. Figuring that stuff out was a lot of fun. I don't know if the Atelier series is something I'm going to be enjoying as I go on, because I know the calendar system becomes less emphasized as the series progresses, but I did really enjoy the time management. There's a lot of honestly, not, I don't want to say hard because the game's pretty forgiving. I had an extra 6 months by the end of the game. But I definitely felt the pressure of even if you don't feel the time limit pressure, there's still the idea of you can only get certain events on certain days. Like for example, you need X character to be available, aka not sick, on this day of this year, and that's the only time this event will trigger. And the remake has an event list, so it doesn't tell you what the events are, but it tells you the conditions that you need to fulfill them. And if you don't have the condition yet, it'll just exclamation point, it'll question mark it out, so you can't spoil yourself on it. But you get to see a lot of really goofy shit. You get to see a lot of cool shit. You do a lot of favors for the townspeople. You do a lot of quests. You get a lot of money. It's a lot of really cool time management and resource management stuff. And I thought it was really impressive. I like this game. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed my time with it. I thought it was relaxing, but made me attentive to what was going on. The combat is not the deepest in the world. It is not even remotely deep. I was able to kind of crush everything pretty easily, but I did beat all the optional bosses. I did all that. It's not a very long game either, probably about 15, 20 hours. It's a game that you just kind of turn on and just enjoy. when I was getting into it, I'm like, okay, how the fuck do I play this game? And I realized that a walkthrough is basically useless because you can't walk your way through this game. You have to set a series of goals for yourself and make those goals by a certain time. So it's pretty cool. Getting all the stuff, managing seasons, time, travel time, because like getting to different locations takes different travel time. You can lose entire months just crafting things. So you go through things quite quickly. And it's genuinely awesome. Really like this game. A lot of really cool events. There's an affinity system with every character. There's different, like, and each of the party members has like their own story that you follow. Kiri is like a non-human. There's Christ, who's like your rival and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. There's some really fun stuff too. So yeah, would recommend if like, I don't know if other Atelier games are like my thing, but this game was pretty good. And Atelier Ellie, which is the sequel to this game, has a fan translation on PS2, so I will probably be playing that in the somewhat future.
Nice.
Anyway, this is the game that my girlfriend calls thighs because of Ryza. All right, and that's all I have to say on remake.
Yes, I'm trying to get the next music up. Alright. I'm just gonna... Which song did you choose for this one?
I chose... Hold on, let me see what I sent you. I sent you... To Realize, the lobby piano version.
That's from Quintessence.
That is from Quintessence. There's a lot of shit from Quintessence in this game, actually.
I was wondering about that because there's a lot where it's like I don't get the reference.
Yeah, no. And then I still remember everything. Yeah, almost everything in this game, like anything that's like new in this game, is like a reference to Quintessence. It's wild, actually. Like the girl, like she's from Quintessence.
Oh.
Like I think her name is Evelyn or something. Like she's from Quintessence.
Naira.
She's a character.
Lunaire.
Yeah. Yeah, liar. Yeah. Anyways, I'll let you get that set up, and you can choose any song that you like to.
Cool. No, I was just putting it on Spotify so I don't have to like manually loop it or whatever.
So you most recently finished this game first, I
finished
think.
this
So
4 days ago.
Yeah,
I want to say.
I want to hear what your raw thoughts are before I go into my thoughts about this game.
I never got the Neil winner.
Also,
okay.
Spoilers.
Oh yeah,
Spoilers
for this one. Spoilers for this one.
Yeah. I think specifically the only one that I'm afraid of is Joyce. Joyce, you're still in Finding Paradise. Please leave.
Yes. So we are going to be spoiling To the Moon, just the To the Moon series beach episode. This is your final warning to mute the stream because this is a what at this point 5-game series basically.
Yeah. If you count Bird Story, it's 5 games. Yeah.
Yeah. So recommend go play To the Moon. It's good. And don't stop at To the Moon like everyone does because the next game is even better.
Finding Paradise is still the best damn game in this entire franchise, and I not to say that any of his other games are close or like are bad. They're not bad, but I think Finding Paradise is just exceptional.
Yeah, no, I agree. So recently I've been able to like rewatch most of the series because one of my friends, Rita Kamishiro, has been streaming them. So that gave me a very good recap before I hopped onto this. And boy, am I glad I fucking recapped it.
Yeah, this game really cares about specifically Imposter Factory.
Yeah, Imposter Factory, and I'd say a bit of like Minisode 2, which I actually did replay just because I was like, fuck, I should do that because Rita didn't stream them. But yes, this game's pretty fucking fantastic. I was really shocked, not so much at the main twist so much, because I could see it coming,
It's not really even a twist either,
yeah,
because they talk about it in the comic from Imposter Factory.
they talk about it in Imposter Factory. I didn't even read the comic. They mention that they mention it, you know.
Yeah.
But I was shocked at how well it handles the idea of, you know, grief and letting go. And, you know, this is gonna be really bad. If this is, you know, the idea of, you know, this is such a bad comparison, holy shit. You know how Xenoblade 3 has this idea of the endless now and not wanting to like let go and not moving on? This game handles the same idea in such a much better way.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, and if like, this is how you tackle, this is such a cool way of tackling the idea of grief and not letting go and putting that in the player's hands.
Yeah.
You know, despite it being a beach episode, it's more than that. It's not just a To the Moon beach series episode. It is a To the Moon beach episode.
It is, absolutely. That is most of its runtime, yes.
You know, but I feel like, you know, it's a bit of a just being cheeky about it, calling it just a beach episode. You know what I mean? But it like, even the title indicates it's kind of more than that. Honestly, I
think this game is very, very risky. I think that this, like, it is not very common that, like, you can often say, like, oh, I see the authorship in a certain product or whatever. And obviously, games are made by more than just one person. In this case, this is made by a small team, right? But in all the other To the Moon episode and all the other To the Moon games, like, there is like an intention, a purpose, and you can kind of feel what they want to say about that game. This is a game where you play it and you're looking at the, like, Kongao and all of Freebird games, you're looking at the beating heart of what they're doing, and they're putting themselves basically on the line to be very vulnerable with you about this game, I think. Because there's a lot of things that, like, there's a lot of things both, like, in the context of when this game was released and what it actually contains. Like, for example, let's just say, let's get the spoiler out of the way, Neil is dead in this game. Like, Neil dies between Imposter Factory and this game, the beach episode. And that's weird when you consider that we've only really had 2 games with him. It almost feels like if you were to, like, do this in, like, what you would consider a proper pacing way, there would be, you do Imposter Factory, you would do, like, 1 more game, and then you would do this. But instead, it chooses to kind of, like, thrust it away from you off screen and make you deal with the consequences. Like, you kind of feel with Eva alongside everything that's going on. And I think that doing this in a very kind of, like, pretty, you know, like, ironically, this is probably the most game the To the Moon series has ever been. There is a lot of, like, actual video game here. There's a lot of replay value. There's a lot of, like, different, like, you know, different scenarios you can take of each of the events. You can play the mini games forever and get all the win screens like I did. Rob says that he's only using 10% of his power and Roxy is ice cream. It's really fun. And there's a lot of just little things like that, that, like, you could honestly, like, probably replay this game like 3 times, comfortably. I didn't, but it definitely could be. And but I think that it's almost like a admission from the team at Freebird saying, like, hey, we've been in this for like 10 years and we're ready to bring this to a close. Here is a last couple little hurrahs before we move on. And what will it move on to? We don't know. It might be Quintessence, because there's a lot of Quintessence in this game, another Freebird game. But it could also be any of the other properties or any of the other things they've been thinking about, because they've been working on the series for 10 years, and that's a lot of time to devote your life to. It's no doubtedly a series that changed the studio's lives forever, and they're incredibly thankful for it. But, like, it feels like they're ready to move on, and they're just giving us a little bit of a hurrah at the very end here, which I really appreciate. Because I think one thing that Kongao really doesn't like to do is he doesn't like to stay on one thing too often. Like, every game in the series is drastically different, and he doesn't just want to tell another To the Moon story. He wants to tell the stories that he wants to tell, and they're always going to be very off-kilter, very weird. Something's going to be weird and strange, and you're not going to quite know what you're going to get. And that's a good thing, I think. And this is also the game where you can see the developers in the game. Khan puts his family in. I'm sure there's other artists and writers and stuff on the team. And then this is Khan Gao's first performance as a vocalist. He's sung for To the Moon stuff before on his personal channel, but this is the first time he's put his own voice in a video game. And it just feels very personal.
There's another layer to this that I think I noticed in the credits. It seems like someone close to them, whether it's a team member or not, I think it was a team member, did pass away recently.
Yeah.
And in a way, it almost could be a response to that.
It's weird because the To the Moon as a game, the first game, was a response to Khan's grandfather passing away. Wondering what regret means. And there's a lot of like, there's this very kind of like, this entire series has this very strong sense of impermanence. Like, it's all very fleeting. It's very good, but it's very fleeting. It's not going to stay with you. You can always come back to the stories, obviously, but like, it's going to move on whether you like it or not. And like, it's funny because Khan has released things like, he's made like a comic maker for people to make fan fiction with of these characters and stuff like that. It's almost like he's almost like kind of giving the keys to the fan base, like, yeah, I'm ready to move on, but you guys don't need to. Here's everything that you could possibly need. And to be fair, Freebird has loved this series. They put so much effort into it. They did the board, I think it was a board game Kickstarter or something. The Kickstarter rewards in this game is insane. We like MB and I were talking. It is just a bunch of people outflowing with goodwill, with memes. Thoughts and messages to loved ones, engagement messages, will you marry me?
Xenogears references.
Xenogears reference. Thoughts about the future. The One Piece is real. We're trying to reach you about your car insurance. It's an outflowing of comedy and goodwill and love from the community, and it feels very resonant with, like, it's the best Kickstarter reward I've ever seen in a video game. Period.
It made me cry. It made both of us cry.
Yeah, it's more than just like crediting the people who supported your project. It's letting them contribute the feeling of goodwill, which I think is a very consistent thing through like this entire series. The One Piece is real. Yeah, I found a message in a bottle from a Kickstarter reward. Yeah, it's a really good game. This series is incredible. Khan Gao has said that this game and the next game, which is the last hour of an epic To the Moon RPG, are like two sides of the same coin, where one is what he considers the bad ending almost of the series, and one he considers the good ending. But we aren't going to know which one is which until we see the end of the next game, which will probably be the final game of this franchise. After that, it's probably done. They're probably going to move on to Quintessence or something like that.
I think. Yeah, I respect that. I think it's a good point to move on.
Yeah. I think it's very. I think my big thing that kind of shook me is that it's a very abrupt ending. I wasn't ready for it to end this fast. But maybe that's kind of what he wanted. He didn't want to like ease us into it. He wanted to shock us. In many ways, Imposter Factory is that, but also it doesn't give us a lot of Neil and Ava. It's entirely with Neil's parents. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot to take in here, a lot of things to think about, but I thought it was really interesting, and it does make me want it. It has convinced me to want to play Freebird's other games. I don't know if I can still get Quintessence. I think they might have delisted it. I'll look into it later. But yeah. I want to play their other games. I want to see what else they've made, because they're obviously a very talented studio.
I've had The Mirror Lied in my library for the longest time. I just never haven't downloaded and played it.
Yeah. It's a good series. It's a really good series. It's very special. I'm glad that you were able to play it, because I'm glad I'm able to talk about it.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I played it before we did this.
Yeah.
This is why I took a bit of a break from Voice Strange.
Yeah, it's really, really, really important. And it's really fun. That's the other thing, is like, this game is really fun. Okay. While you pull up the next month and just go straight into it, I'm going to pull up what I wrote to you and Crow.
What do you mean? I got nothing for this month, dude.
Exactly. I'm going to pull it up.
Yeah, so this was the period where I basically didn't really play many games, because I was busy with Zero Ranger, actually. Zero Ranger, followed by Falcom Cafe, followed by other like Zeno 2, basically. There was this whole stretch I was like doing a lot of music stuff, basically.
Cold Steel, Cold Steel, Cold Steel.
I will put on, unless you have a very specific song that you want, I can.
I have nothing in particular.
That's the Cold Steel soundtrack experience, honestly.
OMG Reen, the best character in Trails.
Yeah, hold on. I'm actually gonna say, I'm gonna tag a few people. Say Owen's talking.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, so I'm basically gonna be reading what I wrote to you and Crow when I finish this game. Have you sent my impressions to anyone else, like Bank?
Maybe Bank?
Okay. Because I think that the fact that I like this game, Cold Steel 1 specifically, is hilarious. I remember when I was getting into it, and you sent me a screenshot of like, oh fuck, he likes Cold Steel 1. Fuck. I think it was like NL was like, this is NL's like, this is the making of a Cold Steel 1 fan. This is so sad.
Yeah. And you've got, okay.
And then we can also we'll talk about once I'm done reading about it, but.
Shit, I sent the wrong link.
You're good. Because our opinions were almost identical besides SC up to that point. Yeah, it is, I think, why do I like this game? I think it's just, maybe a part of it was like, I was expecting it to be really dog shit. Because here's the thing. It just feels like Azure Part 2 in many ways. Also, hi Bell. It does feel like Trails to Azure Part 2 in many ways. Like I was expecting it to be less Azure and more bullshit, if that makes sense. And I'm sure it's gonna get there. But this just felt like a more consistent but less like high-reaching Azure. And I think I liked that game more. It's weird, like legitimately. And also a big thing is like, because it's the first game in an arc, I'm much more open-minded to seeing what it will have to offer. Because it's fresh eyes, right? Like I think my biggest issue with Zero was just that like, I felt like Estelle and Joshua took away too much from the Zero plot. But this game like basically has no returning characters except for Olivier and Muller and or Mueller and Blue Blanc and Lecter, and all of those are justified. Like that's what I would expect to be here. I mean, this isn't gonna like override Third or Zero or FC in terms of how much I love those three games in particular. Like those three games are still miles high above Trails of Cold Steel, but like whether I like this game more or less than Azure is like I think I do like it a little more than Azure just because it's more consistent and because it's less willing to shoot itself in the foot. Because I think the big thing that hurt with Azure more than anything was that it would achieve these incredible highs of like Dieter is one of the best villains in Trails, and you have like the trade conference and all these amazing, incredible things happening. And then the very next fucking thing is the worst thing the series has ever done, or at the time, right? Like you go from the trade conference, an incredible chapter, to the beach on Mishi Island, or you go from Dieter, one of the best villains in the series, period. I think honestly maybe the best villain, question mark. Well, Luve's up there too. And I like Weissman as well. And then it goes straight into the Skype call, right? So like I think the issue with Azure for me is that the lows hurt so much harder because it goes so high at points. Me going on my 20th Third. Hey, Third's the best game in the series. I am not debating that. Third is the best game in the series. But yeah, all right. Now to actually give my formal thoughts on Cold Steel, just so I can actually have them read. I like this game. Like, this is a game that was designed to dodge almost everything that irks me and only play with what I genuinely enjoy. Something that Azure and Second Chapter weren't able to do, which is why I place Cold Steel 1 above both of them, which is absurd and wild, and I know this, but I have too many fundamental hangups with both of those games, even if they have better individual moments. Also, better combat too for them, but yeah. Cold Steel 1 excels in two specific areas, cause and culture. I honestly admire the work that went into what was likely the original script for Cold Steel 1, because the way it interacts with Azure as a sequel is just something you don't get to see in fiction. Dramatic irony is the idea that the viewers or the player already knows what's going on, but the actors on display do not. And this is a game that exists to revel in that dramatic irony, and you can tell they were super proud of how they did it. With the exception of Guerrilla Fortress, ironically one of the worst sections of the entire franchise despite being the singer, the game has 100% success rate with how it deals with the events of Zero and Azure, and it's incredible. Zero and Azure feel disconnected in some ways because Azure and Cold Steel 1 feel much more tied together. Cold Steel 1 is the cause and Azure is the effect. In that regards, the game is also a building a perfect establishing chapter because it allows you to be key players in the story without anything actually happening. It gets around the sticky issue that FC had where it's like, are we sure these junior bracers are taking on giant divine robots? But the reality of the situation is that the main conflicts at play are surprisingly low level in the grand scheme of things and make total sense why the class would be involved. The effects of these low-level conflicts have massive repercussions, but the conflicts themselves are small, kind of like a butterfly effect, cause and effect. On the other hand, even when the game is floundering a little bit, it's allowed to flourish in how well of a country they built Erebonia to be. Not trying to disparage liberal or especially Crossbell here, but they are pretty archetypical steampunk, monarchy, and modern state respectively. They're extremely well built, but the conceptual basis is pretty simple. While medieval fantasy is nothing new, I am impressed with how much effort they went into crafting Erebonia's landscape. Religion and superstition in particular take much more of an active role in the world building, which often gets sterilized out of other attempts at medieval fantasy. And the game, it takes a great amount of care to let you know this isn't just any European fantasy setting, this is specifically a German fantasy setting, likely leading to the complex politics of the German states in the 19th and early 20th century. Names, places, and legends give a significant amount of context clues into medieval Erebonia, and it's super solid. Politics in particular are a treat here. The political showboating and small works to save like political face is well done. And by the end of the game, we've entered into a full-on mecha arms race that is just fun. It's hype. The way that both the commoners, soldiers, and the ILF all curtail to the Imperial family is something I wasn't expecting, and the entire structure of the relationships to the Imperial line feel just as Japanese as they were early German. I think that was an intentional juxtaposition. Anytime I was actively learning about the unique values of Erebonia, or engaging with their politics at high and low and economic levels, I was genuinely enjoying myself. This is also one of the reasons why I love Nord so much, because it's coming right off of the real introduction of the nobility, and before the trip to Heimdall. It's very intentional comparisons of different way of life, and I love that about it. Now onto actual issues, I am certain this game went through several rewrites over the course of development. While the making of students feels ultimately justified, they're purposely trying to make it so they don't matter. The actual implementation of the school life is really, really bad, and definitely was shoved into the game to take advantage of Persona 4 coming out in 2008. An interesting caveat to this is that this is merely a foundational issue. The game in general lacks any kind of solid foundation to build its ideas on, leaving to a lot of monotony and busy work, and this is going to fuck up the rest of the series for sure. But the actual text and story surrounding this busy work is really good. I like seeing Patrick improve in a lot of the optional scenes. I like following Alan and Bridget's storyline. I thought Hugo and Becky were hilarious. I love those two. It's amazing. I like the recurring story of Annabelle running away from home. I think one of the most satisfying things was seeing a story develop over several months and then getting a side quest to continue that story. The inclusion of character profile shows that they really wanted you to interact with the students, the NPCs, more than ever, and they succeeded with flying colors. That being said, 90% of the bonding events are boring and add nothing to the plot. Bonding points have no source of agency attached to them and just exist to create artificial scarcity, and the calendar system matters so little, I question the need to include it in the first place. I'll grant that they're using it to make sure that the game has a sense of time so you can tell what's going on in Crossbell, but it is a bad foundation to die on since this will be used for the rest of this goddamn series. Last thing I'll read on this. In particular, while the final chapter ends very well, the need for a school festival and the school house trip where everyone can rant about the power of friendship and how much it all means to them and they're finally getting to the bottom of this is so fucking forced and incongruous with the plot that it makes me laugh so much. I am a pretty patient player when it comes to JRPGs, so a lot of the monotonous stuff doesn't bore me as long as there's something to enjoy, but that was so inexcusable and dumb that I was rolling my eyes the entire time. more than anything in regards to pacing, corny stuff, etc., I think Cold Steel 1 just suffers from overambition. It's clear they were trying to do too many things at once, too many changes were being made, and Falcom needs to release games every year or else they'll have an aneurysm. So making sure the planning was done, I'm sure wasn't their agenda. In the process, it tends to rely on tropes too much, and there is one major plot note that I think just exists to cover up plot holes and rewrites, which is Emma. I hate Emma. I despise Emma. But I thought most of the other cast was like harmless and probably could have been cut. I've talked to Crow about this, but Machias could have been cut, Elliot could have been cut, Emma could have been cut, and Laura, who I completely forgot was in the game until now. Also. I was looking for the fourth name, and I'm like, got it. That was it. At the very least, I remember Elliot because like he's kind of a friend to Reen. But yeah, it's honestly a really solid game. I like this game a lot. I think specifically the parts that I really loved were yeah, you're fine. I love everything that has to do with like tying it to Azure. I was crying when Olivier kind of like brought the end of his character arc, as he's like he has built his own airship and he's staffing it with people from Liberal and all the stuff that he's built over the last 6 games. It's so good. And Toval is a really cool character. I think that the twist that Toval is the protagonist of my favorite book series, Cornelia, in the series is hilarious because I've loved that series. I've loved it since the first time I read it. I think the Exceed localization is hilarious. I think it's incredibly well written. I think the combat is really bad. Delay is overpowered. Stats effects are really strong. Burst drive is stupid. And just the general difficulty is really easy. But yeah, like, also the ending is insane. Fucking Crow being C. I knew that C will be a playable character later. I know that Crow dies at some point and then comes back to life. But I didn't see that Crow was C. I didn't see that coming, and I thought that was actually executed very well. I was surprised by that.
I'm shocked you didn't see that coming. I saw that the moment they said his name was C. I'm like, oh, C, Crow, gotcha.
Well, I guess I didn't. I guess the thing, maybe this has to do with the fact that I know that there's later games in the series, because I know that Crow is a playable character in later games, and I know that C is a playable character in later games, but I didn't put it together that they would be the same person. Yeah. I thought those were... And that could change. That could change. There could be a completely different C, and I could see that happening as well.
This is why I insist that if someone gets the wrong idea from a spoiler, no one should clarify that they got the wrong idea, because that eliminates a possibility. Because it is really interesting to see what you're piecing together from the little bits and pieces of information that you have. I'm not going to say whether you're right or not, although you probably have an idea based on my reaction. Yeah. But it is very funny as an onlooker, and I am looking forward to you going through the series and suffering through at least 2 games.
Yeah. For context, so next games I'm playing are Tsukihime, then Kagetsu Toya, then Metal Gear Solid, and then Trails of Cold Steel 2. So, we'll get there eventually. But yeah. I guess the big thing is that I'm just shocked. I thought this game was good. I'm genuinely shocked. I thought I would dismiss this.
I did tell you, I think out of every Cold Steel game, this is the one you have the highest chance of liking.
I knew that people would say it would be, I knew people say like, oh yeah, it's fine. Even Crow said this game is like fine. And I do agree with it. Like, to be clear, what the game is built on and its systems are fundamentally flawed, and like, if it was any other video game, would fall apart in an instant. That being said, this particular execution was really, really well done. And I have no faith that they can keep it going because of how badly Azure burns me sometimes. But I was really impressed. Now, can I say it's a really good game when I don't like a fifth of it? Maybe. But the parts that are good are still very good, and it is still a more consistent video game than Azure was, even if I think Azure has better moments and better combat and better characters. They're about equal in my mind, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna see what Crow says. You liking this game shocked me because our opinions are almost identical. Me going on my 23rd Glaze Station. Kevin's depression is the best villain in the series. Don't at me. Yeah, fair enough. Cold Steel 1 over SC1 is gonna CS is gonna make me punch my monitor to bits. I love not getting my notifications what they have, and I come in just Cold Steel. Worst day of the year for real. Stopping to say hello. Woo woo. Cold Steel 1. Emma slander. Lol so true. I love bloat. Elliot is so irrelevant. He wraps around to being funny because of it. The rest are just regular irrelevant. Yeah, that's true. Y'all got character writing. We got personalities. Cold Steel 1 has a lot of issues, but I still think it's like most CS titles. It's kind of cozy for some reason. Me when I delay stack and then stack delay and then I stack delay and then maybe stack delay. Yeah, basically. CS1 is definitely the best CS game. I'm shocked anyone could think the game is good too. JK, CS3 is the best game in the series, baby. Woo! The first game I ever played in the series. Fun fact. Compared to a couple other titles, this is cinema. I am Azure's #1 hater. I still like Azure more than CS1. CS1 is more consistent at being complete dog shit. Thank you.
So my take on CS1, I think I told you this. It's in my fucking backlog review. This is the worst Trails game I've played so far, but that doesn't mean much because it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
In hindsight, that's a really fucking funny review.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. You've played all the good ones now, I would say.
Cool. Now, if I want to play a good RPG, I'll need to go back and play Legend of Heroes.
I do think it's really interesting how you were like, you know, this game doesn't really have a solid foundation, and that's gonna fuck the rest of the series.
Yeah. This thing is built on quicksand. Like, there is no way that this can keep up. This game is surviving based off of the pedigree of what Azure does to the series, which is fair. I think it actually entwines it very well. Some inoffensive character writing at most, and some very well done politics.
I think
that's what
the main thing I think back on Cold Steel, and I won't spoil anything, but I struggle to think if there's any like message or theme they actually want to convey with the series.
Oh, with the series?
Yeah. With the arc, like, if anything, I don't know. I think Cold Steel 1 and 2 have the most there, but when I get to Cold Steel 3 and 4, I think about the entire Cold Steel arc as a whole, and I struggle to figure out what the goal there was. And I don't know if this is what you meant by when you say like it has a rocky foundation, but that's sort of what it felt like to me. I'm just like, what is the like foundation? What is the driving force behind what's going on? And I think you're kind of right when you say Cold Steel 1 kind of rides on the coattails of Azure happening at the same time, because in a way its purpose can be just to fill in the blanks and support that.
Yeah.
And that's partially why the political writing is so good in this game, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
But where does that leave us when Azure's story is over? Now, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pose that out for you.
Yeah.
That's how I interpreted your little spiel.
Yeah. And Azure obviously did not come out of this clean. I think Dieter is easily the most interesting villain, and I think most of the political ramifications in Cold Steel 1 dealt with like the Dieter side of things, with like the absolute control and the economic shutdown and the inability for Erebony to act. Like that caused the Civil War and all that jazz. Yeah, it's just like I do agree with that, but also I think that there is I think if you're like looking for how I feel about the message from where I'm standing right now in the series, I would say this, like what it's trying to go for is trying to go for a kind of like breaking down the differences, right? Where it's like which I mean is a very basic thing, right? But it also like in a very class-based society with a lot of like fighting and political like stations and all that. I think the big thing is like trying to bring everyone down to an equal level, kind of like basically what Olivia was talking about in Trails of the Sky the Third, about finding the third political faction that isn't the commoner or the noble faction. If you want to have something that aged badly, what did I say? If I were to write Cold Steel 2, from where I'm standing right now in the series, I would say it should be a. Hold on. What exactly did I write? What exactly did I write? I'm gonna try and find it. CS2. Hold on. Okay. If I were to write CS2 from this point, I would make it a resistance building story. Reen gathers allies, maybe rendezvous with the courageous. Start the process of taking back the Empire from Crow and the terrorists. CS2 should be willing to release some of the breaks of the direct political involvement of the player now that we're in an endgame Azure world. Along the way, there should be more of a development of Olivia's agenda, and the game ends with the survival of Osborne and the occupation of Crossbell. I know Toval is in CS2 as a playable character, and he should be the first one Reen meets. Now for that to not happen, anyways, solid game.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was distracted.
Yeah, sure. So, this is my what I wrote about what I think CS2 should be. If I were to write CS2 from this point, I would make it a resistance building story. Reen gathers allies, maybe rendezvous with the courageous. Start the process of taking back the Empire from Crow and the terrorists. CS2 should be willing to release some of the brakes on the political involvement of the player now that we're in an endgame Azure world. Along the way, there should be a development of Olivia's agenda, and the game ends with the survival of Osborne and the occupation of Crossbell. I know Toval is in CS2 as a playable character, and he should be the first one that Reen meets. Now for that to not happen. Bang is saying centrism is a joke. I don't think it's a centrist policy. I think it's if you support any of the other policies, we are going to burn in a fucking fire. Because that's the whole point. Osborne's trying, like, the goal, at least that's Osborne states in third, is he doesn't want the commoner faction to win. He doesn't want the noble faction to win. He wants the country to tear itself a fucking apart, so that way he can, like, impose order on it himself. And that's what Olivier is trying to stop. That's why he doesn't side with either of the political factions. He's trying to find an option where people's lives don't get fucking ruined in the crossfire. I don't know how much that's gonna matter. It probably is not gonna matter. They're probably gonna retcon the shit out of all of this. Crow says, I can't wait. It's going to be the funniest thing of all time. I can't. At the very least, Crow's told me that he will never forgive me for liking CS1 over SC. That being said, at least it's SC. At least it's CS1 that I'm glazing and not CS3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to you getting to CS2.
I will get there. All right. That's all I have to say on CS1. I need to go feed my dog. This will take like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, we are in November, and I might pop to the toilet as well. Maybe it's a good time to take a break, maybe get some food?
How long are we thinking? Because I had something in mind for food, but that would require me to drive like 8 minutes, get food, and then drive back 8 minutes.
I would have to cook my thing for 8 minutes anyway.
Okay.
Potentially, so...
Maybe take like half-hour break at this point?
Yeah,
maybe?
we'll take a bit of a break. I think that sounds good.
Yeah, we're all right. We'll break for half an hour. Honestly, we're making good progress. We might actually finish in 6 hours.
Well, if we don't take a break, it's going to be like a 6-hour stream with the break, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been going fast. I think we're getting used to this.
Yeah, I think we're getting much better, and we're also not spending time on games that we don't have too many thoughts on.
Yeah.
Which I think is the big thing.
Hell yeah. All right. See you later.
If you glaze CS3, I'm canceling you, dude. CS3 is unglazable. It's so true. All right. Be back soon.
Hello. I am back. I don't think Owen is back. Is anyone in chat? We'll see. We'll see how Owen goes. Oh, this image looks so out of whack. It's not. Hi. How you all doing? What can I do to entertain you while we're waiting for Owen? You all wanna watch me do the final fucking level of Sutehaka? I can do that. Fucking... Holy shit, Echoes of Midsum. Yeah, well, I'm not doing this right now, because I don't... How y'all doing? Having a good time? I'll wait for him to get back. I think it's been half an hour. Yeah, we ended at 4 hours, so like we took a break at 4 hours. I'm a bit early, I think. God, the song is so good. Have you all been enjoying the stream? Have you been sitting in, popping in and out, listening like a podcast? That I don't like. I think that's the best sort of approach. I wouldn't sit in on this entire stream. If I were to watch it, I'd just kind of pop it on in the background. You notice the first 10 months of the world only has 2 months? Well, you can rewind. You probably could have done that while I was on break. Been neat seeing all these games without not knowing anything about them. I know some, but not most. Yeah, that's... Well, hopefully you find some cool games that you might want to try out. I just hope they aren't Trails. I do think we have decent taste in games that is, like, broad enough to be able to recommend shit. You know? Time Wizard? Rewind? Oh, sorry. I'll send you my time machine. You'll get it in approximately yesterday. Conversation isn't boring for that. That's good. I genuinely don't really know how entertaining it. Like, God, I've God forbid. I think for the last few streams we've done, I've been like, the last few streams I've done this, I've been like, oh yeah, I will like edit a highlight reel for the main channel. We have a YouTube channel, Quest Clear. We've uploaded 2 videos to it, and we want to do more, like video essay sort of stuff. And I was gonna say like, oh, we'll like highlight these streams and pop them up on that channel. Never fucking happened. But yeah, you guys haven't been giving the Trails series the most glowing of recommendations. Look, I like Trails, but I'm also its harshest critic. You know, the biggest fans are the harshest critic. Okay, that's a lie. I like half of Trails. That number is slowly diminishing as new games come out. But I like half of Trails. Trails in the Sky's good. The Trail series is bad, Sky series is big. Yeah, I feel you. I really like Zero Nazure. Because it's one of the best games ever made, third, and then slop everything else. That's kind of real. I have a funny thing. Anyway, I don't know if you're all into RPGs, because fucking... That's generally what I normally play. But at the moment, I'm taking a break because I kind of burnt out, and I don't want to be in a burnt out from RPG state when Xenoblade X comes out. So I played Void Stranger instead. Fuck me. But anyway. Daybreak is bad if I talk to the wrong people. Like, if I talk to fans of Daybreak who gas it up like the best game ever, I am going to be that contrarian little bitch that says it's the worst fucking thing I've ever played. If I talk to someone who's never touched the series, I will gas it up like any other Trails fan. That's just how I am. And I'm, like, conscious of it. So, usually I just don't comment because I don't have anything productive to contribute to the conversation. Like, I feel like I've said my piece on Daybreak. I'm very mixed on it. Generally positive, though. I love Crossbow, but Azure is when it starts getting too messy. Yeah. I LARP like I hate everything, not third. All right, I LARP like I hate everything, but not third. Not third, but Zero's a real close second to me. Zero is still my favorite, I think. Why does Shion see someone pointing a gun at her daughter and just think, oh, here's your curry? Xenosaga? I don't remember that happening. I don't know. Okay, the curry stuff in Xenosaga 1. I don't know why people latched onto the curry so much. Like, it's a thing in Xenosaga Freaks. There's a Moji Pit Dun stage, Xenopit Dun stage, based on curry. Yeah, I think Azure is a weird one. I think because I couldn't think that the game would do any bad at the time. I was just like enjoying it as I went through. When you look back on it in hindsight, it has rough parts, but I still really like Azure. I still would give it a 10 out of 10 because that's how I felt when I finished the game. I didn't even know people latched onto it. I did it like an hour ago, so it's fresh in the mind. Yeah. No, I don't even know people latched onto it. They just made it like a character trait to market for one game. I was like, oh, I guess there was a curry segment at the start of Xenosaga 1. Yeah. I forgot about that. Like, Shion likes curry. Is that something you think about, Bank, if you're still here? Is that a popular character Shion character trait that comes to mind whenever you think about her? Oh, sorry, she doesn't like it. She cooks it. And then walks around with it to take it to other staff members. Did she even cook it? I don't remember. I'm questioning where I'm getting this from. Shion loving curry is so important in one video game. No, it's important in Freaks as well. So that makes 2. My Xenoblade X has curry. I'm canceling my free. Oh, X is gonna be so good, dude. I might turn off chat for X, I'm thinking. I want to turn off stream chat for X. I partially feel like I shouldn't need to, because it's like an old game, mostly. But I feel like I kind of owe it to the game to just kind of play it on my own. But I also want to have it streamed and archived, so yeah. I'll probably if I do any online stuff in X, I'll probably have chat for that. Maybe we'll see.
Michael, you got to check your messages. I was waiting for a response.
The bar?
Check your messages. I was saying I'm home now. Just let me know when you're ready to go on mic, and then you've been on mic. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you were. Sorry, I was chatting with chat. Sorry. Welcome back.
Hello. I'm technically eating food, but it shouldn't be too audible. But I am back. Cool. Yes.
What'd you get?
So in Seattle, you're gonna laugh at this. In Seattle, where I'm at,
I might not laugh, but the chat might.
Okay, so there's this really good burger joint that is a Seattle chain. It's like, quite literally, you drive into it, get out of your car, stand at the window. They give you your food, and then you drive out because there's no place to sit or anything like that. It's called Dick's Drive-In.
Cool.
And that's where people are gonna laugh. It's really good. Pretty well known in the Seattle area. I'm sure there's footage of Bill Gates eating it or something like that. I don't know.
Good to know.
It's very well known in the Seattle area. If you ever come out to Seattle, MB, I will treat you.
I'll let you know. Yeah. No. What were you saying? I would laugh at the name.
Yeah.
Because we have a electronics chain here in Australia called Dick Smith. So it's not. I mean, it's a name.
Yeah, it's a name. It
ha
means
ha ha.
Richard.
Penis joke. Yeah. Yeah. No. Cool. Burger. Nice. I had a much more low down lunch. I have some pork buns, bows, and I heated them up.
Nice. I love pork buns. Wait, did you say the name? I know the place you're talking about. Me? Dick's? Dick's Drive-In?
I will say a place that you can only drive in to get food because it sounds like the most American thing ever.
Yeah, well, it is, but the burgers are cheap, but they're decent. They're like for fast food. They're high quality, and they pay their workers like really well. So
neat. That's good.
Yeah, it's a good place. And there's one like 10 minutes away from my house. It's great. So I go there. I go there whenever I need something quick. So
sweet. All right, I'm gonna get started because do you want to eat or do you want to start? Because I think you're up with Phoenix, right?
I'm up with Phoenix, right? But I can literally do it. And yeah, Pip, as Pip's saying in the chat, you don't like you drive into the parking lot. You get out of your car, and then you go to the counter, which it is easier for me to send you an image of what these places look like than for you to look it up on your own. So hold on, Dick's Drive-In.
Cool.
Just so you can understand.
I can Google it.
Yeah. It is like there's no seating. Like the idea is that if you want to eat there, you have to eat it in your car. I sent a picture of it to you in Discord.
I see.
So you walk up to the counter, which is outside. Order from the window. They go grab your food. They give it to you, and then you either drive home or you eat it in your car. Very popular here.
Car-based infrastructure. I mean, Australia has it pretty bad still, but like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. There's one by a rock shop you really like. Nice. Apparently, Burger Master is also really good. It's pretty good. Like, it's a very similar concept, except they come up to your car window and take your order there.
Interesting.
It's a little bit more pricey, and the burgers are more like what you'd expect from an actual restaurant. Like, there's more of a wait, but it's pretty good.
Makes sense.
But Dick's is good. Dick's, like, I don't do McDonald's or any of the usual fast food joints because if I want a fast food burger, I just get this because it's better, and I don't feel like I'm supporting an evil corporation.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I don't think I've done fast food for a while. I have a local like fish and chips place that does burgers really well nearby. So
hell yeah.
Never really
Cool.
felt the
Right.
need.
No, that's fair. No, I can't eat McDonald's anymore because I get sick. Also, you're up for Zelda.
Legit.
First,
Oh, cool. Legit. I had like KFC for the first time in years, and before you say anything, KFC is actually good here.
Okay.
But like I kind of waned off fast food in high school. And I think I was hanging out with my mum and some of her friends to be playing Pokemon Go, and her friends wanted KFC. So we got KFC for lunch, and I had some, and I had like this sharp pain in my stomach. It wasn't even like a stomach ache. It was like I was being stabbed.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep.
So I just don't think I can have fast food anymore.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I'd be curious like if you ever came to Seattle, I would treat you to this and see what you thought, because it's like it is fast food, but like it's high quality fast food. So
yeah, no, I feel bad. Let me get some Zelda music on.
Yeah, we're gonna do Zelda. I think I set you with Zelda first because I had been talking for 5 games straight.
That might be right. Yeah. Let me get a playlist so I don't have to constantly manage it. I guess complete soundtrack. There we go.
The Colonel assassinated you. So true.
All right. That's loud. All right. Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. I heard someone calling this Echoes of Mid. Perhaps 2 people. I kind of disagree, honestly. I don't think it's like an outstanding game, but a lot of the sort of I'm gonna call it Breath of the Wild inspired design of this game, I think works better because it's more self-contained. And by what I mean by that is the dungeons, like they designed the dungeons in a way where you can easily skip most of it if you know what to do. And there are a few dungeons which are literally just knowledge checks rather than so much here is how, rather than being able to like cheese the dungeon with like all the abilities you get, you know?
Right.
Which means for replays, you can skip the entire dungeon if you know what you're doing because you have the knowledge, right? You have the knowledge of what puzzles you need to do. And to me, that makes it feel a lot more intentional than something like Tears of the Kingdom, where you can kind of brute force every puzzle with one solution.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I feel like I've skipped a lot of like groundwork and background information. I did not like Tears of the Kingdom. I do like Breath of the Wild, and I've been very iffy on the direction of this like open world, like sandboxy approach to Zelda design. But I feel like this game tackles it in a better way, partially due to the structure of it. That said, there are flaws with it because some of the knowledge-based puzzles are very simple. Like, oh, there are 2 statues that you need to put in the right place to open this door, and you get the clues to figure out which of these statues are the correct ones from other places in the dungeon, forcing you to explore the dungeon. Except that there are only 4 statues that you have in that room to play with, and there aren't that many combinations of 2 that you can do.
Right.
So you can also kind of just brute force that and guess and get lucky. Frankly, actually, you get one of the clues very early on for that particular dungeon, which means it's even less brute forcing. You put 1 in place and then just swap the other around. You know? So, while I think on paper, the approach to knowledge-based checks for dungeons in an open world sort of style thing where you can brute force any solution you want, is a very good balancing act. At least in my opinion. And it helped me enjoy this game more just because a lot of the design felt very aware of that. You know?
aware of your
Right.
abilities. And I wouldn't even say like Tears of the Kingdom wasn't aware of your abilities, but I feel like that game just has too many options. Whereas this game, being a top-down Zelda, inherently has less options. Like, you can't really launch yourself up high without the use of glitches, for instance. There are limits to the verticality that you can do. There are limits to, certain stacks of stuff. Later on in the game, when you get more echoes and copy abilities, it's a lot easier to like skip things, but you have to do the effort to find it. You have to go through the effort of exploring and finding those yourself, rather than having all of the abilities from the get-go, like in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, which I think balances out that sandbox element quite nicely and makes it feel much more like an adventure than, look, I'm fucking around in this overworld and I can do whatever I want, So, in that regards, like, I'm very particular about this. I like Echoes of the Wisdom more than what Tears of the Kingdom tried to do. And I think if they keep trying to refine this in this way, I can see, like, I can get on board with the sort of sandboxy idea for Zelda. It's not, I don't think I'd want it in every Zelda game, but I think the main thing that really ties it together is that there are more limits on what you can do, which means things can be adequately designed around the player's abilities, right?
Okay.
I still think you can brute force too much in this game.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
So it's not like amazing, and I do feel like this game, for it being a game you play as Zelda, they don't apart from the story, which is kind of cute, they don't really do much with that, I feel. I'd say.
Right.
It
Because
just
it feels like they're focusing more about the gameplay mechanics than
yes.
the narrative.
And I don't know, my opinion, the narrative is cute, but it's very much a kid's game, it feels like. The narrative, it gets kind of repetitive as well, because you kind of, because it's kind of open world, you go to one dungeon, you meet the people in the town near that dungeon, you solve their problems, they all cheer, as you can see in the bottom two screenshots here, and then you do that 3 or 4 times in different areas of the world, right?
Right.
Which feels very episodic. None of the characters really stick with you because they don't stick around. You do revisit locations later, but yeah, I feel like it needed, like, I guess part of me is like, it's a cute story, but it doesn't feel like it has a direction. It doesn't feel like it's pushing me somewhere. But that might just be a fundamental, like, element of, like, the you can do anything in any order thing. Like, a fundamental issue? I wouldn't call it an issue, but it's just how the current solution is for this open world sort of structure. Yeah. What didn't help for me is I basically explored the entire world before progressing the story, because I do that. I like doing all the side content first, which meant that when I did get to the story, I was just speeding through everything, and it felt like I was doing the same thing over and over again. And part of me wishes, I think it would have been more fun if I'd spread that out and just done what I had, done the main story objectives as I, reached them,
Right.
So perhaps my approach is wrong to enjoying games like this, but I would almost argue that's premedicated on how games have developed as an art form up till this point. Because there are certain expectations we have from other genres and not open world games that don't translate over to open world games very well. And I think people, even though the open world genre has been done to death, I do feel like they haven't quite figured out how to make it work. Outside of the very few games that have, it's probably just a really difficult genre to get right, I'd say. And especially in regards to Zelda specifically, you know, I think it needs a bit more direction than, oh, we don't want the player to have limits because that's not fun. Because that's what a lot of the interviews say. I don't know if that's the driving force, because I know like devs don't always want, like, they don't want to be limited by technology all the time. They want to be freer, and I get that. But from a, I guess, game design perspective, for me personally, I really enjoy being challenged. And when I have too many options, and those options can easily brute force challenges, then you can't really design challenges, or like puzzles in this case, to challenge the player, you know? It's just fundamentally, to me, not really possible unless you are not thinking about how you play the game.
Okay.
I think is how I'd put it. You know, maybe that last comment isn't quite right, but yeah, I think this is a good direction for the series, but they need to refine it more. You know,
That's fair.
That's how I feel about it.
Okay. I only have like 5-10 hours in this game. It's another game I'm playing with my girlfriend. I think right now the only thing, my only impression is that like it's pretty standard. I like traversal options. I like how many ways you can traverse through things. We've only done like 2 dungeons really, but the dungeons were fine. They were like 2D dungeon fare. I think the big thing is that like I was like kind of just like when I got the ability to move like solid objects in addition to summoning things, I'm just like, that's a lot of combinations, a lot of things you could change around. And so far the game hasn't really like asked me to combine those things yet, but it might. We'll see. I doubt they will, but who knows. But I just think that like the maybe a better way of saying is that like I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with having a super open-ended system, but I think that the big paradox of it being a Nintendo game is that such a system will require a higher level of complexity for problem solving, and it's the same level of problem solving, just with more tools. So like I've been thinking about a little bit about like this with like something like Dark Souls, right, where it's like, so I just finished Dark Souls yesterday. Dark Souls basically takes Ocarina of Time's combat system and just, or even Breath of the Wild's combat system really, but like just takes that combat system and just makes it way more punishing. And I'm like, you could never do this in a Nintendo game. But it's not that but there's nothing inherently flawed with it. So it's just things I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree. But yeah, the current direction of Zelda's lost on me. Breath of the Wild works better for me as a one-off, but not the new foundation. I wouldn't say one-off. I don't know. I feel like if Tears of the Kingdom was in a completely different map, and it wasn't just based on Breath of the Wild Hyrule, I would probably enjoy it a bit more. I know it's a very basic thing to suggest, but I think the magic of being able to do anything in that world has already been kind of exhausted with Breath of the Wild, you know?
Right.
That's how I would say. So Tears of the Kingdom coming to it really needed to do something like unique enough that it's something unique to keep me like tethered to it, if that makes sense, and not feel like I'm just doing Breath of the Wild again.
Right.
And it didn't quite have that for me.
It's weird because like I actually am quite positive on Tears of the Kingdom, but not because of its freedom, but just rather because I find that the experience of playing Tears of the Kingdom to be very meditative.
Yeah, so my opinion on Tears of the Kingdom has kind of changed when I stopped viewing it as a game in the backlog and more as a something to relax to. Like, if I want to play like Zelda for like half an hour, I will pop on Tears of the Kingdom and just smash out a shrine or something. You know, and
there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. And you could argue that.
Yeah, go on.
You could argue that was also Breath of the Wild's thing, and I feel like it's kind of been lost as the Switch generation's gone on. When a lot of games did that, right? Xenoblade 2 did that. Mario Odyssey did that. Breath of the Wild did that, where you weren't necessarily meant to blaze through it in 1 month or 2 months. You're meant to kind of like enjoy it over the sake of like 5 years. And I'm not saying that people who did that are wrong, or that if they were unsatisfied that they were wrong for feeling that way. I'm not saying that at all. But it is, I think, worth knowing that I think Tears of the Kingdom is like the only like remaining game that really tried to take advantage of like what I would call year one Switch philosophy. Whether you like that philosophy or not, it was trying to capitalize on that, which when a lot of other games didn't.
Yeah, and I think taking a step back and playing just one session off stream. I didn't stream it. I did record it and I uploaded it, but just one shorter session of just fucking around in the world, rather than going as I'm gonna blaze through this sort of game sort of style. You know, that really made me think. Damn. Okay, I feel like I've just been playing this game wrong. You know.
I would agree with that. I would also recommend watching the King K video on Tears of the Kingdom. It's very good. It's my favorite video he's ever made. But
yeah, and it's not that I think necessarily when I say I'm playing the game wrong, that doesn't mean there's a right way to enjoy it. I just think that my approach to enjoying it wasn't really compatible with where the game actually shines.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I can accept that it's just not for me, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, I feel like Echoes of Wisdom does do that a little better. Just because there's a lot of little things, like being a bit more limited in mobility, being a bit more limited in what you can do. There are hard story checks, you know, so you can't accidentally stumble upon the final boss early, you know?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more traditional, but combined with the sort of free-form sandbox elements of Tears of the Kingdom, I think is more close to this than Breath of the Wild.
I once heard a like, this is also in the King K video, but it's like, how would we feel about how would we feel about a Zelda game that would let you stumble into dungeons again? Like, I feel like one of the big things with Tears of the Kingdom is that they made the dungeons like set pieces, and they kind of do that in this game too, where they don't really let you do the dungeon until you do the story setup. What if you could just like find a dungeon and then stumble into it and finish it without doing the story? Like, would that be odd? Would that be weird? I don't know.
It might be, but I think there's merit. He's referring more to like Zelda 1, right? That's
yeah,
sort of
well,
design.
like his like when I'm talking King K specifically, it's like his big he only had a couple like, he doesn't think Tears of the Kingdom is perfect by any means, but he loves it. But one of his big criticisms is like, you can find the water temple and finish it, but you can't fight the final boss until you do the story thing. And like, why? If you can just find the water temple on your own, why shouldn't you be allowed to finish it? And I think that's like it feels contrary to what the game is trying to teach you in some ways.
Yeah, there was a few things. I mean, this is turning into a Tears of the Kingdom discussion.
Yeah. I don't want to do that. But
yeah, there's a few things that I find really interesting about Tears of the Kingdom, and I describe it as Breath of the Wild with more steps, where Breath of the Wild really lent into that. You can do anything in whatever order you want, right? Tears of the Kingdom feels like you can do everything in any order you want, but you know, that's how Tears of the Kingdom feels to me.
I'm just saying, like, I almost think like I think the story in Zelda games is important, but I also think that there's a valid critique in saying, like, I think one of the things that's holding Zelda back is that it is still doing sequential storytelling. It's just doing these sequential these sequential stories out of order, if that makes sense. Where it's like the format hasn't changed. Like, it's not truly freeform. It's just make a list. This is the list.
It's funny because you know what could work off the top of my head. Now we're thinking about it. Non-linear storytelling in the same vibe as something like 13 Sentinels or Outer Wilds, where you have to piece together the story, but there's no set order to do it in.
I would agree with that, yeah.
I feel like that's a huge leap for a series like Zelda to try do, because that is a completely different thing.
It's a huge leap, and it requires a level of narrative expertise that I don't think Nintendo and the Zelda team are willing to put the resources into, unless they really, really wanted to.
Yeah, but on paper, I think that could work because, well, actually, I've played a game like that. So anyway, it could be interesting. There's lots of like ways, but basically, I think Echoes of Wisdom is a step forward. Not a very huge step, but it's a step forward. And I want to see if they can refine this a bit more to make it uniquely Zelda, but also something new. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rather than just suggesting, oh, you should do what Outer Wilds did. No, because Outer Wilds was it's specifically inspired by Breath of the Wild, but took different elements from that as inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right.
It was,
makes sense. Yeah.
You know, so it's like it's easy to like offer blanket solutions, but it's never that simple. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Especially going to make something unique.
Yeah.
Not that I think Echoes of Wisdom is particularly unique, to be honest.
It's fun for what it's worth.
Yeah.
From what I played, I intend to finish it.
Anyway, that's the critical side of me. I also like approach this game going, look, if I am critical about its design, I'm going to fucking hate it. So I'm just gonna not think too hard about it. And I had a good time with it.
Yeah.
Sorry, we spent a lot of time on Echoes of Wisdom.
Yeah. A lot more than we intended to, yeah.
I had a lot to say.
That's fine. Thankfully, I don't have much to say about this next game because I've already played it. And this will not be on the top 10 list because I played this game before. But I wanted to approach the revisit in a cool new light. So, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. I mean, this is my first Ace Attorney game. I played it when I was like 14. I'm 23 now. Fucking hell, man. But I think coming off of DGS2, it's really interesting going back to the beginning because one of the things you realize about Ace Attorney 1, specifically like the original 4 cases of Ace Attorney 1, is that the game is really, really fast. Like, you can probably blaze through the entire game in like, you can probably finish the entire thing in like a day or two, honestly. It's like, cases are not long, things go by really quickly, you get one witness per trial. Like the 3-day system doesn't have as much weight because you just know, okay, maximum 3 witnesses, maybe 4 witnesses if you're really lucky. But it still has all like the writing chops of it. For context, I played this again because I'm going through the series with my girlfriend. We're almost done with Justice for All. We're in the last case of Justice for All. We haven't gotten to the Matt on guard stuff yet, but Ace Attorney 1 is just consistently good, and I think there's a reason why I've always thought about it as one of the best games in the series, even all these years later. And playing through it, like, the writing is still top-notch. The pacing is stellar. It's ridiculously fast, but not in a bad way, just in a way that's like, oh, okay, it's being very efficient with what it's doing. Rise from the Ashes, which was before kind of like a slog to play through, has since become like, oh, this is actually one of the best cases in the series. It just probably doesn't belong in this story because it kind of fucks with Edgeworth's character development a little bit. It feels more at home as a Ace Attorney 2 sequel than an Ace Attorney 1 sequel, if that makes sense, the Rise from the Ashes case. But ultimately, it's a fun case. I enjoyed revisiting it. I had a good time with it. It's very fun trying to remember what I did 10 years ago as I figured out all these cases. One thing that did come up to me is that now that I have played Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2, one of the things that game does is it brings attention to the fact that each prosecutor has a different prosecuting style. And I really wanted to take a look at like the different prosecuting styles in this game and also in the later games of the series. And I'm realizing like, yeah, that's actually an intentionally written thing. Like Edgeworth is a man who wants to control information, but he doesn't want to stifle. Whereas someone like Von Karma is extremely stifling. And then someone like Franziska can't cope with, is trying to do exactly what Manfred's doing, but she doesn't have the skill for it, so she just uses her whip as like a crutch. That's like her big thing. And I never really noticed that all these different prosecutors have very distinct, different prosecuting styles, but it's pretty good. It's legitimately quite well done, and it's something that I think I appreciate that it's always been there since the very start. It'll be interesting seeing if they preserve it. I don't know if that was a Takumi thing or just like a good staff member team writing thing, but yeah, I don't know. It's Ace Attorney 1's good. I don't think that's a controversial statement. I feel like a lot of people know that Ace Attorney 1's very good. No real duds of a case, no real bad, every case is at least pretty all right at worst, or really good at best. So maybe not the highs of the series, but also not the lows. It's the first game. It's solid. What can you say about it, right? That's all I have to say. Michael, I know it's been a while since you played Ace Attorney 1, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on it.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I like it. I still think it holds up.
Yeah. It's real. I remembered liking it. I liked it again when I played in like 2019, and I liked it again when I played in 2024. So, good game, all things considered. Very good game.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do this one. I'll get the music up.
Hi, Henry. Hi, Duncan. Yeah, the game's great. It's been very fun walking my girlfriend through the series because she's so used to Grace Attorney stuff. And, yeah. Anyways. Oh boy. This has been several years in the making, Michael.
Oh, God, yeah. Sorry.
Hi. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hold on. I can just check this because you posted on your Clips channel. Hold on.
Well, I have it on my backlog. I can just check when we started.
When did we start? When did we start? For context, this is Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner. Kanji is terrifying.
Yeah.
This is after SMT5. Did we start this in 2022 or 2023? I think we started 2022. 2022 sounds good. Sounds about right.
July 2022. July 5th, 2022. In Australian time, at least.
Yeah, so that would have been 4th of July for me. That's really funny. Yeah. Devil Summoner. Hell yeah. So for those who don't know, Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner is the first game in the Devil Summoner series. It is one of the only Megaten games to not only have never been officially released outside of Japan, which, yeah, what else is new? But also to never have a fan translation. There have been many who've tried, and no fan translation for this game has ever come out, period. It was actually supposed to be the first Megaten game to get localized, but they chose to skip it and do Persona 1 instead. Which is sad, because Persona 1 and Devil Summoner are basically, like, early Persona and Devil Summoner are basically sister series. So, like, and the series does matter, like, the continuity does kind of matter. You should play Devil Summoner 1 before you play Soul Hackers, which is Devil Summoner 2. And, yeah, like, actually, though, like, Soul Hackers has been localized, and there's so many Devil Summoner 1 references in that game, which Michael needs to play still, but Soul Hackers is a great game
I'll do it after I finish Persona 1.
Yeah, Devil Summoner, yeah. But, Devil Summoner 1 took us a lot of time. Michael here was helping me walk through the game.
I live translated, basically.
Yeah, live translated. I was playing it because I'm very familiar with SMT dungeon crawlers. For those who aren't aware of how this game works, basically it's like your normal SMT first-person dungeon crawler, like SMT 1 or 2 or If, or Strange Journey, I guess, but the combat system's a little bit different, or Persona 1. And the story is about well, you can technically choose whatever career you want, but you are killed, and a detective is killed, and your ghost inhabits the detective's body. And so we went with the name Junya Ichi, which I believe, Junya Echi, which I believe is the name in manga or something, or light novels, or radio drama, takes on the role of Kyoji Kuzunoha. And it's him and his partner Rei Reiho as they summon demons and try to solve who is killing all these people? What is going on? What's all with this occult shit? Why is there a giant summoning circle in the middle of this town? It's not a crazy complex plot, especially by Megaten standards, but it's very, like, grounded. It's a lot of talking about, it's a lot about talking to civilians, the barkeep. It's a lot about going through, like, the office buildings and City Hall and the art museum. The art museum is one of my favorite dungeons in the game, where you just take a bunch of art and then you throw it at the boss and you can't do anything. It's about dealing with like some pretty like occult stuff like ghosts and ritual summonings and all kinds of stuff. It's a really good game, and I think everyone should play it. Unfortunately, you can't. And one of the great tragedies of not being able to understand how this game works in English is the fact that there is one thing that is objectively terrible about this game. The dungeon design is fantastic. The characters are great. All this is legitimately, it's like some of the best Megaton has to offer. Demon Negotiation sucks ass.
Demon Negotiation was so bad that we gave up on trying to translate it, because even translating, so just for context, in these games, if you don't know, to get party members, you have to convince demons that you encounter in random encounters to join your party through negotiation, typically. And normally there is a certain level of logic. Certain demons have certain personalities that are programmed in the game, and then certain answers will give, like, they'll favor certain answers over others. And you know,
now it is.
Go on.
I'm going to interrupt a little bit. It is worth noting that earlier S&T games had a level of RNG to it as well.
Yeah.
But it wasn't as bad because the system was a lot simpler, and it was more based on level than anything else.
This one,
now,
however,
they add so much too. There's so much text. Ugh.
And it's the, I believe you've told me this, it's the main reason why this game has never been found translated, because there is so much demon negotiation text, and it's just hard to get through.
Yeah, like, every fan translation project that I followed, it's about the same story. They get through the main script without issue. In fact, there are people who've translated the script normally, and there are people who've been able to hack the Saturn version and put the translation in, no issue. The issue is that there's so much demon negotiation text and no one wants to do it.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. But like, fuck. Yeah, anyway. Continue.
But yeah, the fucking it's even knowing what the demons were asking and what we were answering, even trying to get the demons to join our party using the text as a guide was impossible. It just didn't fucking work because it's so RNG heavy, it felt like, that at some point Owen just started choosing things randomly, and we both agreed that that was the best way to move forward because it was faster and we had more of a chance of actually getting the demons to join our party.
Yep. Now, I will give them credit. They fixed this in the next game. Soul Hackers' demon negotiation system is pristine. It is my favorite system in the series. But, oh boy, the sins of the father.
I'm also kind of surprised they didn't touch it up for the PSP remake.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of did because they implemented a compendium, the demon compendium, that lets you summon. That was not in the Saturn version. Like, at all, which actually helps a bit because it's like you only need to negotiate with them once, not a million times. But that being said, this is a very good game, and if you can read Japanese or you care about Megami Tensei, pull up the script, pull up the items. I played this on original hardware. I was able to find a copy of the game for like $35. Or original hardware, PSP hardware, the remaster. I had a great time. I love Soul Hackers. It's one of my favorite Megaten games. So going back and playing the other Saturn era Megaten game that isn't Ron's, because that game sucks, was a very good time, and I very much enjoyed it. And thank you for joining me, Andy. I'm very thankful that you helped me through it.
Yeah, it took a long time, but you know, we got there.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, legitimately thank you. And yeah, I picked up a little bit of Japanese along the way. I was able to you left me for half an hour, so I had to read out katakana skills on my own, and that was actually good for my practice. So thank you. It was a good time, and I'm happy to return the favor for any game that you want to bring me on for.
Yeah, it'll be SMT 1 or something, or Metroid 2, or Metroid 1.
Yeah,
for
probably.
That matter.
I mean, those games are short, so like I would do that anyways. Metroid 1, Metroid 2, I mean.
Yeah, cool.
Good game. Good game. Actually, would recommend. Just be prepared for some bullshit.
Hell yeah.
It's time for December.
All right.
We're almost at the end. We're
I forgot I did
and
this.
How the turns have tabled.
Yeah, just like the paint of coats.
Yeah.
All right. I'm guessing. Yeah.
I'm also realizing that the Mega Man Zero character art looks very different from the Mega Man Zero and Mega Man X, and I realized I might have drawn like a weird version of Zero for Mega Man.
That doesn't matter. It's the same character.
I know, just a different art style, but that's kind of funny.
All right. Well. Hi, Bank.
Oh, I'm gonna get torn apart for my opinions of metaphor. I do think it's good, but I also agree that it is not without criticism.
You'll talk about it later, though. I think.
Yeah. You have at least 2-3 games to talk about first. Let me see. You have two games to talk about. No, 3 games. Sorry, you have to do Mega Man Zero, The Reflection, and then Mega Man Zero 2, and then I talk about metaphor. Cool. All right, take it away.
Mega Man Zero. Holy fucking shit, this game sucks. I actually really like it, but here's the thing. This game has some goddamn... It's very brutal without save assist. So I played through the Legacy Collection, which has a save assist function, which is basically just a checkpoint function. Let me just get something real quick. So yeah, basically, I'm not going to touch on the story because I am not qualified to talk about that. But the general gist is, I believe the Zero series is set 100 years after Mega Man X. And there are some interesting changes to the world that has happened in that time. That doesn't matter. You're playing a fucking action platformer, and oh god, the level design's really good, but it's also really difficult as a game where with a live system, which is fucking stupid. So I actually played most of this game without save assist. I do not recommend it. I turned it on for the final level because that shit would be fucking impossible without it. But basically, the live system works in... Basically, lives are possibly the hardest thing to come across, the most rare drop that you can get.
Right.
They are not...
Oh, is it... Wait. It's not set, it's a RNG drop. Okay.
Well, there are a few set places, but they're not very common.
Okay.
It is an RNG drop, and it's really fucking rare. And here's the thing. I need to see if I'm trying to remember the live system perfectly. I'm going to see if I can remember it. I might miss a few details here. But basically, you start the game with, say, I think 5 lives? And those lives function as, you know, say you finish a stage and you press continue, right? Or like you die before the boss, or during the boss you press continue. It will put you before the boss, which is really nice. What isn't nice is that when you run out of lives, there's no easy way to get them back. And when you basically when you run out of lives and get a game over, and you start the game up again, you are effectively loading the save. You are not having your live count reset. So, if you started a stage at 0 lives and die and get a game over, your lives do not get reset to 5. You have to do that stage from the start over and over and over again.
Ah, okay. It's like Kirby, but Dark Souls. It's the Dark Souls of Mega Man.
Save assist gets rid of this because you get checkpoints in the stage, and it's a much needed quality of life thing so that people can actually finish this fucking game.
Right.
But yeah, it sure is something.
It is a game that exists.
The final boss is kind of bullshit. You have to go through a whole phase before getting to the true final form, and you have to do that all in one without dying. And you don't really have much. Also, this is Mega Man 02 music, my bad. But yeah, yeah, I do like this game. I did play it basically through on hard mode till the final stage, but yeah, it got very frustrating at points. But I had a lot of fun with it, despite that.
Right.
All right, I think next up. Yes, the fucking insane soundtrack game. Okay, I need to talk about this one a bit more.
I've seen you play this one a bit, honestly.
I would have streamed it on VC a few times.
Yeah, you and me have talked, and you just.
I put the same screenshot twice. That's my bad. I did not realize I did that. My clipboard probably just didn't update when I popped it in.
That's really funny.
I think I had a screenshot of the battle system, I want to say. Anyway, this game kind of fucks, but for reasons I normally wouldn't like a game for, right? So, the core gameplay and, like, story loop is very repetitive, right? Each chapter you meet a new character, you have them go through their personal problems, and then basically you are a magical girl and you go into like is it fragment or heart or whatever, you know, and you kind of like learn to understand their feelings. It's a very like peachy sort of magical girl narrative and thematically, you know what I mean? It doesn't get too dark or anything, but what I think is really fascinating about that is I played this game across like 12 months. I didn't try to binge it because I think if I did, I would have kind of hated it because it's so repetitive, and it's repetitive because the battle system, you can use like one strategy and breeze through the game. I played on hard mode. There was no difficulty. So yeah, splitting up the game across a long period of time definitely helped me enjoy it more, I think. But yeah, what I found really fascinating about that monotonous gameplay loop is that when I reach the end, I can't really spoil it. I don't want to spoil it too much, but you kind of realize that was the point. You know,
Right.
it ties into the narrative and the major like the major like messages that the game wants to convey very well. And
okay.
I don't know, there's something really special about that to me. I really like this game. The soundtrack's fucking insane, by the way, but I think it's one of my friends has a really funny backlog review of this game, and I would generally agree with it. It is my favorite game that I would never play again.
Yeah, fair.
You know.
I know exactly what kind of feeling that is.
Yeah. But yeah. Very, 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 very cool game. I've got the sequel to play, which I've heard is a much better video game. But, does struggle a little bit in terms of it doesn't have as much soul, is what people say, as the first game.
Right.
But I'll get to that at some point. This is an off-stream game for me. I'm not playing this on stream. But yeah, I don't know if I'd recommend it, but if you're looking for some like sort of jank PSP RPG, PS Vita RPG to play, it's worth a shot. I like this one. But yeah, I would often open this game for like half an hour at a time to just vibe. with
Mhm.
it's the general vibe of this game is really like relaxing. So yeah, I like this one a lot.
Nice.
Am I still Mega Man 02? All right, let's actually get the Mega Man 02 music up. Generally same deal as Mega Man 01. I don't think the live system is as stupid as it is, but I also think the game is the base game is punishing enough as is. It's got a really cool weapon, as you can see in this image, the sort of grapple hook. And one of the coolest new weapons they've added to this, like that's ever been made, I think. Well, there's a little jank in this game. There's some really cool tech you can do with it.
Okay.
This one sucks a lot less because I played it with save assist. So definitely play Mega Man 01 with save assist.
Wait, did you not play with Save Assist originally?
Which one?
Did you not play 01 with Save Assist originally?
No, I didn't know it existed. Well, I knew it existed, but I didn't think I needed it. I've heard people do not recommend 01 and 2 without save assist. 03 is fine without save assist.
Okay.
I haven't played 03 yet. But yeah, this is a much more well-rounded game and plays way better than the first game. The main issue I have with this one is I think the level design is a little repetitive, and not in like I think the level design is worse, and not in a bad way. It's just very samey halls over and over again, right?
Right.
Like let's do this fall down onto enemies, fall down this shaft onto enemies, 4 times in a row, sort of vibe. It's the same room design, same all of that over and over again. There's a few levels I noticed that it was like, ooh, they just copy and pasted this. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's probably it, other than because I can't really comment on the difficulty when I did not play with when I played with save assist from the get-go.
Yeah, fair enough.
I did say Mega Man 01 sucks. It's a good game, but like I just had a not great experience. So like I like both of these, but yeah. just know what you're getting into.
Alright. Well, I have no current plans to play Mega Man, but if I do, let me know. I will keep it in mind.
Yeah. Alright, let me get your music up. I haven't really listened to anything from this one.
The first, like, I think I sent 3 tracks.
You did.
Those all 3 should be fun. Alright. I'm gonna get crucified by certain people for saying I like this game, but I do. Okay, so let us take the metaphor. So from the start, I should probably acknowledge that the game is trying to do 4 different goals. I think it succeeds at like 3 of them. I think it is trying to tell a story about racism and discrimination. It is trying to tell a very fun story about going across the country and gathering support. I think it's a game about it's a game about building a fantasy world and doing a lot of really good world building, and it's a game about what was the 4th one? World building, road trip, racism, and meta narrative. It's a story that has a lot of meta narrative because at its heart, from its inception as a game called Project Refantasy, the whole point of this game was trying to reinterpret what fantasy could be within a fantasy setting. I think it succeeds at 3 of these. The one that it does not succeed at, like very objectively, is the story about discrimination and racism.
Wow, what a surprise from director Hashino.
Yeah. It's not that I think that people are a little harsh on it because it's not it's not racism is caused by magic items. It's not really that, because discrimination ends even past the end of the game. It's more just like a thing that is currently being worked on. But I think the issue with it is it's so objectively heavy-handed and they don't quite know what they want to do with it. And you end up in this very weird situation where you, as the protagonist, are a member of the Elda race, which should be the most discriminated member of the entire cast. But there are objectively people in your party who is like who suffer way more than you do between like the tribe crossbreeds and the Parapus and the like those guys suffer way more than you do as an Elda, and it's very weird. You don't quite get, like, there's no nuance here at all, basically at all. It's very weird. And this is something that I think the game really struggles with. Thankfully, it's actually not really the focus of a lot of the game, which, for better or for worse, it's mostly just like a tone setting thing. At its heart, the goal of it is just to try and establish a very harsh fantasy world, and I think that the fantasy world overall is established very well. Metaphor takes the Persona 5, Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5 style of gameplay, but instead of focusing it on hanging out with your friends or whatever, it's instead puts most of its optional content into optional dungeons and side questing. And it makes it a much more of a traditional RPG, which is really interesting because it allows Atlas to make a pretty traditional RPG without like demon recruiting or social links, really. I mean, there are social links, but they're not the focus. But at the same time, the Atlas twist is it actually adds the calendar in a meaningful way, because you have to keep in mind things like travel time. You have to keep in mind things like, okay, planning out your routes and different things that might get distracted. And of course, you have to do the usual, like, how many days do you want to spend in a dungeon and things like that. In that regards, is really cool. I think that the gameplay is a little too RNG based for my own liking. I think that the class system is really, really in depth. It's very cool. There's a lot of really cool strategies you can play around, a lot of goofy stuff, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of really broken stuff, which is any good class system. And it allows you to create some really amazing combinations of like characters and all that to do like different, because like you can transfer skills over to other classes to fill out spaces. Like you can fill up to 3 spots from different classes for a given class. And every character can use every class in the game, so it makes for once the Hashino game is not exclusively focused on the protagonist. It feels like you're giving a fair amount of focus gameplay wise to each of your party members that you're actively using. And even by the end of the game, my protagonist only had like 54% completion rate of the class tree. There's a lot of classes in this game, and they're all tied to the social links. So the more that you rank up the social links, the more classes you unlock. All these social links are basically just your party members, and then like there's a few extras. Of those, there is one who I think is objectively like the best social link since Akanari from Persona 3, and that is Alonso. He's a liar and a cheat. And he teaches you the Faker class, which is like the like kind of a gimmicky debuff class, and that one's really good. But that story in general is very good. In terms of things that Metaphor does well, the fantasy world it creates is very well developed. There's a lot of it. There's especially in, I would say, the first 2/3 of the game. There's a lot of very intentional care being put into making the world that you're in seem believable. Like maybe you wouldn't want to live there, but you could see the appeal of such a world. Grand Trad and the port city of Brawlhaven are both excellent places. And the game peaks at about the 60% mark with a place called Virga Island, which not only is it a well-realized location on its own, it has one of the most mind-bending plot twists I've ever seen in an Atlas game that had me screeching, kind of like the end of the Xenoblade 2 reveal. If you know what I'm talking about. I think Joy is in the chat right now, and they haven't played Xenoblade 2, so I'm not going to spoil that. But it had me screeching in like, what the fuck is going on? And this had me and Forte freaking out. Forte being our mutual Megaten friend. He and I were just saying in DMs, freaking the fuck out about this reference. And not reference, it's very explicit about what it's trying to do. And the best part is it doesn't really change the fiction that much. It's just this little thing that makes you freak out and understand what they're trying to do. And I'm not going to say that because, Michael, you haven't played this game yet. In terms of how it handles meta-narrative, it's a little sloppy, especially towards the end. But I think that's more of an issue of the game is just very clearly not finished. Around September of the game, it's a game that lasts about 8 months. the game starts being very blatant about the fact that it's missing content. So the big thing is that there's a dungeon that was obviously cut from the development. And it just kind of shows that since moving to HD game development, Katsuya Hashino has never finished a video game, except for Catherine, I think. But both Persona 5 and Metaphor, I think, have come out both pretty unfinished overall. But I think Metaphor is better about it because I think it does stick that final landing. I think Luis, as like, there is no like secret final boss here. Luis is the villain through the entire plot, and he's a very, very good villain. Like, he is the best villain Atlas has ever created, in my opinion. I think that his he's a very interesting distortion of what SMT Chaos stands for. Shin Megami Tensei Chaos Alignment stands for. In general, there's a lot of distortions about what Shin Megami Tensei and the Megami Tensei series are standing for in this game. It's very intentional. The game has a lot of classes that reference other other Atlas properties. The main ones being Persona Master and Devil Summoner and Soul Hacker. Those don't have any necessarily like story or lore implications, but it does kind of imply what kind of thing that they're going for, and it's very interesting on its own. Because there's a lot of thematic resonance, because this is a game with a religion, with a very controlling church religion. This is a game with a very like demonic looking character named Luis. In case people don't know, Luis Cypher is the alias of Lucifer in the earlier SMT games. Luis is not Lucifer, to be clear, in this game, but he's very much to allude to Lucifer. And then it creates this kind of meta narrative. It creates this kind of like narrative and meta narrative about like, okay, what is fantasy to us? How do we approach fantasy? What role should fantasy play in the real world? In addition, how would a fantasy world be in this fantasy world? Because there's a fantasy novel, and how does this fantasy world feel like our own in some ways? And it's not always the best, but it has enough of it that I think it succeeds really well.
Gee,
Finally,
I guess these really were the refantasios.
Yeah, when I say like it's very like from the very start, the game is not trying to hide the fact that it's trying to be meta. You read a fantasy book throughout the game, and the first chapter is about skyscrapers and cars and stuff like that. So I don't really consider that a spoiler because it's the first chapter, but just so you know what you're getting to, it's very meta from the very outset. It's a story that doesn't know it's a fantasy world, that treats our world like a fantasy world. And this has been around since the very first trailers of the game, back when it was called Project Refantasy, back when we had a knight eating a pigeon for 5 minutes. That was a real trailer for this game. So and that part I think is done really well, but I think some of the more sensitive aspects, like the racism and discrimination, it's portrayed very harshly, but it's not handled in a very nuanced or delicate manner. The last thing I think the game does really well is it creates a party that feels just very good. I think one of the big things that I take issue with, especially in Persona 4 and 5, is that characters can basically be boiled down to tropes in a word, or like character traits, or like, you should like this character because they're like this. In Metaphor, this isn't the case. There's a cast here, and the cast is all very good, and they all have like their own personalities and roles and stuff like that. But I find that it chooses to focus more on each character's flaws as their defining trait, rather than their gimmick, if that makes sense. Like, it's not Futaba is a hacker and that's why you should like her because she's like a nerd girl. It's, you have Stroll here, who is in the bottom right hand. My favorite character possibly Atlas has ever made. Stroll is awesome. He's the best friend character. In Persona games, that means an idiot. In Metaphor, this means someone who has his head on his shoulders, has like good common sense skills and wants to do the right thing. Genuinely, he has such a want to do the right thing, but he goes too far. He's over it. He's I guess you could say overzealous because of his own insecurities about his own lineage. He's a noble for context. His family sacrificed himself to save him, and he always thought himself to be unwilling of such an act of compassion. So he is overcompensating to try and do too much, and this can cause issues. But it also means that Stroll becomes the voice of the party in many ways, and he speaks, and his awakening is the best awakening that between all the personas in this game. The Stroll Awakening is so well executed, and it had me cheering and want to follow him wherever he would go. He is my favorite character in the game. He is so good. I would follow Stroll wherever he goes. But that's kind of like the entire cast. Stroll's excellent. Basilio is holy fuck. He's so good. I like Yufa. I like Heizme. Juna's pretty good. I think the only character that doesn't quite fit in a lot of the time is like Hulkenberg. She's like a little bit more comic reliefy. But even then, she has a reason to be in the party, so it's like not she doesn't feel out of place. There's a lot of moments that feel like triumphs of what Atlas is trying to be building to. This game definitely has shaped what Atlas has been releasing the last few years. Between Soul Hackers 2, the Etrian Odyssey re-releases, maybe Nocturne re-release, and other things like this game is really important for Atlas, and it's both a fantasy world on its own, but also a kind of reflection on what Atlas has been these last 20 years, roughly. And I think it does pretty well. It's very rough around the edges. It obviously did not get the polish it needed or the script oversight. There's one scene in particular towards the last third in the game is a really, really cool idea, but it has the worst possible script it could ever have that kind of ruins the moment. Where it's like, oh wow, this is such a cool idea that resonates with all these themes. You just delivered it in the worst possible way that I hate it. It's a very tell don't show kind of thing. But I think overall Metaphors, it basically, it literally tells you what's going on instead of showing you it. But Metaphor is a very good game. I think it has its flaws. I think the combat system as a press turn system is really good. I think it has too much emphasis on RNG when it comes to how stun works, because it also does the Chrono Kiseki of like overworld stuff, and then you like break a stun bar and then you enter turn-based combat with them. It's not super well developed, and some classes just straight up break that system. But it's like there. But I think the turn, like, it's press turn, and press turn is good. I like press turn. And the press turn is very good. And there's some really good super bosses in this game. There's a lot of optional content. There's a lot of side quests, a lot of world building. This is the first Atlas game that has an encyclopedia, where as you encounter stuff in the game, it will just give you more lore. And it relies on it a little bit too much in the last third when the game is really shaky. But for the first 2/3, it is exquisite. It is done perfectly. All in all, I think this game is really absurdly good, and I love it to death, and I want to cosplay Stroll and Luis and all these guys, and I think that it definitely means a lot to me. But I will also freely admit it's got some problems, and you cannot ignore them. That's how I feel.
I will be honest, I did take my headphones off halfway through because I'm like,
That's fair. That's fair.
I am
going
to play this game. So
that's fair.
I think I caught a few things that I probably would have preferred to find out in game, like the novel thing, but it's early, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I think it's really good.
Oh yeah. What's next? It's all me now, right? I don't think I have a soundtrack for this. It's gonna be loud because I think it's on Spotify. Not Spotify. It's on Bandcamp. This is loud, isn't it?
I want to play this game, to be honest. I want to play this game so badly. This, like, you showed me this game. I'm like, oh, this is exactly the kind of bullshit that I like.
It's so funny. It's like, so full disclosure, I did get the game for free because one of the composers gave me a copy. So I'm very grateful for that. But wow, is it an experience? It's such an experience. Holy shit. You gotta play it. I don't have anything else to say.
I have every intent of playing it. I came in for one stream and this looks hilarious. I want to try.
You should stream it too.
Okay.
It'd be a good stream game.
Here, let me add it to the game list. All the way at the bottom. Egg squeeze. There we go. It has been entered.
Yeah, cool. All right. That's too loud. But yes, Egg Squeeze, good. Squeeze.
Squeeze.
Squeeze. Ooh, this one's fun. I played this, so this barely managed to make it onto the list. For December. And this one
This is the not Castlevania 64 game, right?
Yes. This game barely made it onto my list because I decided to play it right at the end of December. So I think I played it December 30th and December 31st. Explicitly because I've been eyeing it for a little while now, and then Anel got to it first, and that pissed me off, so I played it out of spite.
Understandable. I would also do that.
It's a bit of a joke, but yeah, no, this game's fucking good. I got lost. No, I didn't get lost. I just missed a very important power-up that I needed. And that's my bad. And I tried doing platforming challenges that are definitely possible. If you're good and very precise. And El was bad at it. Well, he's bad at most games that aren't like RPGs. Very good game. I highly recommend it, especially as someone like you who does like Metroidvanias. It's pretty light on story content, though the vibes are very fucking good, and there is like some story content, but it started as a game jam game, and then they made it into a full thing. I don't know how much, if they like really put that much thought into the story. I don't know though. I don't know how to talk about the story. There isn't like a writer credited in the credits, at least.
Right.
So, it is very much a gameplay first game. But you know,
okay.
you'll like that sort of Metroidvania style game.
No, I'm sure I want to play all the Castlevanias at some point, including the Castlevania 64 games, and I might as well just add this because I'm already playing. I already count Bloodstained as honorary Castlevania games, so if this is like a successor to Castlevania 64, then I might as well.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. It feels great to play is the main thing. The movement is fucking fantastic. Yeah.
Right.
And the music's great too. I know the composer, at least one of them. We won Zero Ranger together.
Nice.
Yeah, a lot of my current like interest in like indie games is like I want to play more games that my friends worked on, I think.
Yeah.
Because I feel a little bad for not knowing their work.
Right.
So Pseudo Regalia was like kind of the start of that. And I would start. I haven't quite started on that, apart from buying a few games that indie games that I want to play. But if Void Stranger didn't take me 80 hours, yeah, I would have done that, done a lot more by now. But expect more of that next year. So.
Or this year, I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, next year, voice call. I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The wrap up. And that wraps it all up. You know, cool. I think we've got Misk.
We have Misk. We're gonna run through these really quickly. I have 5 games on here, 6 games actually, but I'll just run.
Do I have one? Quickly. Yeah, I do.
You have one, but you forgot to put screenshots in for it.
I totally forgot. Okay. Are you going through Unknown Birth first?
Yeah, Unknown Birth will probably be the one I talk about the most, honestly.
Okay, let me get your music up.
Just, you know what? Just run Undernight for this. Actually, before you even start, just talk about Pocket Jockey, and then let me just blitz through these 6 games.
Pocket Jockey, Pocket Card. Which one is it? Pocket
Card Jockey. Pocket Card Jockey.
It's Pocket Card Jockey. Yeah. I'm just looking at the fucking logo now, and I'm like, that is some funny UI like graphic design choices. Anyway, for readability.
Graphic design is my prison.
Yeah, exactly. Pocket Card Jockey is solitaire, except you are racing on horses. I think it's really neat. There is no proper end to the game. I think there is a credit sequence you can hit, but that takes a lot of playing, and I'm just like, yeah, I kind of get it. Like, there's a gameplay loop. This is something you put on for, like, 20 minutes on a train ride or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not taking my 3DS with me on the train, but
yeah,
I enjoyed this one very much. It is a Game Freak game.
All right,
I should also say. So Pokemon
Okay.
guys. It's
All right,
one
so
of yeah. Go on.
I was just like just going for it. Just put all the Under Night music in, and then just let me run through the entire thing. Don't bother changing it after.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it was nice to check out a Game Freak game that wasn't Pokemon. Oh, it's not Game Freak, is it? It's just Go Ichinose. Hold on. I think it is. It is Game Freak. No, it is a Game Freak game. Sorry, I'm mixing this up with a different game. Anyway. Have fun.
Cool. Under Night. I'll let you know when to switch slides. Okay.
Yeah.
So the image that you see on screen right now is of the PC release on release. This is not fair to it. The PC release of Under Night in Birth 2 is much better now. However, I do think that this image is very funny. These are people I was playing with. So I played with for context, I played Under Night in Birth System Celeste, Under Night in Birth 2 System Celeste. I played that game for about 2 months. It's a really good game objectively. Like, there's nothing about it that I dislike or I can find fault with. It is a very standard fighter kind of. So it uses like Street Fighter logic, where it's like you only have like a couple jumps. You don't really have any. You don't have air dashes. It's not. Wait, so I'm trying to say it's not an air dasher. But you have assault and stuff like that to like do like vault, like kind of vault over to your opponent. There is a lot of good characters. Characters are it is still very much an anime game. There's a lot of like fireballs and very anime combos, a lot of air combos, air strings. It has guest characters from anime games, specifically Akatsuki from Akatsuki Blitzkampf and Eltnum from Melty Blood. It has the defense is very active. It has what's called the shield system, where basically as you block attacks, you can choose to shield the attack, and if you're correct in your shield, then it builds. Do you see in the center of the screen at the very bottom? There's like a bunch of boxes in a diagonal streak.
Yeah.
Do you kind of see that?
Yeah.
That is called the grid gauge. Basically, think of it like a tug of war. So as one person's building grid, the other person's usually losing grid and whatnot. You can spend one grid square to do what's called a force function, which gives your character a specific like special ability. Or you can try and have more grid than the opponent when the circle. Do you see the circle in the middle?
Yep.
That's called the grid cycle. That's a timer. And every time the timer completes, the grid cycle completes, and anyone who has the most grid enters what's called the Vorpal state. And if you're in the Vorpal state, you do more damage, and you can do what's called a chain shift. And this chain shift is basically a screen freeze that you can use to cash in your grid for meter to spend on EX moves and supers. And basically, it's this constant tug of war trying to maintain and hold on to grid state, all the while being very intentional with your defense and all that kind of stuff. I think it's a really cool system, and it's really good. I'm just shit at it. The combo theory in the game is not very intuitive to me personally. Not that the combo theory is bad. Nothing about this is bad. It just doesn't make sense to me, and that's okay. And also, at least when I played, character I played Landrekia, the guy on the right. His moves are a little finicky in terms of getting his combos, because they're very reliant on like when you hit certain moves, because his moves are very active and they do a lot of movement. So I could nail his combos in training mode, but I never really got them in an actual match, and I died many times to Fern, who's a very good player, Naru, very, very good player, my friend Kraken, who is on screen playing the Carmen, and then Crow, who is also watching this, who played Byakuya, and destroyed me quite often. So it's a game that I respect and think it's a really good game just objectively. Maybe the music isn't as good as Under Night 1, which has basically legendary music by Raito. But overall, it's but Raito's compositions for Under Night 2 are pretty good. His original compositions for Under Night 2 specifically are very good. His remixes are kind of hit and miss. I like some of them. I like Elton's theme, which I think should be playing right now. Maybe not.
Kuon theme at the moment.
Oh, Kuon theme's very good. So yeah, I think the game is just objectively excellent. There's nothing wrong with it. I just wish and I'm in the Pacific Northwest, which is a Under Night haven. We have some very, very strong Under Night players here. Baruch and CG and people like that. So very, very good Under Night players who are here, people who have top 8'd EVOs for context. So, game's great, objectively. French Bread, I think, is a very good developer who made this game. I just like Melty Blood a little bit more, I think, as I've played, but that's okay. Move to the next one, because we're going to be running through the rest pretty quickly.
Do you want me to swap to Guilty Gear music?
No, just keep it under 9. I'm going to read this quickly. I don't play Guilty Gear right now. I think Season 4 is not very good. I'm happy that Dizzy's in the game. She's very weak right now, but I think she's really cool. I like her design. I like her updates. I still cosplay the game. I think it's a very special game to me. I'm just not in the mood to play it right now, so I'm taking a break from Guilty Gear until the game is less, as I've heard it written, the top tiers are all A, B, C, 1, 2, 3 characters, and every character I play in this game, Kai, Dizzy, and Asuka, feel very incomplete right now, or just underpowered. So, no thank you. I'm out right now. Move to the next one, First Class Trouble. We're going to be skipping through 2.
Pocket Card Jockey, awesome.
Yeah. First Class Trouble. This is, best way I can describe this is 1930s 3D Among Us. It's a social deception game. 2 people are personoids, and I play this with my friends on game night, basically, for a game night. Basically, you don't know, like, it's a game where you have to collaborate with each other in order to solve certain tasks, but you also have to figure out who the personoids are by the end of the game, because if any of these personoids, or the, like, basically robots, are still alive by the end of the game, and you complete the objectives, then they win. So you have to survive and have to get them, or else, so it's both similar but not Among Us, so in that kind of way, it's pretty cool. I like the collaboration aspect. I like the kind of like level of trust that it asks from the player. Next, Stardew Valley.
Yep.
Stardew Valley, I played this game over the summer with my girlfriend. This is the furthest I've ever gotten to Stardew Valley. It's a game that's, I had a really good time playing it with her. We did basically everything. We did almost everything that we could do within the time that we played. Yeah, we should still go back and finish our playthrough, but it was a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed it, and I'll be looking forward to doing it in the future. Next, 5D chess. 5D chess is hilarious. This is a real game that I played on screen. I think my king or something is checkmating them in 3 possible timelines. It's a game that doesn't make a lot of sense to me right now, but it's a game I want to continue to learn because I think 5-dimensional chess is wacky and wild, and it's really cool. You should read the Steam reviews. They're very funny. And finally, Rock Kenbo.
Hold up.
Sure. One more.
There you go.
Cool. And finally, Rock Kenbo. This is a rock paper scissors fighting game that I played with my friend Asoki one time. It is exactly, you play the exact same character. You can shift between rock, paper, and scissor modes. Scissors is the only one that can jump. Paper has an air dash, and rock has high gravity. And it doesn't work half the time because it's obviously like an indie pet project that you can buy for like $1 off of Steam. It's hilarious. I have no regrets buying it. It was worth the night of laughs that I got out of it. Yeah, it's like literal RPS the fighting game, and there's a lot of like, you can shift on a dime, so it's like you think you're actually playing offense, but you're actually playing defense, and vice versa. It's wild, and everything dies in one hit, so it's really funny.
Amazing.
Yeah, and that should be it.
Alright. This is the time where I get the fucking text out on OBS and we rank what we played. Do you have a top 10 list prepared, Owen?
I do have one prepared, yes.
Because we did not talk about this, and I've just had one prepared for a while now.
Yes, I prepared one this morning.
Awesome. How do I put text on blue? Put that. Okay, that is too big. I have to prepare this. Oh god. Okay. Let's try this. This is the lamest thing. It doesn't matter. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't fucking do this, dude. Okay. Can I make
you ready?
this? What font did we choose? I don't even fucking remember.
I don't remember. For context, we made this back in January, and then we just didn't.
That's gonna not look good. Okay. Same font as last year then. I don't know if this is even gonna look decent. I hope the game names fit. Duplicate. Okay. Oh. 975. Okay. That is not right. Okay, who wants to start this year?
Who's on the left? You're on the left. You go first.
Okay, I don't think my game names are all gonna fit, but let's see. That's the list for this year. Where is last year? I've still got Under Night in the music playing.
It's a good soundtrack.
Fucking. Here we go. Alright, my number 10. I hope this is on the right side. This is too long, so I'm gonna just do this.
Cool.
I also put a 10. Art and Alico, why is it on both? Oh my god. Fuck. How do I duplicate it without being the same fucking thing? Alright.
I do not know.
Art and Alico is my number 10. Give me a moment to make another text.
Yeah. Yep, you're good.
Awesome.
Let me know when you're ready,
I think I chose like this size or something. No, it's the next one. What did I set as the font size? I think it's this. Alright. That looks right. I'm gonna change the music just because I don't want to be managing this.
Sure.
Hi Maya. Yeah, I'll put Maya on in the background. What is your... Hopefully if I remove this, it's only one side. Yeah, there we go. What is your number 10?
Atelier Marine.
Oh, wow. We both chose Ghost Games in number 10.
That's really funny, actually.
Amazing.
The Atelier Marine remake, yes.
Yeah, remake.
I think Gust is like I think their games at their best are like consistently very, very good, but it is hard for them to reach like top tier status, I think.
Yeah, that's part of the charm, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is this displaying on stream? Fine, by the way.
It's reading fine to me. Except when remake goes off screen for a second.
Well, I just get rid of it. We don't need it. The font size I'm just gonna deal with.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I didn't leave. I left that on. All right, what is my number? Okay, I'm gonna really abbreviate these names because this is not gonna fucking work.
Yeah.
Layton 2, box. There we go.
Box. Layton box.
Yeah.
Box of Layton.
I hope that fits. It doesn't. Okay. And box. Layton and box. That's what it is.
Layton to box.
I wish I could probably change the font. Can I add like an outline? Strikeout? No. Effects. Is there no outline? Is it here? Color 2. Outline. Here we go. Here we go. That's gonna make it so much easier to read. And drop shadow. Awesome. Oh my god. Holy shit. There we go. Now we can actually read the fucking text. Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, OBS. I didn't realize you could do that. Cool.
Based
What is
OBS.
your number 9?
My number 9 is Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Obviously, just do Metal Gear 2 if needed.
Oh yeah. That's cool.
It's a good game.
Two
really
games
good
with
game.
boxes in them.
So true. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can keep up this dumb parry idea.
I don't think he played a Scrimblow platformer like Klonoa. Sorry. So 8 is
We'll
Klonoa.
figure it. We'll figure it out. That's what 8 is.
Yes.
Okay.
What's your right?
Oh, Zwei 2.
Oh my god, it is still a Scrimblow fucking. Oh
Scrimblow.
It's not Gudamin. It was Gudamin at B, because I often say Gudamin is like Falcom's response to Klonoa, question mark.
Yeah, not quite that, but Zwei 2, also very charming kind of action-based platformers thing. Not super platforming, obviously, but kind of. You could say comparison there.
Oh yeah.
I also think it's funny that I commit to calling it Zwei 2 instead of Zwei the Ilvered Insurrection, because Zwei 2 is its Japanese name.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the English name. It's just so people can buy it without having to play the first one, I think. Which is, you can.
I do think it's cool that Ilvered Insurrection, II2, Zwei 2, get it?
I get it. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Anyway, 7 is Blue Reflection for me.
I might have to break the streak here, because 7 is Under Night and Birth 2, so Under Night 2.
I'm just gonna do Uni 2, sorry.
Yep, that's accurate, that's correct.
Cool. Yeah, that does break the streak. Oh wait, that's my soundtracks. I have a separate list for soundtracks. Because I did that with a different group. So my number 6 has a 6 in the title. Can you guess what it is?
Hold on.
It also has a 4 in the title.
Oh, Celeste 64.
Yes. I genuinely do think it's really good, despite it being so short.
So I should probably mention for this one, usually the rule for this is that we only do one game per series. I am going to break this for this next one, because I do want to make sure that there is a separation, because I do think these games are different enough that I like them differently. Number 6 for me is Persona 2 Innocent Sin. Eternal Punishment will also be on this list, but it'll be higher up. So I do like Persona 2 IS, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I've done. And ahead of you.
Okay. You're good. Yeah, you are ahead of me because I can only see the stream. Okay, top 5.
Top 5. Drum roll, please. No, this is gonna be lame, so let's just... This doesn't fit.
Oh god.
Penny's Big Breakaway. Woo!
Penny Breakaway.
Penny's Big Break.
Yeah, Penny's Big Break, so true. And then, if you want mine, oh god. My number 5 is, hold on. Wait, hold on. The Legend of Heroes 8, Trails of Cold Steel 1.
I'm just putting Cold Steel 1, dude.
Yeah, that's fair. I was trying to be pretentious.
I know. I'm surprised it was it's so high up. Above Persona 2?
Yes and no. Like Persona 2 IS I like quite a bit. I think IS specifically I'm judging based on the combat system and on the PSP, because it's not good. There's no way Crow is going to cook me. Crow is going to maul and kill me.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll let you all duke it out off stream. Thanks for that.
Crow is going to kill me.
My 4 does not have a 6 in it, but it does have eggs in it. It's called Egg Squeeze.
Egg. You will give me an egg.
And your number 4?
Oh, To the Moon Beach episode.
Ah. The app does not fit on. So you're saying To the Moon, bitch. I mean beach.
Bitch.
Nice.
Okay, top 3.
Can you guess mine?
Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. Give me a second.
I think guessing number 3 is probably harder than guessing number 1.
Probably. I think number 1 or 2, either 1 or 2 is going to be Outer Wilds. One of these is probably going to be... Oh, I don't think you like Hollow Knight enough. Did you like Kuro? Let me think. So I think the real contenders here are Kuro. You like Kuro? Sorry, I lost track of what I was talking about. It's between Kuro, Outer Wilds. Is number 3 the Pokemon DLC?
No, it's Hollow Knight.
Okay, it's Hollow Knight. Oh, yeah, it's Hollow Knight. Okay.
Hollow Knight is very good.
Okay, cool. Glad that we're clear on that.
Yes.
Neil Sweet. Number 3 for me is Metaphor.
Oh wow.
Which might make Pro Mauled even more.
Metaphor Refant. Refanta.
Metaphor.
There we go.
Project Refantasy.
My number 2 is the eroge. White Album
Hell
2.
yeah.
I see
Hell
specifically. Yeah. It feels weird because it's not the full thing. But yes. I really like White Album 2. It's good music. I don't know if I mentioned it. It's like a music story as well. And it feels very well done. Anyway, what's your number 2?
Can you guess my number 2, number 1 out of curiosity?
One of them's Persona 2 Eternal Punishment.
Yes, that's correct.
The other
What would
one?
the other one?
Oh shit, what games did you show off this year?
A lot of them.
I'm trying to think. Oh, it's DGS.
Yeah. Which one's number 2? Which one's number 1?
Can I be biased and say number 2 is Persona 2?
You got that wrong. Persona 2, Eternal Punishment's number 1, and DGS 2 is number 2.
Okay. Wow.
It's not like you didn't do anything wrong. Just I love Eternal Punishment a lot. Actually, I spent way too much time on that game this year. I think I spent 100. I think between all my playthroughs, it was like 170 hours worth of playtime. It was a lot.
Yeah. And then my number 1, I've already put it on. You kind of guessed it anyway. So.
Yeah. Outer Wilds.
Hell yeah. Outer Wilds. Fucking thank you for getting me into that, Henry. Since you're here. Now, Henry, go play Void Stranger.
Yeah, I think my list is gonna make everyone who judges me for my tastes about to Mauled, but I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with Persona 2 Eternal Punishment and DGS 2 being the top 2. I think those are both excellent video games.
Hell yeah. Cool. Very fun stream. We went for 6 hours, which is better than most metrics, actually.
Yeah,
factoring in the half-hour break we had, that's about 5 hours and 45 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah.
Which is faster. We're getting better at this.
We are getting better at it, and we're going through things much quicker, so I feel pretty good about it.
Except when I talk about Zelda's design.
Yeah. Well, Zelda is only a yearly release, so we're only going to have this conversation 50 more times. Show 'em, yes.
Well, thanks for everyone who popped in, and thanks for everyone who is watching this as a podcast afterwards. I can't imagine there's many of you, but it was a lot of fun.
I will at least be watching back the Ace Attorney speech, because I'm really proud of how that one came out, I think.
Hell yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I know it's always a long time every year, and I know this year was a little bit later than normal, but...
oh, yeah, we Normally it happens in January.
Yeah, we were both just very busy.
Yeah.
All right.
See you next year. And at least personally, I will be starting Chicory tomorrow, probably. So...
on my end, I am personally going to be starring Tsukihime tonight. In addition, I will be working on the posters of Rita all around my room. Thanks, Crow. I will be working on the Dragon Slayer video. If that is not out by the time we do this next year, you have the right to kill me.
Okay. I'll hold you to it.
Cool.
All right.
Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, next year we're going to be talking a lot about some really cool games, because I think most of the games I've played this year so far have been incredible, because I am being more picky.
Yeah, picky. I played 4 games so far this year, and I'll be starting my 5th tonight, so.
Yeah. Well, you want to say picky, I guess. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of one-session games. God, February next year is going to be a nightmare to fit into one slide. I played too many, like, one-session games.
Look, I didn't play anything in February, so if you need to take my half of the slide as well, just let me know.
We'll talk about this in, like, 9 months. All right.
Yeah. All right, peace out.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good one.